Every day I wake up waiting out the door. Nintendo news I can't ignore. Hovering my finger on refresh, repeat. Searching for the leak, my heart's gotta beat. My body is ready for Switch 2. Can't wait much longer, what about you? Standing in line just to hear something new. Nintendo, come on, give us a clue. Rumors flying, but nothing confirmed. It's been a mystery, my patience burned. Gotta level up with my imagination in this endless game and stimulation. Whoa, my body is ready for Switch 2. Can't wait much longer, what about you? Standing in line just to hear something new. Nintendo, come on, give us a clue. All we want's a peek, a hint, or a sigh. Just a little nod won't make us cry. Joy-Cons at the ready, hearts in sync. Nintendo dragging on, making us think. We've been resetting time and time again. Our love for Mario, it never ends. Zelda's gathered from the nether horizon. This weight is harder than fighting in us thing. My body is ready for Switch 2. Whoa, 2. Can't wait much longer, what about you? About you. Standing in line just to hear something new. Nintendo, come on, give us a clue. My body is ready. My body is ready. My body is ready. My body is ready for Switch 2. My body is red. My body is red for Switch 2.
Oh, baby, baby, baby. My body's ready for Switch 2 as well. This will be the last time we actually get to play that song because now it has been officially revealed today, which is super, super exciting.
I mean, your body can still be ready.
Well, the body can always be ready, but that song is about waiting for Nintendo to do something. Well, they did something. So we're all good. Shout out to Mike Odyssey for that song. Maybe he drops another banger later to get us ready for the actual release of the system. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But oh man, I am so excited for today's show. This is episode 39. I call it a bonus episode because it's 2 episodes in 1 week, but it's a full podcast. It's ain't like a little half-hour shindig just trying to get a conversation. Nah, we're here doing the full shebang. So how you guys doing? We have a 9-pack for you guys today, potentially a 10-pack later on Just Restart. He just texted me. He's probably going to pop in a little bit later in the stream. So he'll be here as well. But that's okay. We have a lot to go over because Nintendo Switch 2 is real. It is the name, more importantly than anything. And we now know a lot more about it because things have been confirmed. We got to see a game, a first-party Nintendo game for it, which I laugh at the internet when they're like, oh, they did a trailer with a 13-year-old game. Okay, let me tell you something. Nothing we saw in that trailer is for Mario Kart 8. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Nothing like that map doesn't exist in Mario Kart 8. The 24 spots for racing definitely didn't exist in Mario Kart 8.
Fat donkey would like to have a word with you.
The Donkey Kong. So like, if you think it's Mario Kart 8, it's because you don't know Mario Kart.
It's clearly Booster Course Pass Deluxe, Nate. What are you talking about?
Shit, you're right.
More DLC and more playable characters this time.
You know, right. Damn. Anyways, we're going to start the show, going around introducing everyone. Let's start at our bottom over here at N64. Josh, how's it going, buddy?
What is going on? So good to be here. It's finally happened, and can't wait to chat about it with you guys.
Oh, just excited. Jake Randall back. 2 podcasts in a row, buddy.
Yeah, back to back. Feels good.
It's like the old days.
Yeah, it feels nice to be with the boys.
Nick Madoke back to back as well. How's it going, buddy?
I'm here. I somehow inexplicably always line up my podcast spots with something Switch 2 every time.
Yeah.
I have the foresight. My uncle works at Nintendo. What can I say?
Yeah, things happen. Sumbro Nation.
Yep, it's been a long time coming. We've talked about this day for many podcasts in the past, but we finally get to actually talk about Nintendo Switch 2, and that's what we get to call it. All those people that were like, it's Nintendo would never name it Switch 2. It's called Nintendo Switch 2, and that's what we're talking about now that Nintendo's officially revealed it. Very excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Oh, so exciting, man. So you guys know who are listening and watching. When I was like, all right, the rumors are hitting, it's going to be Thursday. Sumbro was literally the first person to message me and be like, if it's Thursday, I'm on, period. We got it. Let's go. He's been talking about this and wanting to be on this exact show for like over a year at this point. So,
Yep.
Of course, we had to have Paul Gale Network, Mr. Teasing a third-party game, Paul Gale Network.
Yeah. Oh, man. So exciting that today finally came. No more of this speculation of October or are Mario and Luigi going to stick the landing 10-10? Oh, going to be October 10th? No. We heard a couple of things behind the scenes. Then we heard some more concrete evidence, but there's nothing like that shock value of Nintendo just dropping it. What a power move. Great to be here. Can't wait to talk tonight. Awesome day.
All right. Then we have Mr. New co-host of the show, Andrew Collette. How's it going? You are muted, good sir. Or something going on. Well, he sorts out his audio. Eric, how you doing?
Don't say anything if Final Fantasy 15 is a better game than 16, Andrew. No, he's good. He's good.
Right. Yeah,
Everything's great. Yeah. He'll get it sorted out. Out. Probably a wrong setting or something somewhere. It happens.
I just have to say this: clowns in chat for the haters.
Yeah, clowns in chat. Yeah, there was a lot of clown emojis in the chat last night on our podcast. I'm not seeing any yet. I feel like we got a reverse clown.
That's why I'm clowning.
Reverse clowning
in chat
tonight
for the haters.
That's awesome. Thunderstash.
What's up? It has been a crazy day. After the podcast last night, I was just very excited. It did feel a little bit like Christmas Eve as a kid, right? And so I was playing my Retroid Pocket. I was like, just, going through it, trying to just kind of fall asleep, right? I ended up playing it till like 2 a.m, which is good because I have to review it and I need to give that quality time with it. And I woke up at like 6:10 and I got on Twitter real quick. I was like turning over to go back to sleep. And then I saw everything. I'm like, oh my God, it's here. And I was literally, like you guys, I've been on social media like all day. This day has flown by. The keyboard's been on fire. So it's been wild. I'm excited to talk about all this stuff. I'm sure we all have a lot of thoughts on this. So yeah, I'm excited to start the new chapter.
All right, Andrew, you got it working, bud?
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I'm feeling good. I'm just glad it's over. Well, it's only the beginning, but
it's only the beginning. It ain't over.
Enough of this crap.
Enough of this bullshit. Enough of the leaks. Now we have the real thing, which is exactly like the leaks, which is going to be a really interesting conversation. I'm Nintendo Prime. You guys should know what's up by now. If this is the first podcast you ever listened to, hey, I talk about the Switch 2 stuff every single day, but that's not all I do. It's just what we've been doing, waiting for this new gen to get going. And today is the official beginning of that new generation, because we can't talk about, like, lots of comments today being, oh, now that it's revealed, you can stop talking about Switch 2. I'm like, what are you talking about? Literally, this is when everyone should be talking about Switch 2, because now it's time to get going on the hype cycle to release. We have a direct coming up for it. They gave us a date for that. Pretty crazy. We'll be talking about that today. Obviously, we'll be talking about all the stuff that got confirmed and all that. We'll talk about Mario Kart 9. Like, there's just a lot. Like, why would we stop? Now's when you can ramp it up to 11. Now, that being said, hey, if Brazil is right about like a Switch 1 Direct next month, of course we'll cover that. I'm hoping we're getting some Metroid Prime 4 action, some Legends EA, some surprises. Of course, Switch 1's still going on. But come on. Switch 2's where it's at. We know. You want to know how I know? I did some math today. Across all the social accounts in all the different countries, there's already over 100 million views of the Switch 2 trailer.
Awesome.
Wow.
So for like anyone who thinks, oh, they didn't do enough to sell this, the fuck you're talking about? 100 million views, and it's only Mario Kart 9. I don't think. Do you guys know how big Mario Kart is? I don't know. It's kind of a big deal. I think people realize it's a new one. So we're gonna get into that. All right, first we gotta get to our topic roulette. Here's the thing. We got 4 topics. They're all Switch 2, obviously related to stuff happening today. A little bit in the future. We got pre-orders, price, supply. We got a lot of stuff to go over. So, our first topic has to be what the first topic is. We can't get to the other ones without it. But who wants to take that first topic? Because it's pretty obvious what we have to start with. No,
I'm gonna take the last topic.
You're gonna take the last topic, okay?
Sure, why not? I guess
Eric will take the first one. Okay, cool. It is the easiest one because, kind of easy. There's a trailer that at least plays.
Yeah.
So, what's the first topic, Eric?
Something has been revealed. I don't know what the heck it is, but Switch 2.
Something's revealed today.
Something called Switch 2.
All right,
might be a big thing.
Want
to cue up that trailer?
I'll cue it up in a second, but we gotta get through the topic roulette.
Fair enough.
Now that we got that out of the way, the other
good call.
topics can be done in any order.
Good call.
Andrew, which one would you like to take?
I'll take Mario Kart 9.
Hell yeah! And since I know Stash wants that last one, I guess I'll just come in and take the pre-ordering price and supply stuff because it just makes sense to take that. And I got a feeling Jake's gonna have quite a bit to say on that topic.
I'll go with supply. I'm the numbers guy.
Our pre-order expert.
Yeah, it's literally a Jake Randall topic right there. He's been all over it, man. I found out about the Best Buy stuff because Jake Randall said something.
So did I.
Just saying. All right. And no, folks, you can't actually pre-order it yet. If that's what you're thinking, you can just sign up to be notified at Best Buy. You can't actually pre-order it yet. For now.
And then by that, they'll notify you after it sells out.
That's exactly what I thought when I put my email in. I was like, they're gonna email me and it'll be gone.
Yep. Yeah, that's the way it goes. All right, Eric. Cue the trailer. What the hell are we talking about today?
All right. We're going to go over our initial thoughts of the trailer, leaving the Mario Kart 9 stuff for the second topic. We're going to talk about how next handheld Jeepers appears to have leaked all of the things and was 100% correct. So here are other things that they have discussed that haven't been proven yet.
Yep, we'll go over those in a bit.
Yep. He quoted 9 today, suggesting that Mario Kart is called Mario Kart 9. Micro SD Express is supported. Might have to be confirmed by GameStop. Also having listings for that on for Switch 2. Claimed that there's themes, but might not be a launch for a game with 9 in it. Hello, Mario Kart. Hall effect sticks and hinted Doc has a fan. Exact wording on 4K30 is that he officially doesn't know, but was told about it possibly being baseline some games would target.
All right. So let's just get to the just this initial impressions of what we're seeing on screen right now. Like we'll save the Mario Kart stuff for the Mario Kart topic, but what are we doing here, guys? How are you feeling right now? We're seeing this. I'd like to say we're seeing it for the first time, just the first time officially.
I mean, I have a lot, like right there, obviously the fact that they go inside those little grip things and the mouse functionality is not confirmed, but heavily implied.
Yeah.
Teasing that. I don't know if you guys saw, but when they push the buttons, they look like not mushy, but like the Super Nintendo or PlayStation style buttons. They don't look like they click like the Switch 1 buttons. Like the Switch 1 buttons are very tactile. They make a little noise. But like the Super Nintendo buttons or like, PlayStation, Xbox, they still like are satisfying to press, but they're like softer, I guess. And these ones look like they're more like that, which would be a huge upgrade in my opinion. I don't like that we don't have a D-pad by default and the Joy-Cons that come with it. I get they have to do like you can use it as a controller, but still think it kind of sucks. It looks like they do not have Hall effect on the joysticks. I'm pretty familiar with joysticks that use those, and they do not look like it. It looks like they just added like the color part is like a dome maybe that's to try to help prevent drift. I mean, they might have done other things that we don't know about. Nothing's confirmed, but those are just like some concerns I have. They're all like a little nitpicky and stuff that we don't quite know yet, but overall I'm super excited about it. And I like the mouse feature. Like, knowing Nintendo, it's probably not going to be used in a ton of games, but I'm sure they'll create at least one game, if not a couple, that take advantage of it in a really cool way. So I'm excited for that. Like, are they going to bring back Mario Paint, or are they going to take, one of their IPs and do something brand new with that? There's a lot of stuff to be excited for.
I like that the trailer confirmed Joy-Con drift, but not the kind of Joy-Con drift that you're used to, but drifting the Joy-Con around. And I could see, like, coming off of Jake's statement about them using it, I was just experimenting throughout the day when I wasn't typing online and answering questions and just enjoying the fun of, like, we've thought a lot about RTSs and first-person shooters and camera control movement, but then I started experimenting, like, dang, Mario Kart, I could hold my left hand and my Joy-Con in my left hand off to the side, controlling the way I normally do. And with my right hand down like this is a drifting motion going left and right. That could be the power drift as you make your way around, just like this. And you'd have your either gas would be your ZR or the A button on your thumb. But just imagine, instead of toggling the left analog stick left and right, how you do the drift now, just a little bit of a motion left and right. So
wait, Paul, hear me out. Aiming the green shells with the mouse and include while doing all the stuff that you just said. Like, you could actually target
hitting the shells.
Yeah, like where you're throwing the shells.
It could have a little bit of a point, so that, like, depending on where your back part is or your front part is, release a shell, hit in that direction. I'm thinking of lots of different things right now. Flying the ship forward and the R wing, and then shooting the laser off to the side. Based off that point, I mean, there's a lot. I think it's going to be used more than this little IR blaster on the base Nintendo Switch.
Well, I mean, that's for sure. Third parties will have way more use for it than
I think so.
Than the IR thing.
This seems like the next stylus, the next motion control, something that will be used all generation long. Hopefully.
Who's going to be the first person to beat Elden Ring only using the mouse feature on 2 Joy-Con?
That'll happen quicker than you probably think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think for me, okay, first of all, I couldn't be more excited. Like, I know there's a lot of people that are like, okay, all this leaked. We kind of knew what to expect. But could you imagine? I mean, what else do we want? This is what we want. It's a more powerful, far more capable Nintendo Switch with a way bigger screen. I don't know if you guys have seen this talk online, but a lot of people doing the measurements. And I think there was like that super accurate mobile leaker that put out that one render. They're saying 8.4 inches for the screen.
I did see that.
So not just 8.4. That's massive. You know, and it may have some bezel and stuff that's there. And obviously they may do an OLED model, hopefully a Pro model later on. But, if there's not a chip issue or something like that. But this is like already the size of the gaming handheld that I want. I've always, like, when I got to the OLED from the base Switch, I was like, oh, this is so great. I'm going to play in handheld way more. And I definitely have with my OLED. But going up, like, now that I have a PlayStation Portal and not great for the latency and stuff, but just that 8-inch display, that little upgrade in screen size is so enjoyable for me. And I'm not even upset about it not having an OLED screen. Like, I think it being an 8.4 inch in your hands, way more powerful Nintendo Switch, that's exactly what I wanted. Personally too, the color scheme, like, I actually like it, like, it's minimal on the front. I wish they actually did colored buttons. That was my only thing, is I was a big fan of that theory of the colored buttons kind of being a more throwback to the, Super Famicom and and even just like the new 3DS, but they chose not to do that. But it looks sleek and clean. I'm good with the logo. I'm good with the name. Nintendo's not getting weird or wacky and calling it Nintendo Switch Attach or something stupid like that, where Nintendo, like maybe some people think it's like an optional accessory. It's very clear what this is, and Nintendo nailed it on the marketing and the messaging. The views back that up. The sleek black that they kind of like saved this whole time for Joy-Cons. It's awesome that that's like one of the launch colors. I think there's going to be two, and we'll probably get into that later. But yeah, my initial thoughts on this is just like, I can't wait. You know, I mean, I'm so, if they let me pre-order it today, the pre-order would have already been done, you know? And I know we may talk about, I'm sure we'll probably talk about price point at some point, but to the point, and I hope it's not higher than $399, but if this is $449 or $500, I would still happily purchase it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I want to see more games. You know, Mario Kart 9 obviously looks really great. We'll get to that later, but you know, that's the thing. We have a direct. We know a direct is coming. They announced the direct. That was really cool. We know when the next major Switch 2 thing is. Yeah, it's a few months away. That's okay. Because it does sound like third parties will be able to announce things. That's what Jason Schreier kind of pointed out. We'll get to that in a little bit. But I do. So, like, obviously, you know, my initial reaction to this was one, Nate the Hate's got to be feeling great today.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling fantastic today. And I will say, shout out to some of the internet. They have offered apologies to him. Some have offered apologies to me as well. I was a little surprised because normally, like,
you should have just called this apology stream.
Yeah, normally, like when people get shit on for this stuff, you know, and it doesn't happen. Obviously, lots of clowning happens. But then when they get shit on, and then it does happen, you know, there's no apologies. You just move on, and they'll just come back to hate the next thing. But I was surprised today to see there was actually quite a few of the haters out there apologizing to a lot of content creators and a lot of insiders. So shout out to them because obviously, you know, standing by your guns when you got literally Nintendo doing something they don't do, not pre-announcing they're going to do something. It's pretty crazy. Except I got to put the shades on here because someone over here pays attention to Furukawa. And Furukawa has now announced 3 pieces of hardware. None of them pre-announced ahead of time. Switch Lite, Switch OLED, both were shadow drops. And now Switch 2. This should now just be the expectation under Furukawa. If there's going to be a new revision, a new piece of hardware, he ain't going to let you know ahead of time. He's just going to drop that thing.
And
Don't forget Alarmo.
May. You can argue. Yeah, Alarmo. Yeah, Alarmo too, see? There's no pre-announcement for Alarmo either. Like, Furukawa just, he ain't warning anyone for hard. He likes that surprise drop. And you know what? Who can blame him? OLED instantly became the number one selling platform every single month since they dropped that. And now 100 million, like, no pre-announcement, 100 million plus views across all socials. I like the Switch didn't even get that. Switch didn't get that back in the day.
So what was crazy is it only had 25,000 views in the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, that is what's so wild about it.
Yeah, like we can hit those numbers.
Yeah,
and you know what I mean? And that's what. But then it was like a snowball, just exponentially just blew up.
The view counter was probably broken on it, don't you think? Because somebody tweeted out like that it had more likes than it had views.
Yeah, it had like 110,000 likes and 10,000 views.
It I know that the public view count is different than what you see on your dashboard or whatever, but still, it couldn't have been that much.
The Nintendo Japan tweet with the video, I know it had like 1.5 million views like 3 hours later, and now it's like almost to 40 million.
Yeah, exactly.
It blew up throughout the day. It's word of mouth. That's what's happening. As people wake up, go about their day, word of mouth, it starts to spread. And that's what Nintendo was relying on. No pre-announcement, just word of mouth marketing. And let me think about this. It's a 2-minute trailer that basically, if we like set aside the leaks, because 100 million people probably didn't see all the leaks, right? So I look at this and I go, okay, what did they show? Something that just looks like a bigger Switch, right? But it's got a 2 in it. And that has 100 million views. Why? That Nintendo Switch 2 branding, man. It's it. That's it. They literally labeled it Nintendo Switch 2 in all the titles everywhere. Before you even watched it, you knew it was called Nintendo Switch 2. Because that branding's so clear to mass consumers. It's such an obvious, very clear branding that just keeps working for every tech company out there. Nintendo figured it out. Yeah, guys, I know some of you guys hate it. You wish it was Super Switch or even Switch U or whatever, new Nintendo Switch, whatever branding you wish it was, or maybe even drop the Switch branding altogether. Furukawa ain't messing around. He sees everyone else is successful if they stop confusing people. Just ask Xbox; they're experts at that. So, like, the Xbox branding's been all over the place. So I'm really glad that, especially since that's what this is, right? It's a bigger, more powerful Switch that has some extra new features, right? With the mouse stuff. And I like what they did in general. Like, now that it's all confirmed, like the colors, like I like that subtleness to the colors underneath the sticks and on the side rails. Like, it's one of those things that when I glance at it, you could just tell, that looks different than a Switch. But it is a Switch, but it's like familiar, but you instantly recognize there's something different about that. And I like that. I think they did something smart with that. Obviously, the logo on the back, logo on the front of the dock, that's pretty typical. That's what they did with Switch. So, honestly, I'm just, really excited that it's all official now. Like, no one can say we're just talking bullshit anymore. It's real. All those leaks, not just next handheld. Think about all of the manufacturing leaks that we had. Like, go all the way back to September when we had the first CAD renders come in. This is what it was. Like, to a T. Like, what they're showing on screen right now. We didn't have the colors, but we had the extra button. We had the USB-C on top. We had the release buttons on the back. Even there's like a microphone slit on here. That was in the renders. Like, it's pretty wild to me that, like, really we saw the base idea of what this looked like all the way back in September. Does that mean Nintendo waited maybe too long to reveal it? Well, 100 million views later says, hell no, they didn't. Hell fucking no, they didn't wait too long. Maybe for some of us that pay attention to all the leaks, but that ain't a majority of the consumer base. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I wake up tomorrow and it's over 200 million views. Like, we'll get into it later, but Nintendo's planning for this to be a pretty big year one, like the biggest in history, and we have a whole topic for that. So, let's go ahead and Andrew, what were you feeling watching this reveal today?
I literally watched it right in my bed, right when I woke up, and my editor actually. What was that?
What were you wearing?
I'll DM you a pic. I don't want to get explicit.
All day.
Can I get on that list?
Just remind me. I might forget to send it to you. But
yeah, I won't forget.
I actually felt pretty silly watching this because I don't know what it was. I just thought I was going to see something new, but everything I saw except Mario Kart, I was like, whoa, this is exactly what I've seen on the internet already. And that's pretty crazy. I do think it's interesting they changed the title. When I first saw it, it was an update from Nintendo. Then they switched it to Nintendo Switch 2 in the title. Just kind of like a little reminder that there's people just working in the background in the marketing company, just like us. Like, I do the same with my videos. Like, I'm changing the titles sometimes. They're doing the same thing. But yeah, as the day has been going on, I'm getting more excited. At first, I was just like, man, I've already seen this. But just as the confirmation has settled and all the cool things about it are true, I'm just really excited about it. And also the marketing is working. I went to a family reunion for Thanksgiving last year, and on my mom's side, I have over 70 first cousins, and all the ones I talked to, none of them even knew the Switch 2 was coming out. I had one call. Actually, it was a friend, so not related to that. But I'm just saying the marketing's working for this thing, because I've had people reach out to me today that never even knew about this, like us hardcore Nintendo fans, but people are now knowing about it. So they're doing something right.
Yeah. My mom sent me a text today at like 1:00 and said, hey, is there like a new Switch that got announced today? I'm like, how did you hear about it? I didn't tell you anything. How the hell did you hear it? So like it's getting around. Mm-hmm. It's getting around. I'm pretty stoked about how viral this marketing is going and how it's actually working really, really well. Nick with no K, what are you thinking over there?
So I'm gonna be real. I thought Nintendo was gonna drop this a little later in the day. So I very casually like walked into work this morning, like was putting my stuff down, getting ready to start the day, and all of a sudden my phone starts blowing up, and all my friends on Discord are like, "They dropped the trailer! The trailer's here!" And I was like, "Okay, hold on." So I put all my stuff down, put my headphones on, pulled it up. Sure enough, there it was. And I was like, "Dang, all right." And even though I've been like caught up on the leaks and stuff and have like seen everything, I've watched all the videos, I know like all that stuff, I was still like smiling from ear to ear watching this trailer of like, it's all real. Like this is legit now. It's not, hey, here's this rumor for the Switch 2. Like it's no, here's the thing. It's got the little mouse functionality, which I don't know if anybody else noticed this. If you look in the trailer, there's like a very specific like 2-second segment where the Joy-Cons, when they're on the side in the mouse mode, look like mice.
Yeah.
Like just the way that trigger curves with the button right underneath that looks like an eye, and you got the strap that looks like a tail. Like it's kind of like the dog face controller for the Switch 1 where you put the Joy-Cons together. So all in all, I'm just excited because it means like now we can start getting games and we can start like actually having fun with it. The one thing that's bothered me is, and maybe this is just because I've been on the internet all day, is people always find something to complain about. Like there's always somebody complaining about something. Like, oh, that little thing on the side looks like it's gonna be too easy to break. Oh, the Mario Kart doesn't look that good. Like it's the same as Switch. Ooh, oh, it's just bigger. Why is it just a bigger Switch? Why is it called Switch? Shut up, man. Let people be happy. Bro, I'm going back and forth with someone on Twitter right now who's like, well, the Mario Kart's not in 4K. And I'm like, bro, this is a pre-rendered trailer with footage that's probably not final. Also,
I saw that a lot today too, Nick.
3 seconds of gameplay. Like, let's calm down. This is not representative of what it's going to look like in our hands.
Not
All
full
that
screen.
social media
Like-
compression too, baby.
That's the world today, man. That's the world today.
I'm just like, quit complaining. Be happy. Find
And the
find
trailer was
something
only
else.
released in 1080p. It's not like we would have known if it was 4K.
The same people complaining online about this thing are the same ones were saying it wasn't going to happen and that we were all clowns just 24 hours before.
They just needed
they're
something to
shifting
complain
the
about.
thing. Yeah, they're shifting what they're upset about.
This trailer's not meant to showcase gameplay footage either, you know?
Yeah, like they're having an entire direct that we're going to see Nintendo showcase the best of what they got right now and all the features and answer all the questions. I expect it to be a pretty damn beefy direct. So Stash, how are you feeling this morning, man?
Well, again, I was very tired. Yeah, I got maybe three and a half hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Rolled over, saw it, and immediately I was just glued on my phone, refreshing Twitter, seeing if there's anything else, seeing all the comments, and kind of like Paul said, I was just kind of living in the moment. I'm like, okay, I'm probably not going to get back into Indiana Jones today for review, and that's okay because you live for moments like this as just as lifelong gamers. I think any console launches, console reveals, they're just so much fun, and you just gotta enjoy it. But especially with Nintendo, as far as the trailer, were there any surprises for me? I would say no. But that doesn't take the joy out of the fact that we got it today and that we stood behind the leaks. We stood behind Nate and we agreed that it was going to happen today. We believed in him, had faith. So,
Dude, I kicked my feet up in the show last night.
man.
I wasn't even worried at all, man.
Either was I. Yeah. So hats off to him there. I'm happy for that because I saw a lot of negativity last night after the podcast. Directed towards Nate. I'm just like, oh my God. And again, like you said, Nick, that is the world unfortunately, that's the world we live in now. So, ignore it as best as you can because ain't going to get any better, Pry.
Yeah.
Now, I think Nintendo did an excellent job in a minimalist fashion illustrating that this is bigger and better without saying anything.
Yeah, no words.
Exactly. So impressive, man. Like, I'm like, you guys did such a good job here. This is nothing like the Wii U days, thankfully. Even what's showing right now as far as like the backwards compatibility. I think that's kind of been discussed too on the internet today. And there were some concerning tweets out there. A lot of people really worried about what that means. And does that mean I'm not going to be able to play, like Mario Wonder on there. It's like, no, of course not, dude. Come
Didn't
on,
they show
man.
Mario Wonder on the cartridge? Wasn't that the one they used as an example of backwards compatibility?
Yeah, it was so weird, the questions that were being asked, but again, there's a list out there, right? I think we were tagged in that earlier today of games that most likely are not going to be compatible. It's not a lot of games. It's like
And
the
even-
Labo stuff, really.
Yeah, and even I think like they're just saying not compatible for people that buy a Switch 2 and don't have a Switch 1 or traded their Switch 1 in and then maybe pick up that Switch 1 game. Like it won't work, like Ring Fit, right? Like because
Yeah.
the new Joy-Cons won't fit into Ring Fit, or Labo, or obviously like 1-2 Switch or everybody's 1-2 Switch, and like that's fine. But also, I think technically the games will still work as long as you sync up the old Joy-Con.
I think so too. Man. So
But they still have to say, hey, just so you're aware, not all games are compatible because you have to buy extra stuff to play it.
Exactly. So yeah, I don't think there's a real cause for concern there. Outside of that, guys, I'm just happy that it's over as far as the ball's rolling now. We begin a new chapter. I'm very happy they gave us a release or a scheduled date for the direct.
Yeah,
Really thankful for that. I was like, okay, so we're not like it's not a cliffhanger now for us. We know when the next ball drops. We know what we can expect from it, right? And so that's very exciting for me, is that we have something to look forward to. It's going to happen sooner than we think. Time's going to fly by. So again, overall, really excited. I'll get my thoughts on Mario Kart when we get into that bit.
Eric, it's your topic, man. Well, how are you feeling? And you were watching my live stream reaction, dude. How were you feeling? I mean, I might have brought some extra hype. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I got caught way off guard because, like Nick, I just was walking into work and I sat down and pulled up my computer and was like, oh yeah, I knew everybody was streaming, so I was like, screw it, I'll just pop in, and all of a sudden they're partway through the freaking reveal trailer. I'm like, what the? Wait, they did it now? What the hell? I was hoping for another like at least an hour to get into work and then watch it, but no, I watched through you and then jumped.
Yeah,
up.
I don't know if I said it, but I saw you on my stream, Eric.
No, I saw it. Yep,
Okay.
you watched. Yeah, I jumped into Jake's then, and yeah, it was freaking crazy. One thing I did notice though that is kind of a little weird. I thought the dock was going to be the front of the dock was going to be shorter, because I know there was some rumors out there that the dock was going to be kind of shorter in the front. I mean, it probably is a little bit, but
So this is my bad. I don't know if I ever brought it up in the podcast. Next Handheld posted an image of the front of the dock, and it showed that it was the same height. So it looked like the reason we thought it was shorter was just the angle of the image that he took just made it like an optical illusion kind of thing. So we kind of already knew that it wasn't, but it was one of those things where, that's very recent. He posted that like last week. So, just like technically he posted the full Joy-Cons like yesterday as well with some AI Donkey Kong art and stuff. I kind of love that he that he just kept doing the AI background thing. I found it to be hilarious, but maybe not as hilarious as like Kit and Krista, dressed as DK throwing bananas at each other.
That was great.
That old Nintendo Minute episode that they took that clip from, but oh man, good stuff. Let me see here. Thunderstash says you have a picture you want to post, buddy?
Yeah, it's not Nintendo, but I want to show you guys this. So just look at the colors, right? The blue and the coral.
Yeah.
Because when I saw this, I immediately thought of another product.
Oh shit.
And just tell me, like, is this not identical?
That's funny.
Because I remember I got this iPhone right here because when I first saw the pictures, it looked orange, and orange is the Phoenix Suns color. So I was like, yeah, I'm all over that. But then when I got it, it was like this coral. But as soon as I saw those colors, I'm like, dude, that is dead on.
If you think about it, it's almost like an homage to the original Switch with the neon red, neon blue.
Yeah.
Like that's
it's a little subtle, but sometimes less is more. Right. I like big, wild, fantastic N64 colored controllers. I mean, you see my Mario suit. I love that. But sometimes just a plain black suit with a nice Triforce medallion that you'd have, or a nice pin, that brings all the attention to that. And here you have this nice black matte system and just these two colors that are subtle that you instantly look different and really cool and elegant, you know? It's good.
Yeah. But they could have put the colors on like the ABXY or on like the arrow, the D-pad, but they did. They said, no, we're gonna keep those like very clean and just a touch of color. One thing I like about that touch of color thing too is it keeps with the theme of the original Switch, especially the black one or the dark gray, whatever they had at launch, where Nintendo is trying to really hard to make this be like, this is a hip, cool adult system.
Yeah.
Like, we want this to be something adults want to buy and feel good having and don't feel like it's a toy. And so sticking with like the subtleness of the colors, it makes it different, but it doesn't make it like Fisher Price. You know, you don't feel like you're playing with a toy, even though it is a toy. And Nintendo of the past under Iwata would always advertise like, hey, our video game systems and our video game, they're toys. For I was like, no, we're sleek, we're keeping it professional, and we're dropping Mario Kart because everyone loves it.
Do you guys remember?
I kind of think it looks ugly.
You hate it?
I don't hate it. I don't mind it. I don't think it's like horrible, but it's kind of plain and it kind of blends in. It kind of is like Nintendo is trying to look like all the gaming like handhelds that copied the Switch. And I like Nintendo because they're different. And I don't hate it. Especially if you're going to play it like in public or something, I much prefer a low profile system.
Yeah.
But I was hoping for like, Sumbro said at the beginning of the stream, like the color buttons, some like crazy stuff. The Switch 1 had 2 different variants at launch. And it would have been cool if we had this and a fun option too. Maybe they will, but I can't remember if the Switch 1 trailer showed both colorways in the same trailer, or if they only showed one and then they showed the other one later. But
and there might be
maybe they do a couple, but I don't know. I was just hoping for more inspired Joy-Cons in general for this system. I don't like I do like single colors, right? But why can't there be like, I don't know if you guys watch Austin John Plays, but he's got like those custom Joy-Cons that are painted to look like Pokeballs, right? They're like white on the bottom, red on the top. And then we got the Zelda special edition ones. And I don't necessarily need like special editions, but I just want like contrasting colors. Like PlayStation does it too, and it drives me crazy. They make their controllers all one color. Like I want different colored buttons than the controller. You know what I mean?
It is wild that color button theory, instant death. Color button theory for all those games that had all the SNES colored buttons. Nah, throw that in the trash. What is interesting though, is because when we talk about all this, right? One thing that like this is the first thing that came to mind is because I'm covering all the leaks and rumors. Is I'm like, oh my gosh, next handheld is like legit. He showed us everything, and it all got confirmed today. Not everything he said, but everything he showed got confirmed today. So that to me was wild because he did say a lot of things that we don't have confirmed yet, and I think now we have to pay a lot more attention to. One of those things is something that Jake Randall already disagrees with, and that is that he was told that there's Hall effect sticks, and Jake Randall like, oh, there's no Hall effect sticks.
Wait, what are you talking about?
So next handheld said that the joysticks are Hall effect.
Oh, he said they are. Okay, they don't look like it to me.
Yeah, they don't look like. I think they're. If they are, I'm trying to remember. I have these Ghoulie Kit ones. Have you seen the Ghoulie Kit replacement sticks that are Hall effect?
No.
Okay. Because they're a lot more low.
They might be what a lot of handheld use though, so I might have inadvertently seen them and not known.
Yeah, because they made them for Steam Deck as well, and others, but like they're much more lower profile. So it's weird because like the Hall effect ones usually aren't like super low profile, but Ghoulie Kit made some. Now Nintendo had a patent for Hall effect sticks as well. Whether or not that's what these are, obviously we can't know. I mean, no one's really know until we take it apart or do proper testing on them to see if they react like Hall effect does. But like, yeah, you're right. And like when I first saw it, I was like, oh, I don't know if that's Hall effect. That looks a little more standard, but who knows? he said that he was told by the engineer that claimed he was talking to an engineer that it has Hall effect sticks. Okay. I mean,
That's a huge win because I literally had like over 10 Joy-Cons and they all like 10 pairs that all got drift.
Oh, that's bad.
It's
man.
crazy.
Yeah. So like obviously like really big deal there to just I can't dismiss anything he said at this point because he nailed everything. So he's obviously not lying. Like he's not a liar. He showed real images of Switch 2. So
Makes you feel better.
Yeah, it makes you feel a bit better about the things he's saying. Like, oh, Hall effect.
Was he the one that said it was being revealed on the 17th?
No. That was the PS5 Pro guy who got busted and admitted that he's completely fake and just made everything up and got lucky.
To be fair, he got pretty close again.
Moisty Charlie.
He's got good guesses. That guy needs to go to the casino and
Yeah, he needs to
roulette.
go all in on black or red, and he'll just know which one to put it in on. I don't know when to hit in blackjack. He's counting the cards before he even had time to get a count. So that's cool to think about that. There could be Hall effect sticks, at least.
No, next handheld teases January 17th as the reveal date.
So next handheld, all he said is that he heard it was in January. He didn't know the day. He said that extensively on Reddit. That he didn't actually know the day.
All right. This is a screenshot of Reddit, and Nate the Hate replied to it.
Yeah, sure. That's absolutely, yeah. I'm not saying that he never said it. I'm saying that there's more conversations where he went on and said that this is just stuff he's hearing from third party.
All right. You're more well-versed. I'll take your word.
Yeah. He's next handheld, it hasn't, he's walked back a few things he said. I'll just leave it at that. Okay. But these are the things that haven't been watched back yet. He did hint or heavily suggest that there is a fan in the dock. Shipping documents or the shipping data tends to support that there might be a fan in the dock, but again, we haven't seen the dock taken apart. We don't know. But that would suggest that they're trying to get some additional cooling when it's in dock mode, which is interesting for performance boosting. Let me see what else. This is the big one that I feel like I don't want to say confirmed until it's confirmed, but GameStop kind of did. Micro SD Express.
Mm-hmm.
Next handheld was the first to say that it was going to support that, and then GameStop had all those listings for Micro SD Express cards for Switch 2.
Yep.
So that to me kind of felt like GameStop sort of confirmed that those are a thing launching with the system.
That was one other thing I noticed, that you can't see any micro SD card slot anywhere on the trailer. Okay, so probably under the kickstand again.
Yeah, there is a spot. Hold on, there actually is a spot. If I can get a freeze frame on it here, when they open the U-shaped kickstand, it's very faint.
We're really close.
Oh, okay. So that is where it is, though.
Yeah, it's on the right side. Okay, so like kind of. Oh my gosh, it's so hard. Okay, so here's where the kickstand opens, and then if you pause, and I can't zoom in on this video. But I can make
the right side, so like the far away side.
Yeah, like it's kind of like
at the bottom.
Yeah, you see like there's kind of like there's like a very faint notch sort of thing over here on the right.
Yeah,
that's where it's at. So
good
yeah,
eye.
I mean I know. It took me a few times watching it on my library to be like, oh, where's that? Oh nope, that's got to be it because there's no reason for that little notch to be there. So yeah, obviously it was going to support SD cards. SD Express would be huge. Obviously, 800 megabyte transfer speeds minimum can possibly get up to 1200 is the theoretical, where they think they can get it out, manufacturers, but we'll see. Also, based on the motherboard leak, it looks like the SD card is a separate module. I find that to be interesting for repairability reasons. Maybe it's because of Micro SD Express, because there was concerns about overheating with Micro SD Express, so maybe they decided to make it a separate module because maybe there's a heatsink on it, or maybe they feel like it might be a point of failure that they're going to have to take care of, because Micro SD Express is not used in anything, and there hasn't been extensive testing for like longevity with it. So I think Nintendo might have been smartly trying to like future proof themselves to be able to fix a potential problem if one comes up with those faster speeds and overheating. That being said, I know you guys don't want to hear that. That's just a general concern, like audience, for like Micro SD Express, because nothing really supports it. So we don't have a lot of data on like the longevity of those cards. But faster load times are always awesome. And I know I'm going to get one. I mean, hell, it sounded like there might be a terabyte or even a 2 terabyte one at launch.
Yep. There's a 2
150
terabyte.
bucks for the terabyte.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'm in for that. That's actually not that bad for brand new, like a brand new Express standard.
Well, especially since some of us, like myself, spent $250
250 on the OG 1 terabyte. Yeah.
for the PS5
Oh yeah, that's right.
for the
That official.
Yeah,
M-
those are
M2
solid state drives. These are literally SD cards.
Yeah.
yeah, but
Well,
obviously they're the new ones, which
How
are
much did they
more
charge
than 4
for-
times faster.
So they didn't have.
I think they're like up to 8 times faster, but they're still nowhere. They're not on SSD speeds.
No, they're not on SSD speeds. But the I'm trying to remember when Switch came out, there wasn't 1 terabyte micro SD cards, but then they came out while Switch was on the market. I remember them being actually very pricey when they first came out.
Yeah, they
Well,
were.
it's funny now because the SSDs are actually under $100 for 1 terabyte.
That happens over time. Like even like the micro SD ones for 1 terabyte, you can find them frequently on sale for 100. Like, but that's just what
they're the regular prices like 100 now. They're on sale for like
Cool.
60 to 70.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love it. So yeah, that I think that's just really good news. Obviously, future proofing, allowing itself to have that, because here's the thing: a lot of modern AAA games, they do like those fast load times. And while you're not going to be able to match what PS5 is doing, that's okay. Like you can't be aiming to do that unless you're going to literally support M.2, and you're going to need better heat sinks and more power draw for that. So I kind of feel like this was like a nice happy medium for them to support the latest standards in microSD Express, get those faster speeds, at least make it so it feels like Switch today, where load times are a little bit slower on the micro SD versus the internal. Well, the internal got faster, so then make the micro SD get faster, so then you can kind of maintain that same sort of gap instead of it feeling like, oh my god, it's so massive. I'm waiting 2 minutes for a game to load off the SD versus like 30 seconds off the internal. So I feel like this was definitely a good decision. Yeah. And by the way, micro SD Express is compatible as like normal micro SD cards too. You can put it in any micro SD card slot. It'll just run at those speeds because the slot has to support the speeds.
So we don't have to put Fortnite on internal
So-
now? Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah.
Are we going to talk about? Do we think that they edited out the C on the C button to reveal it later?
Yeah.
Or do you think it's just a blank
100%.
button?
Edit it.
There's no way they're leaving a blank button. It's gonna
I just wanted to make sure we talk about that too.
And Nexantel today, when somebody asked him about the C button, said it's a C button. And it was just in his leaked picture that he posted with Donkey Kong AI in the background, which I absolutely loved.
That's crazy. I'm pretty sure Wolfden made a video like calling it out that the C button isn't real today.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
what do they think it is? A blank button?
He might be a bigger channel, but he's not in the weeds as much as we are with leaks. I promise
I
you
mean,
that.
yeah, just logically speaking, they're not going to put a blank button on there.
Well, some people
waste of space.
were saying it's another sensor, like an IR sensor.
The
Yeah.
button?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna have an IR laser pointed at humans,
absolutely not.
pointing their eyes at the screen. I don't see that being a smart. I don't think that being a smart decision. Yeah, I want to get IR blasted in the eye. That sounds like a smart idea.
You know what I just
Somebody
noticed?
somebody clip what Nate just said for me.
Laser light pointers, like I just want to get one of those right in the cornea.
This is really small, but I just noticed this as I'm watching this video of the Joy-Con. The new Joy-Cons don't have the little like light ring around the home button.
No more light.
Like the Switch has a little like it'll
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
light
no,
up,
We
but
did
that one
Adventure
doesn't have
used
it.
If I'm not mistaken.
They
only-
used it for like the only time I ever saw it was
Mm.
when you could set like a workout time in
Yeah.
Ring Fit, and
Oh,
your Switch would ding at you, and that's how it lit up. It could
And
have been used
E3
more.
At E3,
But-
Nintendo behind the scenes had it on at all times while playing Luigi's Mansion 3 because their booth was all spooky and set up like a mansion. I was like, how do you have that on at all times? I think it's cool, but game-wise, like you said, just Ring Fit.
Yeah, like it was a carryover from Wii U because they had it as well, but they used it for like notifications. Like it would.
And it was
go
also
off
on whenever the
like,
Wii U was on, was it not?
What?
Like, wasn't it blue whenever the gamepad was on? Like, it was just on?
Yeah, maybe I can't remember now, but I know when it
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it was always blue.
Yeah, when it was on the charging thing, I know it used to like flash at you, and because like they would advertise things on the Wii U gamepad. Every time there was like a new ad, it would like flash at you, so you pick up your pad and you can see whatever they're advertising. It just felt underutilized on Switch, so maybe that they decided, you know what, it's just not. We're not going to do anything with it. We're just going to dump it. Which is whatever. I guess if you want notifications, that's what Alarmo is for, right?
Hey, mine gets here tomorrow.
There you go.
I'm gonna backtrack us a little bit because I woke up this morning, was like, there's no tweet, and then like I was making coffee or whatever, and I looked down at my phone and I had a YouTube notification and it said an update from Nintendo, and I was like, oh man, somebody really did, like, this is some good troll work right here, you know. And so I'm watching it. And I'm like, this is like, I'm checking the channel. It's got millions of subs. I'm like, this is real. And then the emails started coming in from their business wire. And I was like, oh, okay, this is real. Then finally the tweet went out. So I saw the YouTube video before anything else, and was just like, you know, from that point on, it was just videos all day long. Like I haven't really left my chair here. And I couldn't believe it. I was so stoked that it was finally, because I was feeling for everybody. I'm like, what? Like everybody was anticipating this. So I even put out a picture of one of the leaked screws just to try to lighten the mood a little bit on Twitter, because it was just like it seemed like it was pretty fierce out there. So I was just really glad to see. And then when I saw Mario Kart, of course, I lost my mind. And we'll talk more about that later. But overall, I really love the design. And I don't know if you guys remember, but back in the very early days of the Switch, do you remember leaked pictures of Joy-Con that looked just like this as far as the color? And it was a supposed dev kit that was like these matte black that went out to different devs. I always wanted to find those Joy-Con. I loved that color. I'm not a huge fan of the accent colors on this one. I wish they
just get a Sharpie. You'll be good.
So yeah, just Sharpie.
Yeah, color whatever you want.
Yeah, well, and if there is a Mario Kart SKU, you know what I'm going to be picking up.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get to that later because, yeah, man, it sounds like.
I don't want to get off topic, but here's a little thought. I was double checking because I'm pretty sure I was right, and yeah, I am. The original Nintendo Switch that was shown off in that 2.5-minute trailer back on October 20th, 2016, we only saw the gray Joy-Con pair. The next time we saw Nintendo Switch in a public setting was on Jimmy Fallon when Reggie brought it over and they played December 7th.
Thank you for looking that up, Paul.
That was also still just gray. It wasn't until, you're welcome, until January 13th that they officially unveiled blue and red. And then
let's go. Color button theory lives on.
At the same time, Nintendo went online, and that's when they said there'll be 2 SKUs available March 3rd for purchase, and here's all the product pages. So like, I just had to confirm that, but that's when we saw it. So if something similar happens, here we see this more subtle approach. Perhaps April 2nd, Nintendo will say, here's the other SKU. And maybe that one's the crazier one that either has colored buttons, colored, left D-pad buttons, or maybe totally different colored Joy-Cons. How do they do it? Do they have a all blue and an all salmon kind of reddish Joy-Con and the middle is now black, or blue with a black circle, red with a blue circle, or maybe nothing at all? But I think it's definitely possible. So if
they're Nintendo, they gotta have something like that.
I'm sure eventually they will, but
I know
at launch they might.
I know that Next Handheld did mention, although he didn't see it, but he was told that there's also like an all white version, and that includes the console itself also being white. Now I don't know if there's color because he didn't see it in person, so he doesn't know if there's colors or anything that go with that white. But that would also be really interesting because that's even different than the OLED, because the OLED was just a Joy-Con, not the whole console. And I know a lot of people like those white, white PCs and white sleek phones. And
I hate white handhelds though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know that's something I'm
hands.
gonna get that so dirty,
Getting all sweaty. Yeah.
But that is one thing that he said he claimed he heard, although he didn't see it. Obviously, the big thing was that he claimed that there was a system themed after a game with the number 9 in it, and then he kind of confirmed today that game is Mario Kart. But we'll get to that during the Mario Kart topic, because he also said the person didn't tell him if the themed one would be at launch. I could see it maybe not being at launch. Maybe it's holiday. They decided to bring that out. As like a special bundle for the holiday, or it won't be a bundle. It's Nintendo. Let's be real. But just be realistic. It'll advertise the hell out of Mario Kart, but there won't be any Mario Kart included. You're gonna get your 3 months of NSO online, and you're gonna like it.
No. They'll do a Mario Kart bundle, but it'll be Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with the booster course pack. Not giving you Mario Kart 9. They'll be like, hey, you can buy this, and for all your friends who still have Switch 1 and Mario Kart 8, you can play with them. But if you want the new one, you gotta pay extra.
You already own Mario Kart 8 like 70 million other people? Well, you got another copy.
I think the rumor came from Special Nick, but there was price point rumor going around earlier today, and it was like $449 and $499 is what he was hearing, and his speculation was, and this may not be accurate, but I guess this source told him June for the release date, and since that seems to be probably what's going to happen, he thought, okay, maybe it is the case that this source is accurate, and he told me $449, and he also told me $499, and he thinks that the $499 would be with Mario Kart 9 included, and the $449 would be the base console without Mario Kart 9.
It's got like a terabyte.
What's crazy is that Best Buy $349.99 leak going around. Yeah. You can do it right now. They haven't taken it down. So if you go to Google and you type in Nintendo Switch 2 Best Buy, it literally shows you Nintendo Switch 2, and it has the price is $349. And when you click it, I was like, maybe it'll take me to the Switch OLED or something, right? Nope, it takes you to the Nintendo Switch 2 pre-order page.
But see, something weird happened with that. It was like the like people thought, what was it? It was like a French retailer, a French Amazon site that if you Googled Nintendo Switch 2, it had a release date or something tied to it, and it was like in the it was in the Google text, so people thought it was like legit something going around. Then somebody found out Google was pulling that from the release date of like a totally different game. Sure. And so like I feel like that's a similar thing with Best Buy. I wish it was $349, but I feel like it's probably pulling that number from somewhere else and putting it under,
which was the last console.
Correct. Right.
Yeah, it's hard to know because obviously no pricing information was announced today.
I think it's going to be at least $399, and
I think $399 is the most likely one. We'll get to that in a later topic. There was the only other thing to bring up, I guess, for this one is I do think it's interesting that Next Handheld said that his exact wording was he doesn't know, if it'll support 4K 60, which it seems like, that's just gonna be up to the developers, right? But that 4K 30 would be like a common target. And I think that makes sense. If people are actually trying to upscale the 4K, that like you would probably target that. I think games that want 60 FPS will probably target 1440p or under for upscaling. But who knows? In handheld, that doesn't even matter because you only go to 1080p anyways. But talking about the TVs and stuff like that. And I think perfect before we get into this first topic, Andres Rinstad here.
Hey,
yo,
we were just
quite the panel here.
Yeah, we got quite the panel. So before we end this first topic, perfect. What are your thoughts on this reveal, baby?
First off, I would like to apologize because I meant to do a little bit of a raid, and I typed Nintendo Prime into like the redirect feature, and the only thing that came up was Thunderstaff's version. So
Thunderstaff.
I mean, either way, everyone's here. They're just in a different place.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, man.
Yeah. So yeah, but anyway, what's up? Thanks for having me. What do I think of the reveal? I think it's a good enough start. Like, to be honest with you, I think they could have had a much better reveal. I think Nintendo was definitely holding back. I do feel like they're resting on their laurels a little bit. However, they didn't screw it up because they made sure to do the most important things, which is just really tell us exactly what it is. It's a Switch 2. That part is so blatantly obvious. There's no concerns in that regard. So like any concern about a Wii U situation, no. Like they're not really limiting their potential success with this reveal trailer. Is my main point. Like they're going to be able to market this thing well. And the other interesting thing is that even though maybe they could have had a better reveal, it's still doing so well. Like it might still end up being the most successful like Nintendo trailer ever, just because of where Nintendo's at and like the anticipation. So they're gonna be fine regardless. I do think they should have showed a couple more games, and I do think that the look at Mario Kart, well, one, it might be them kind of subtly hinting that it's the launch title, which is great. It's not the best look at Mario Kart, and the trailer not being in 4K, like it doesn't have to be in 4K, but now people aren't sure. And people look at Mario Kart. Some people think it's Mario Kart 8. It's not. It's not close to it. But some people think that. And so I just think that had they showed a few other games that were blatantly, obviously more power, like showing better fidelity than anything possible on Switch 1, they could have done a better job overall. But regardless, we know it's Switch 2. That is a new Mario Kart game. The trailer is doing really well. And when we see all the games on April 2nd, it's not going to matter.
Exactly.
I don't know if anyone disagree with me or if I just basically echoed what you all had said for the last hour. So.
No, that's great. All right. I think Thunderstash, right? Wait, no, it wasn't Thunderstash. It was Andrew. What's our next topic?
Mario Kart 9. Yeah. Let's talk about Mario Kart 9. The only game revealed or just shown in the announcement. We saw some things like a new stage, a new DK design, 24 racers, but I want to get the most important thing out of the way. Peach is not in her biker suit on a motorcycle.
Holy
does that make
cow.
her less? Does that make her less hot? Of course it does. I need Peach in that. No, I don't need Peach. I need Daisy in that suit. There's got to be a way we got to switch those around. There's no.
I mean, maybe there's all costumes.
Maybe.
She's
But
just
I'm not holding my breath.
I mean, there's Rosalina, so that was about.
That's true. That is
You
true.
got Pauline as well.
Yeah.
I just know that's everyone's biggest concern. So I'm
And
just wanting to
Birdo.
get that out of the
My
way.
biggest concern
Birdo,
is
hey.
I don't care about
Toadette.
any voice actors. except I want Jack Black in Mario Kart 9 as Bowser.
No.
I don't want any of the other ones. I don't care. I just want Jack Black.
Not voicing
Peaches.
Bowser, but just actually Jack Black in the cart, right?
Dude, that's
Did
a
you
great
mean Jack
idea.
Black as Bowser or just Jack
Now
Black?
we're talking.
Well,
Jack
I mean,
Black
if you
as
can make
Steve.
these, you might be able
I mean, they
to
put
pull it off.
Mercedes Benz in there. They could go put Jack Black.
It would be hilarious if you win with Bowser and he just starts singing Peaches.
Ooh, that would be good.
That'd be great.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, well, if he's doing it, then everyone would have some sort of new, unique, like really cool victory thing.
So, Donkey Kong, though.
Got that new
He's
model.
looking cute.
Yeah.
Straight out of the movie.
Yeah.
basically.
Did
he
you guys
looks
notice
like
the
he
facial
hasn't slept in
expressions?
years.
Now, if they went through all that effort to make Donkey Kong's model new, that tells me they're making a 3D Donkey Kong.
I
on the side.
totally agree.
They gotta be.
Totally agree.
Yes.
Speculation drop.
There was already a lot of smoke for something new Donkey Kong.
The theme park? Come on.
This is breaks the camel's back in my opinion with it. That it's a big straw. It's like an anvil, but
And I would like to point out, if Nintendo can get their act together and bring over for the N64, DK64, and now we have this, and then they release a new 3D Donkey Kong, we'll have all the major Donkey Kong games playable on Nintendo Switch.
You know they are, though, because remember when Rare showed the games that were coming to NSO, they had those empty spots. You guys remember that direct, right?
Yep, that's right.
So the rest are coming. You know they are.
I mean, yeah, if we can get Banjo and Banjo-Tooie, like how
Exactly.
can we not get Donkey Kong? You know?
Yep. Expect it.
There's other rare games that are pretty rare.
Conquer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Car would be crazy. That Conquer's probably the least likely, but I still kind of believe it.
I mean, we have a 17 plus app, so I feel like anything's possible
Right,
now.
Exactly.
You know?
There's
Yeah,
a place
totally.
for it.
Also, gotta mention Diddy Kong Racing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I don't know if we count that as Donkey Kong, but like
It's in the family, so yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it needs. And that's oh man, they still haven't done a kart racer game that has a story adventure mode like that, man. Like, it's
That's
talk
what I'm
about a
hoping
single
for Mario
player.
Kart.
Well, yeah, that's a great segue because that's literally one of the things that they could add to this Mario Kart to make it such another level when it comes to the single player experience. Because some people don't hop into the online play in Mario Kart games, and it's kind of like you don't want to just race by yourself. Like if you're not hopping in online, and it gets kind of old racing against the CPUs for a while, there's another player out there that wants to go through some kind of adventure story driven thing on their own to go experience all the stages, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, so like I did a trailer analysis for whatever. I guess it's not a trailer, but a frame analysis of Mario Kart for Switch 2 today. And like
that's my video tomorrow.
When I was looking at it though, like I noticed like, all right, so like I feel like one of the biggest points I brought up in that video is like when you see that they're passing the beginning, right? Which means that it's not the beginning of the race, right? And so it's a lap. Like they're going into at least lap 2, maybe 3, right? And so you see the beginning area, and then in that second shot, you can tell that they just go around the turn because there's still the diner. There's like this spiral-like structure, so it's the same segment basically, just a couple seconds later. And when they're going off into the distance, you don't see where it loops back. We don't see where it loops back. There's boost pads extending way off into the distance, and there's a dirt road that like that crosses through it midway, and there's things both to the left and right. And so like I'm left thinking like, okay, like how big is this track? By the way, like assuming Lakitu doesn't just pick you up, you can just drive off into the desert. So that's a whole other thing. Not to mention in the first part where we see the beginning, to the side, like behind the ticket center, there is another road. And so I don't know if you can go there as well, but if you look at the footage, there are multiple roads and paths. We don't see where the race ends, but we do see it goes far off into the distance, and we don't see the evidence of it looping back. But we do know it's past lap 1 because we see them not starting, going through that start finish line. In other words,
another section of
of
like the arrow signs.
There is.
Saying they need to go another way. So
did you guys see the Wonder Seed underneath the burger?
I saw that on somebody's thumbnail earlier. I didn't even notice it myself. But yeah.
So do we know it's a Wonder Seed? I assumed it was an item block, but it is pretty glowy.
So I saw a video that it's not, because someone punched in and looked at it in motion, and it looks like a takeout bag.
It does,
with like the little Mario eyes on it.
Oh, it is. It is at the diner.
But then
not a diner, but a shack.
I also saw someone speculate that it might be some kind of like fuel addition, because all of the carts have this little like what looks like a fuel tank on it. So you can't the theory is you could drift to boost, but you could also have a boost meter that you refill over the course of the track that then lets you boost as much as you want.
Like a nitro meter.
Yeah.
At the beginning, there's the Fireflower gas station also. So if that's like a pit area that you like, almost like an F-Zero kind of thing where you go over to fill up your gas or your turbo, essentially.
We saw 2 pit stops and 1 turn. Mm-hmm. Just to put that into perspective.
But, there might be a lot of pit stops. It looks like it has the eyes though. Like the Wonder Seed eyes. What would that be if it's like a bag?
Well, the thing is, though, the seeds never did anything. The flowers did.
We should bring up some images of this stuff.
Oh, yeah, the Wonder Flowers transform the stage.
Do you want to share it, Jake?
Yeah.
While he's pulling that up, though, to Andre's point, there's a share screen button at the right below us. But to Andre's point about the size, I talked about it in my video going over it. Like, I wonder if we're gonna see like a Gran Turismo Forza kind of thing where it's like we're in a world almost, and then there's multiple tracks, because it seemed vast. It seemed really, really vast, and I'm wondering if like there's track A to this Mario Bros circuit and track B, or if we really are going to be like just like if we're going to be doing 5-minute races or something, because it seems like a big world. It does also seem like, based on the width of the track, that they're very much designing for 200cc, which makes me very happy.
Oh, let's go.
For sure.
Yeah. I honestly, I look at that. I really don't know it. I mean, I think it could just be a gold item block.
But do you see the 2 eyes?
Those are maybe eyes. I see what you're looking at, and I can agree that they might be eyes. I'm not convinced they are eyes,
But,
but
like,
they
if you
might
look
be
at
eyes.
those 2 eyes compared to the Wonder Seed eyes,
So, counterpoint, and I could be mistaken, but I believe that yellow Wonder Seed you're looking at is not like the color of all Wonder Seeds. That's just like a particular. I think they're different.
right?
colors.
And this could also just be a particular one.
Maybe. If I'm
And
not
that's why they
mistaken,
chose it, because it does look like it could be an item block or something.
could be. I'll tell you that if it is a Wonder Seed, that's crazy, because like you look at like the map, right? Like you see like there's like giant rock mushrooms in the background. Like if it's like Mario Wonder where everything just comes alive, like it's a desert. Like why is one of the beginning levels of Mario Kart a desert? You know, like what if it turns into like a giant lush environment or something? Like that would be insane. But a random thing I'm noticing, like it almost looks like there's like a smoke wafting off whatever this Wonder Seed item block bag thing is.
Also, notice the shack is shaped like Yoshi.
It totally is.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm hungry.
Wait,
I want it.
what's shaped like Yoshi?
The whole shack,
that whole
the
thing.
nose of
Oh,
the
yeah.
vendor, in the eyes and the eyelids.
Yeah.
If it was a Wonder Seed, does it only affect the player that gets it or everyone? Because I imagine if it's everyone, it'd be kind of chaotic with. Well, I guess
Well, then
that's
there'd
some
be
of the
no
fun.
incentive for you to get it.
That's a good point.
Right.
Like why even do it then?
And it looks like
So-
you have to go out of your way to get that.
It's
Yeah.
got to benefit you
Yep.
over everyone else.
Maybe it changes things for everybody, but gives you an advantage within that change.
Possible.
Or it could open up like a new path or
new
a
path,
shortcut that
yeah.
you wouldn't be able to. That's legitimately like a time-saving shortcut. That could be big.
Because we saw like those on the one zoom out area, there seemed like there was a dirt road that kind of went both directions crossing the track.
Yeah.
I don't know if those are alternate paths, but maybe like to take those, you have to get this.
Maybe.
I think it's worth noting too that it does look like fire, and that is also a red Yoshi. So it makes me wonder if there's potentially different Yoshi restaurants.
Spicy cheeseburger. Oh, I'm so hungry.
But then maybe there's a blue, maybe there's a yellow, and who knows what kind of power-ups those could offer.
Yeah. I'm curious what the first pit stop had, because we didn't see anything there.
Yeah, someone might have grabbed whatever was there already.
Possible.
Bless
you.
Yeah, because we didn't really see items
more
get used at
courses
all.
this time around that aren't 3 laps, but are just one continuous track because it's so big.
Well, one thing I like seeing this thing is it suggests that they put a lot of thought into like new abilities, new item uses and stuff. And that is something I like to see, because Mario Kart hasn't really felt like it's had a lot of new items added in a long time. Granted, we haven't had a new Mario Kart in over a decade.
Because it's been 10 years, yeah.
But like it's always been like shells, bananas, blue shell. There's a few other in there that they change up per game, but like it's always been like very samey. And I think we're still gonna probably have some of those basic items, but it seems like they've come up with maybe some really inventive ideas. Because like we've talked forever, but both on the old podcast and this one, like what can they do to change up Mario Kart? I don't think we ever came up with 24 players.
No
Well,
more
actually,
You did.
Actually,
Andres, there it is. There it is.
I kind of did. If you guys
Kinda?
watched my video from a month ago, I looked at some old Mario Kart interviews, and they actually have considered doing a double dash mechanic twice. And so I was thinking, okay, well, first I thought, if you watch the video, I kind of talk about, because there's more horsepower, they might like look into incorporating more characters. But then I counter that point by thinking, well, then they would have to expand the size of the tracks most likely. But then I thought, well, if they do a double dash mode, they could literally have 24 playable characters, but it would be 2 people per card on 12. So I didn't exactly predict it, but I did entertain the idea of them upping the roster, and I did speculate that we could go up to 24 characters. I just thought of it as double dash mode, 24 people playing in 12 characters. And actually what's interesting is that, given this is the first title we've seen, there's a decent chance that this is a launch title for Switch 2, and it might be the ideal game to showcase like the multiplayer features of Switch 2. And if they do decide this time to incorporate a double dash mode, as that interview suggests they've considered multiple times since double dash, because the Switch is more powerful, may be possible. And then that would further strengthen the idea of this Mario Kart really selling people on the multiplayer capabilities of Switch 2, because the Joy-Cons are more comfortable now. They'll be more easy to hold and use. And imagine like you buy Switch 2 for your kid, right? And your two kids, because let's say they're brothers or sisters, right? And the launch title is Mario Kart. They have that for Christmas, and there's a double dash mode, and they can literally co-op through the game together with right out of the box with just Switch 2 in the games and that single game. It's a theory, right? But point is, I was kind of thinking that there would be more characters.
I do hope, and I think this will happen with 24 people and with Switch 2 having better hardware than the Switch 1, obviously. It still bugs the crap out of me that with Mario Kart 8, when you want to do LAN mode, you can only do 2 people per TV. But back on Double Dash, you could do 4 people per TV. And if it's stuck to 2 people per TV again, like that means you need 12 Switches, 12 TVs, connecting 12 systems. I just want to do 6, and I think it still could have the frame rate drop to 30. I'm not sure, but I hope they kept that in mind if they're having 24 people.
It would be nice with 4 per console, you know.
Yeah, I think 4 is like a really nice sweet spot. You get enough screen space on a TV usually. I mean, I know some people have like massive TVs, like 85-inch TVs. You know, that 6 is not a problem, but
well, we were doing it on way smaller with CRTs on GameCube.
Well, of course,
right. And I thought I was seeing myself just fine in that corner.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Stand a lot closer.
Yeah, if you sit right in front of your TV, you can make a 19-inch TV work with 4-player split screen like back in the day.
You get the plastic lawn chair, right? You sit 3 feet in front,
or
you're on a carpet floor.
That's what it was like in some of those LAN parties with the Xbox back in the day. You'd sit like 2 feet from the TV.
I don't know if anybody saw this or have talked about it, but one thing that is in my video for tomorrow is you may have seen in that stage there was what looked like giant lights that were turned off because, of course, it's during the daytime, but they're like literal giant, like stadium style lights that are visible in the background. But
I thought they were speakers.
Okay, they might be.
Yeah.
Well, my theory is if they're lights, and we could look at them again closer. I don't know. They may be speakers, but my theory is if they are lights, is there a day and night cycle in this thing?
Awesome.
And would that also include a weather mechanic? Because I think that would be one of the coolest things if we had rain, day, night, you know, like just, and you know, they probably won't go as far as to change all of the mechanics but if it was somehow slippier or more slippery when it was raining, you know, that would be crazy. I don't think they'll go that in depth.
A lot of like racing sims do, you know.
Yes.
That's like the thing in all racing games now.
Okay.
So they're right there, right?
Right there, yeah.
It's a tough call. There's 3 of them though, so
go back just a little bit.
What if it's both?
Right. Yeah. It's hard to tell. I can see the speakers idea as well, but I don't know. When I saw those, I immediately thought like right up over the top. So if you come right after, go one more frame and pause again, and right there.
God, it's so hard to pause.
Yeah, right.
The compression makes this really hard to tell.
Yeah. I thought of those as big stadium lights, but they could be speakers also. I can see that. I would love it if they had some kind of day-night cycle.
I mean, the thing is, regardless of what it is, there could still be a day-night cycle.
True.
Yeah.
When I saw those and I was like, you know, if whenever I thought they were stadium style lights, I was like, there's no reason those should be there unless if there is a nighttime. You know what I mean?
Is there any chance we can get an uncompressed version of this trailer?
In 4K? No.
That'd be nice.
You know, I've been waiting for it to hit. It hasn't. I was looking at the press website. It hasn't hit there yet. That's usually where you can get the uncompressed version for local use. So I'm assuming it'll hit there eventually.
One question I have, like we're seeing Rosalina on screen right now, and she's got skis and treads.
Yep.
Right.
Saw that.
And then Daisy is on like a trike that looks like a jet ski that looks very aquatic. I feel like these were very intentional choices. But what I wonder is the anti-grav going away? Because what are you going to do with that ski and that tread? And if you look at like Daisy's vehicle, it's just an axle. They don't really show anything that would, like, if you look at a lot of the designs for Mario Kart 8, a lot of it had the wheels going sideways kind of planned out. But in this one, if you look, like Mario's shocks and everything, they seem to be more of the prominent feature of the kart than like, does it have the ability to still go anti-grav? I mean, obviously we've only seen one track, but it didn't seem like it was something that was very prominent this time around like it was last time.
There is a big structure in the back that looks a little bit Mario Kart 80, where you might want to have zero gravity.
It also doesn't look super like vertical though, right?
So I mean, you could, if you have enough speed, you shouldn't fall off without any sort of special anti-gravity. It's not upside down, right? Like, so
right.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards that there is no anti-gravity, to be honest.
But if that's the case, what do they do with all of the old, like we won't be able to revisit certain tracks?
Then we won't. Or we do.
I'm okay if we don't, because that would just mean there's a hell of a lot more new tracks.
I
And
agree.
maybe that's one of the things in this game where they're actually, the real focus is, because Mario Kart 8 Deluxe like relied so heavily on revisiting old tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe like one of the big things with this one is that like it's majority all new, and that's what helps make it feel so damn fresh.
I mean, I would love that. Like,
I'm
start
down.
off with 32 totally new tracks. Because normally it's 16 new, 16 remade. Just do 32 all new, and then have just DLC of new, and maybe eventually remake them. But the other thing is that like Mario Kart Deluxe is, you can still play on your Switch too. It's backwards compatible. They might even release like a 4K patch.
Yep.
Maybe. Or maybe Karts do a Xenoblade Chronicles X, and they have this shifting mechanic where they're like the mechs that they go from on floor to tank to plane, and then the carts just morph to what they need to be. They sprout wings and they fly instead of anti-gravity. They get a little propeller and they go underwater. Kind of like a Diddy Kong Racing, where, well, Diddy Kong Racing was distinct, but they will just be adaptable to the environment if it's old tracks. Just an idea.
Do you think they do a longer booster course pass this time around? Kind of like how Smash had a like consistently long, whereas the booster course for 8 Deluxe kind of felt tacked on at the end because it's like, it's been so many years. Let's finally do some DLC. Like, do you think when this comes out, they say either at launch or right before in April or whatever, or slightly after, they're like, all right, booster course pass, here's the first 4 waves, and then when that's up, they're like, here's another 4, and then another 4.
100%.
Keep it going.
100.
I think especially if this is the launch game, which I think right now is the popular leading theory because it's the first game they showed for it. If that's the case, I think they have like a 6-year plan of constant content updates, because they know that this is an evergreen the entire length of the system.
Yeah, we want to get as hyped as we did for every Smash character every time there's a direct when they say there's something new for Mario Kart.
Agreed.
And we could, especially if it's all new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as far as we're now, here's the thing: like, this hasn't been talked about much, but like, they kind of stopped Mario Kart Tour. There could be a new Mario Kart phone app too that ties into all this. I'm not saying people want that, but I'm saying it's probably going to exist because Tour was really popular on phone. So
It was popular.
So, and maybe they had to end it because they wanted to make something that actually worked more seamlessly with the new Switch Mario Kart, since Tour was obviously and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe were never really built to work together.
How big are we thinking the track sizes? How many tracks we're going to get? Because if you look back on the Wii U when Mario Kart 8 first came out, it looks so... It kind of looks like a ripoff of a game now, but I think it's going to be at least as much as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on Switch came with at first. But
I would say 48's a given.
Well,
yeah, that's the number.
Well, Mario Kart 8 initially launched with 32, and then it had 16 DLC tracks and became 48.
Oh, was it there? Okay.
Well, Mario Kart, so just so we're clear, on Wii U, right? On Mario Kart Deluxe launched with the 48 because it included the DLC.
Right, yeah,
And
I'm
then-
thinking it's going to be the same as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But yeah,
Yeah, before the DLC, so 48.
right.
And
I
then
think
build
48's
our
a good
way
number.
towards
Yeah.
A bigger number. Yeah, I think 48's a good baseline.
48 new tracks would be a lot. Maybe there's 16 remade tracks and
Yeah.
32 new. So there's at least more new than usual.
I'd expect some classics in there.
I think they will ultimately work towards making this like with all the old tracks playable as well, though. Like I think that would be the long roadmap of like, you know, say 4 years of updates or whatever with booster course pass waves. Like eventually we will end up with the most new tracks because it has the most new out of the gate, but we'll also get like the collection of all the, you know, they'll turn it into Mario Kart Ultimate whenever it's all said and done.
Yeah, I think each cup's going to have old tracks sprinkled in.
Right.
Speaking of Mario Kart Ultimate, what franchises do you think they'll add characters from with this one?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Jake, because we've talked about it a lot on the podcast, but I think this will always remain Mario Kart in name, but this is turning into Nintendo Kart, especially with how many track spots you have now.
Well, even the very beginning, they added Donkey Kong.
Yep.
Right? Now we've gotten Link, Zelda. They added Animal Crossing with
Splatoon.
Isabel. What was that?
Yeah, the Mii
Splatoon
have
as well.
other things like
Yeah, exactly.
Here's my
Fox
question.
Cloud
Does
and
this
stuff.
does it ever get opened up to third parties in the way that Smash does?
No.
Yeah.
Not with
I
this
agree.
art style, I feel.
No.
I will say this.
Master Chief and a warthog. Let's go, baby. Come
The
on.
only thing I
Andres is leaving the door open to it.
The only thing I can think of is maybe Sonic. And I know
And
Sonic
he would be a great fit.
But, like,
he
he
has
has
his own
in a
racing
lot of
game.
work
Yeah, he has
art
his own racing.
styles.
That's
I got a
true.
They
question
did
for you guys.
participate in
This
the
year.
Olympics together.
Let's see if you guys know the answer, right? There actually has been one third party, at least that I can think of. There's actually been at least one third party character in Mario Kart. Do you guys know who it is?
Pac-Man.
Okay.
Pac-Man in the
Pac-Man?
arcade.
Yeah,
Ah.
in the
Arcade,
arcade.
baby.
Yeah. So that was because Namco made that, right? They were
Yeah.
behind that version in
Hey.
arcade.
And Namco has, their own studio just for Switch.
That's right.
So
I mean, what if they did help out?
wouldn't be surprised if they do. I think we could say that if it goes to third party, we could expect Pac-Man would be in it since he's already been in it. And because of that relationship.
And Miss Pac-Man.
I have a theory.
Yeah.
I have a theory.
Let's hear
That'd
it.
be the track
made-
would go so hard. The Pac-Man maze as a track.
Oh, dude, I didn't even think
Oh, that'd
about
be
that. That's
cool.
a great idea.
Imagine a double
Wow. dash
formula and you're literally riding with Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man. That would be
Oh,
Hey, there's some good stuff.
And if they brought back like the special character specific power ups, you could turn into the giant Pac-Man and eat people as
yeah.
you go. You know,
It'd be more of a battle like course, I would think.
That would be Bullet Bill on steroids.
yes, it would.
Nate,
what if that's what the gold power up is? What if it's a special item
Your
block just for your signature
Character
move?
specific special item block. That would be awesome.
Character specific. I am.
I love the character specific thing because that's literally why I played as certain character combinations in Double Dash. Like I would get, the red Koopa for the 3 red shells, and then Baby Mario for the chain chomp. Like that was the combo.
So basically, we just want double dash.
We want Double Dash.
We want double dash.
I will say there's probably going to be a ton of modes. I think there's going to be
Yeah.
like the most modes we've ever had in Mario Kart.
Especially for
Yeah.
online. I could see them going
Yeah.
crazy with tournaments and all these different, like
New
huge
type of battle mode for sure.
I hope they do like a battle royale elimination
Yes.
style race too,
We were talking about that in my live stream. Like that, I think a lot of people want that, like a battle royale thing. Like, what if it's like a race to the middle? Like, it's already a racing game, right? Like that would be crazy. And you could set traps and screw people over.
Yep.
Oh man.
that'd be cool.
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask Eric, but he walked away. So, Paul Gale, how are we feeling about Mario Kart, man?
Excellent. Without knowing what Nintendo's big game was going to be, I was thinking 3D Mario or Mario Kart. Nothing quite like a 3D Mario to have. Just one of my favorite franchises ever, so it's a very easy one for me to go to. I love seeing the next step every time in gameplay and graphics and everything, and especially now that we had the biggest, most fleshed out Mario 3D experience ever in terms of visuals and depth, being the Super Mario Brothers movie. That was what I thought we could see today, or Mario Kart. But I think Mario Kart's a good decision because it is the most popular game of the last generation, where you've got 60 million people out of 150 million people that own it, that no matter what time you got the game, you've been waiting for a while. You've become a fan of it. So it's a very strong fandom, and then showing that, like, hey, this is a new Nintendo Switch. Whether or not some people were very clear, like, this is a new Mario Kart game, besides the point, but I think we acknowledge, we could see it. We could tell that, 24 carts going at the same time, that's going to be a lot. It also makes me think that the starting roster is going to be huge because, if you have 24 at once, that's not the whole roster constantly being shown. So what is it? Is it going to be 36 as a base? Will other Nintendo characters, as you've all have discussed already, be showing up from the get-go or added later on? Like, this could be the first Mario Kart game where from the start, Link is already there and he's not added later. And that would just be really cool because, it's still Mario Kart, but with friends. I think the game looks good. I rewatched and slowed down the best that I could and zoomed in on things like the rubber on the tires, looking at the asphalt, looking at little animations of Mario's face squishing down and looking, and it definitely looks like it's got good lighting, good texture work. DK's new inclusion, his new facial features and stuff like that is just also really neat. Andres, you weren't here earlier when I suggested that maybe the Joy-Con mice could be used in Mario Kart in a unique way where, you're controlling the cart steering left and right, and this Joy-Con is down for drifting. And then you can wiggle back and forth to do the drift instead of going left and right.
Very interesting way to do it. Did you notice that the Joy-Con strap makes it look like a tail for the mice?
Totally looks like a mouse tail. Yeah. I wonder if they've got something clever sounding wise, like, the Joy-Con. Like, they won't call it a Joy-Con mouse, would they? Mouse-Con? No, they're not going to do something like
Mice-Cons.
I had a funny thing, like, they could call it the Con Air because it's wireless. Joy-Con Air. I don't know, just playing on words and thinking things. But yeah, Mario Kart looks sweet. I think we're going to have a lot of big modes. Definitely something that's unexpected. I'm not saying like 24 player split screen. I mean, I joked about that earlier. I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe we will have more than a 4-player split screen. There could be something unique that we don't know. Obviously, I can't wait to see more. This has got to be one of the games that they have at that, April 11th-ish Nintendo playtest session. Can't wait to see what else is there. But yeah, I'm big on this, and it's got to be a launch game at this point.
So, Free Metro had did a super chat that I think is really interesting for an idea here. So, like Mario Kart City Trail mode, kind of like they had in Kirby Air Ride, with an open area and mini game events. That would be cool.
It would be cool. I second this or third it, whatever it takes. Let's make it happen.
That's actually really cool, dude. I haven't even thought about that in so long. Man,
Kirby would look really good in this art style, driving one of the carts. Just saying.
Yeah, Kirby's a shoe-in pick. Yeah, why he definitely needs to show up this time.
Yeah, I feel
and his worlds, like to drive in his worlds would be
so cool.
Yes.
Oh, what if that's what they do? So, okay, 48 tracks, right? 32 are Mario Kart. The other 16, those are other Nintendo Universe tracks.
Yeah, like they did that with Zelda.
What if
did
we
it
got
with
an
F-Zero?
entire
Yeah.
Zelda Cup instead of just the one track?
That would be cool. I'd be down with that. I would like to see that because
would
look
be
at the F-Zero tracks, right? The F-Zero tracks are awesome. I'd
Do we
like
get
I'd like to
our
see more.
track? Oh, I'm sorry. I just envisioned an R-wing. I want an R-wing. I want to fly.
Yeah.
Oh,
I want a new Star Fox game, but I would love to go through some Star Fox 64 course or some other kind of course.
Like a Star Fox Grand Prix.
I think about Star Fox Grand Prix too much.
It all came true.
Don't we all?
There's a lot of potential.
There was another super chat I wanted to bring up. It was this one here. I thought was interesting from one for $2. He said, expect the tour launch pipe to return. Maybe. Maybe. That was an interesting mechanic in tour. I don't know if they're going to bring it back. Like, it's kind of like, like it doesn't seem like they're going to bring back the anti-gravity, at least. I'm not in that stage. Bare minimum. Kind of interesting. Some of the stuff that they could do. Eric, what are your thoughts? Because I know you actually play Mario Kart. You like Mario Kart. Mm-hmm. Obviously, there was no reason to pick up 8 again because you and me dominated that shit on Wii U.
Right. Right.
So this might be one okay, yeah, this is the de facto launch game. You're probably going to get this at launch. So
yeah,
got to unlock.
If I want to actually, play my Switch 2, doing Switch 2 stuff.
Also, I'll throw this out there.
Yeah.
Big single player campaign.
I mean, hell yeah.
Oh,
it'd be fun.
That would be different.
That'd be fun.
A huge single player campaign would be sick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, Eric, what do we think? Are you liking what you saw? And just a little snippet.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, need to see a little bit more, but I mean, yeah, it's probably going to be something to pick up just because it's not a rehash game for like the 6th, 8th time, whatever.
Is that a slight at Donkey Kong right now?
Yeah. And Mario Kart 8.
Well, Mario Kart technically only was brought over once,
but
so it's been released twice.
Yeah, but yeah,
and at least they added new content on Switch.
Yeah,
not like Country Returns.
Yeah,
you know what theories I hate? When people theorize that Breath of the Wild remaster will be a launch title for Switch 2. No offense to anyone, that's so boring to me.
This is Nintendo, not Sony.
You know what's not boring? Well, we're all here. Just throw a little compliment out there. Linder of Hyrule, best looking panel on YouTube tonight.
There we go.
Switch 2 high, baby. Looking for group. Hell yeah. Thanks for the
compliment.
You're
welcome, fuckers.
glad you're all bricked up over there.
Yeah.
We understand. We understand.
Look at Andres' little grin. I love that shit.
I saw those triceps pumped earlier when you did a dip to go into the chair.
He's wearing boxers right now.
We did a pre-stream pump, right? You know that, right?
You saw me live. Like there's
you might have did a pump before that streaming. It's just still going.
Yeah, that's sure.
No, I only bring it up because when he was co-host of this show, he would always work out like right before the show began, so he'd always just come in just like sweaty and ripped.
I tried.
He's like, I tried.
I try to work out consistently and show up.
Yep. Yeah, that's all right. All right. I think we can probably move on to our next topic. Are we ready for that? I think
Mario Kart 10.
Wait.
Moving on.
Wait, does anyone not think it's going to be launch title? Because that's the unpopular opinion, right?
So I think it probably is a launch title because of how it's been shown and because
it's the first one
right
for it. Yeah.
But
anyone here think it's not?
Oh, I was just going to suggest that.
Okay.
What if one, there's always a chance that it's not, right? Like maybe Nintendo just decided to show this because they wanted to show a new game that's coming out early. But like, for example, what if a launch title ends up being Prime 4? Because if it's Prime 4, they wouldn't want to put that in the reveal trailer because, then people would be very confused, right? Because it's already a Switch 1 title. But like, what if we have, I'll just throw this out there. I'm not the first person who's brought this up, but like, what if Prime 4 and Mario Kart are like the 1-2 punch, a big multiplayer game and a big single player game?
And Samus is also in Mario Kart.
Yeah.
And Mario's also in Prime 4.
Mario's the final boss of Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah, that's what happens.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, on Metroid tracks coming. We talked about this before, I don't know, a few months ago, but the idea of obviously Mario Kart being, this game that comes out at launch and is an evergreen title, but putting those characters from other Nintendo first-party titles into the game and the tracks help make those games sell better. So it makes sense. And who better to benefit from it than Metroid, right? Because again, Metroid, when it comes to sales, obviously not great, but critically acclaimed. So they need to do everything they can to improve those sales. So I would say there's definitely a chance of that.
And even if it's not a launch title, like what if it's like almost like a reverse what happened for Switch 1? So Switch 1, the big cross-gen title was Breath of the Wild, day one. And then the next month it was Mario Kart Deluxe.
Yeah.
What if this time it's Mario Kart as the day one title, then next month is Metroid Prime 4, which is still really early on. You know, people are gonna be looking to get like that big single player Nintendo game. And if you guys are right about maybe there's like some Metroid content in Mario Kart already to kind of do a little bit of cross promotion.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm all in
Well.
on Prime 4 and Mario Kart teaming for the launch
Mhm.
now.
It does make me.
I
think
thought for a
that-
brief moment when they were moving the Joy-Con,
Yeah.
it's going right into Prime 4. It's gonna be sick.
It's gonna work better for Prime 4 than it is for Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because like they advertise that, I'm like, oh my god, that would be the perfect game to showcase that, and then you still have your big, nice, system seller at launch too of Mario Kart. I think that's a great pairing, but we'll see what happens with that. What were we gonna say, Paul?
Paul.
I did have a thought that if the big launch game was a 3D Mario, then I could see that Metroid Prime 4 Beyond would be more likely to have a multiplayer mode, because that could be Nintendo's big multiplayer game to also have a first-person mode, but to complement Mario. But if it was Mario Kart, which is so multiplayer focused, that kind of takes down the likelihood of Metroid Prime 4 Beyond having a multiplayer mode, because you wouldn't want to have that
Sure.
mode not be played as much by as many hundreds of thousands or millions of people online, because Mario Kart's going to dominate the online multiplayer scene, and you only have time to invest in one probably multiplayer game, would you have time to kind of divert energy into a few single player games. So at least that's my rationale behind it. That's even if Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is a dual co-launch game. I mean, if Metroid Prime 4 gets dropped suddenly in like March and this thing's not coming out till June, maybe Metroid Prime 4 is just one of those titles that we presume gets an updated patch, but not like its own SKU. But if Metroid Prime 4 is being saved for this as a dual release, that no, it really takes advantage in this case. I think the multiplayer aspect has kind of gone down in my mind, and it's just going to be this solo, single, grand, amazing game, which is fine. That's all it needs to be. But we were talking on podcasts before of, dang, that would be a way to potentially get Metroid Prime or the Metroid series to new heights, and that's having this awesome, ambitious Splatoon-like multiplayer mode. I'm not talking about the gameplay perspective of painting things, but just something that was an ongoing Nintendo's Fortnite, Nintendo's other T-rated Splatoon, which would be a side mode in Metroid. But it could still happen, maybe. But
yeah, I mean, there are first-person games that aren't big multiplayer games that still find a lot of success. Elder Scrolls
you
comes
could
to mind, right? So,
Yeah.
you
Well,
know,
what Paul just described, I would love to see something similar to Destiny Strikes, where you could get with 3 other bounty hunters and then
love it.
run missions together. Like, I think that would be fantastic. The other thing that you guys have got me thinking is, since like we have to know that just because the Joy-Con can have a mouse functionality, we know that Nintendo's going to be selling a special edition Metroid Prime mouse, because that's going to be one of the ways they're promoting this game, to play it mouse and Joy-Con, if you will, or mouse and keyboard. And then Mario Maker's probably going to have a mouse as well. Like, it's not just going to be get a pro controller for this game, it's going to be get a pro mouse also.
We're going to get Metroid Pinball, where you pull back and boop, and you let go.
I like it.
I'm telling you, these Joy-Cons are going to do a lot.
While we're on the Metroid Prime 4 for a moment, just a brief question, because obviously we have rumors of a Switch 1 Direct coming next month. Prime 4 there?
Yeah. Did you see
Prime 2 and 3?
My math?
I kind of feel, I mean, maybe, but I also kind of feel like maybe we just get like a Direct Mini. And if it's a Direct Mini, then, Prime 4 is not there.
You think it's going to be like a third-party Direct?
Well, that's a whole other consideration. Like a partner showcase, right? I think it's definitely
a possibility.
For sure. I think it's maybe even like the most likely outcome. But there probably is still going to be a few more Switch 1 games. The ones that are rumored are Fire Emblem Remake, Metroid Prime 2 and 3 Remastered, and Kirby Planet Robot. Those are all remasters. Well, I guess Fire Emblem would be a remake, but there's no totally brand new games there, right? that's not the kind of lineup you have for a big general direct, especially maybe 5-6 weeks away from the big Switch 2 direct. So I'm leaning towards Nintendo Direct Mini and or a partner showcase.
All they have to do is throw Wind Waker HD in that mix of games you mentioned, and then they have just enough for a mainline direct, and it's the final Switch 1 focused direct.
I agree.
I think they'll do a mainline in February just to build out some Switch 1 support, and one or two of the games might be later off, and we know it's still going to be a Switch 1 game, but like they communicate like the date for it or whatever, and then when we get that Switch 2 direct, it's all the Switch 2 stuff, and they're not talking about Switch 1 games. And I do think Prime 4 getting an updated trailer and the release date could be a great show closer for a February mainline direct if they hold one.
I agree with you. I just want to say I think they have to do this in February. Like they have to give us what games are going to be releasing from first party. Because
they did a tweet about here's what we have coming in 2025, and that was one of the games they advertised.
Yeah, so we have Xenoblade March 20th, but what do we have after that? Is there anything on the calendar?
No,
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, right?
Prime 4 Legends of the Air just blanket 2025.
They need to detail that out because you got to do that before Switch 2.
ZA's probably detail that on the Pokemon Day.
Yeah, February.
I mean, the Nintendo first party release calendar, you got to detail out what's coming out for Switch 1 because once Switch 2 cycle begins, it's going to be forgotten. Like you want to get that out the door first.
I mean, so I'm on the belief that Prime 4 is a cross-gen title, though. So, like, that kind of, like, it skews my perspective. Like, I could see them saying, hey, here's Prime 2 and 3. Stay tuned for Prime 4 news later. And we get that in the Switch 2 Direct.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm expecting Prime 2 and 3 at the February Direct. 100%. I even put it in my most anticipated games of 2025 video. Everyone's like, that's not on the release calendar. I'm like, it'll be there.
It'll be there.
It'll be there. I know it's not, but it'll be there.
Somewhere. February, it's before Prime 4 comes out, whatever it is.
If the DLSS is everything that we think it's going to be also, then they can showcase any of these games again in April with what they're going to look like on the new Switch as well.
Okay.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about Mario Kart's graphics? I know, we kind of already talked about Mario Kart, but I feel like we didn't talk too much about the visuals because there's definitely like a big talking point.
The only thing I really see with the graphics, because like it's so compressed and hard to really make much of it. Like I get when people say, oh, it doesn't look better than Mario Kart 8. I'm like, well, the way they presented it, no. But also, that draw distance is way longer.
Maps huge. Maps are huge. More characters.
The
facial
players?
expressions.
The
Yeah.
facial expressions were cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Donkey Kong does this.
It looks like Mario's holding his breath, like he's just full of anxiety while he's racing.
They each have a unique, like, drifting facial expression.
Yeah.
What it doesn't look like is the Rosalina Luma Mario Kart trailer that was for Super Smash Brothers for Wii U. You remember when we got teased?
Yeah,
Like, what is this, a new Kirby game? What is this? I'm like, no, it's but like that level of Mario Kart visuals is what I hope to eventually play. This wasn't that, but this does look like a bigger, more grand, more scoped out, probably best new Mario Kart game ever, with good enough of a graphical jump, but probably more in terms of fun factor and new that they couldn't do before. Remember, like a long time Nintendo philosophy has been, we only make new hardware when we've run out of abilities to, we've run out of hardware power to satisfy our new visions, our new software ideas. Otherwise, there wouldn't be that big of an incentive for them to create new hardware if the existing hardware would satisfy all of their software ideas. So when they have a new software idea, they come up with new hardware. Now you could say, well, you also have to do it to keep up with the times and people would stop buying it, but it is one of the staples. So I think we're going to see more new ideas and more gameplay elements and cool things like that than necessarily just, this is MK8 with better graphics. And I think the graphical jump is enough, but we're probably going to be pleasantly surprised when we see like that nice proper upload of it. And then we're like, oh, okay, this is a lot shinier and not just seeing angles compressed and stuff. I like the visuals though. I think it's
Do,
very
do
nice.
you guys think there's any chance that it'll be cross-gen?
What,
No.
Mario Kart?
No,
Yeah.
No.
absolutely not.
0.
No.
Agreed.
It is
Zero
one
chance.
of the selling points of Switch 2.
Mhm.
I will say this though, we've been keeping it too clean tonight. Eric decided to not keep it clean, so just gonna remind everyone, courtesy of Game Grumps, what that new Donkey Kong pace is doing to us.
Scroll
Oh
down.
my god. I
Scroll
just
down.
read it.
Oh my god.
Oh, hold on. The reply here.
That's horrible, man.
Let's read it.
It's it's another.
Oh, the Bowser one.
Yeah.
I don't see that reply. Oh, here it is.
There it is.
What does it say?
Oh my god.
Bro looks like he's in pain.
Man, they're doing some things with those
Yeah.
expressions, but
Yeah.
hey, just remember.
Oh my god.
Well, I'm not reading it out.
Yeah.
This is one of those special things you only get if you come to the video version
Yep.
of the podcast. All right.
So good segue.
Good segue. Yeah, let's get to our next topic here because we got 2 more topics to go, and this one I think is interesting. Obviously, the pre-ordering price and supply, because we got a report on the supply they plan to have in the first 4 quarters, which is pretty crazy. And obviously, pre-ordering the price. First off, pre-ordering wise, technically we don't know when pre-orders are going to happen. They haven't been announced or anything. I suspect they won't get announced until the direct. But you know, Jakey, you are like the pre-order maestro, and I was listening in on your stream. You think the pre-orders are going up the same day as that direct, right?
Yeah. I think we won't hear about them till the direct, but then I think when we hear about them from the direct, they'll go up right away.
Yeah, get those wallets ready. Like this is what Jake does.
So literally like April 2nd, 9 a.m. Eastern time, 6 a.m. Pacific time, which is, they haven't announced the time of the direct. That's when they do like every direct ever. So I would be ready to go.
Yeah. Maybe take the first half of the day off, guys, if you want to get your pre-order in before it's sold out.
So you can't pre-order now at GameStop. Oh, I'm feeling sick on April 2nd. What?
What? Yeah, convenient. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Best Buy put up the thing where you could like sign up to be notified when pre-orders begin, but like,
So did GameStop actually.
They'll notify you after it's sold out.
but that's like the way those companies they'll send you the email, but by the time like you get the email, it's already gone. Because like
No, and like, but it's been gone for hours. Like,
yeah.
the tweets will come out, like it'll have gone by, and then like at the end of the day, you'll like
Here's the
an
email.
will pop up, be like, hey, this is available.
And
That's been going on for years.
It's been available
Yeah.
for half the day.
Like, how many launches have we went through with that?
Dude,
So
don't get me started. It's hilarious.
it's basically useless to sign up for, but I guess if you want, maybe if they got multiple pre-order drops, which do happen, sometimes you get the multiple pre-order drops. Maybe that'll be a thing, especially as they figure out how much stock they're going to get. So yeah, I mean, just be ready on April 2nd, guys. Like, you know, if you really want to make sure, it is possible that like it might be the next day for in-store, because sometimes they'll have online go up the day before in-store pre-orders go up as well for people that want to go in person, because sometimes it's easier than fighting with millions of people online. If you live
The
in
only
a
places that really do in store anymore, like GameStop.
Walmart still does it. At least my local one does.
Yeah, let me ask you this question, Jake. Do you think any of the retailers will lock it behind their memberships? The Walmart Plus, the Best Buy membership that's $50 a year, like they do with PS5.
Well, I mean, Costco's on.
I mean, for sure, I don't know if they'll do it right away for pre-orders, because Nintendo may like have talked to them, but once it officially releases, they'll probably do that for every single restock.
Yeah.
And also, what they will do for pre-orders for sure is put it in bundles with like a bunch of like shitty third-party controllers that you don't want, where they're just trying to, GameStop will be the worst.
Mad Cats.
They're going to pile in with Switch One.
Like
$10
other places will do it too.
Gonna throw in a PS1 memory card in there.
Yeah, exactly. And
Mousepad.
Nintendo system will probably throw in like the crappy like steering wheels, like
Probably a pair of socks or something.
The steering wheel will
Like,
be for Switch One,
Like,
no need for Switch
3
Two.
games, but none of them are first party games. They're all, it's
Wait, no,
it's that kind
sorry.
of crap.
Was
Yeah.
I giving them too much credit to say to be a Switch One steering wheel? I'm talking Wii. They're piling the Wii steering wheels.
Right.
Dude, if it was a Wii wheel, that'd be kind of sick. I'd be like, all right, cool.
Whatever.
Not even mad.
Nostalgia hit.
Nintendo 64 expansion RAM, just because.
Again, that would also be
I don't know. We have a box of them laying around.
Right.
We're bundling it.
They'll literally go to their clearance section and then mark everything back up to full price and throw it in the bundle.
Yep.
Yeah, you know when you go to the GameStop trash bins, oh man, they went in the bins up, pull shit back out for these bundles, baby.
Why are we getting Madden from PS2 on this?
Copies of Madden 22 for Xbox One. Let's go.
You know, I would say though, if they bundle it with like SD Express,
That'd be nice. Yeah.
that'd be cool.
They'll be like I'm joking, but there will be like a couple desirable things in the bundle that makes you feel like it's worth it overall. Like it'll probably will be like Mario Kart 9 or something like that.
Yeah,
And
it'll
maybe
be
like a micro SD card. But then there'll just be a couple things that are just junk, but you're like, well, most of the stuff I'll use, so it's justified. And
I'm just
actually
throwing
get my
$30
pre-order.
on junk. Who cares? Yeah.
100%.
But yeah,
If they
the
give you a Game Boy
GameStop
cartridge.
PS5 pre-order bundle prices were like $750 to like $850.
Hell yeah! I'm
So
looking forward to my
if the
$800.
Switch 2 is $400, I would anticipate like $700, $800 bundles.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that $800 bundle. Hell yeah! Fuck. God, fuck no.
What do you got? 5 of them?
$800 bundle is my nickname in high
By the
school.
way, so if I don't get day one, which by the way I will get at least one day one, but if I can't get all 5 day one, man, if I got to do $800 fucking bundles for all 5, just look, you might find me sleeping under a bridge somewhere because I can't afford to live here anymore.
Dude, I remember there's like a thing where like legally if they're selling you separate items that aren't like their SKU is in a bundle, you can return the things. But they don't want you to do it, so you have to like literally like kind of like take legal action a little bit.
But that's so dumb. Yeah,
Mhm.
of course
Yeah.
no one's really gonna do that.
It's a
'cause
pain in the ass. Yeah.
So there you guys go. Just be prepared that day. Obviously, it might not be that day. They might announce a week from then. I don't know, but just expect to be ready with your wallets. Be ready to pay up front. Be ready. You don't know where you're going to get your pre-order in. Like if it's at GameStop, it's only a down payment. Other places, it's all the money. If it's Amazon, they won't even charge you till they
I don't
ship
think
it.
GameStop is even a down payment.
It used to be $50 down. Did they change that?
Oh,
I thought all their
You might be right.
pre-orders were down because, like, I went and did Mario and
It was
Luigi,
like $5, and I thought consoles were 50.
and it was like $10. Which, if I can do in person at GameStop, that's my better
Well, I
bet.
prefer in person, yeah.
Because
But
then
like,
I
I
can,
know I'm not going to get all 5 in person. Like I'm going
because then
to.
I can pay down too. Like I don't have to dish out $450
I'll
or
be
whatever.
I'll be waiting overnight at GameStop to get an in-person pre-order as I'm watching Jake Randall's live stream. Trying to bam, pre-orders in.
Do we
I
think
wonder when the
anyone's
Nintendo
gonna?
store in San Francisco will open up because that's going to be probably a spring 2025, opening. That
Yeah.
I can
Yeah,
see that
that's
being a
opening
good place for this.
Do we think anyone's gonna do a midnight release?
They will.
no, for pre-orders?
Yeah, like for the
No, that
big,
only
big
happens
box
like on launch
retailers.
day. Once all the pre-orders sold out, launch day comes, all the retailers will sell whatever they have at like midnight on launch day. That'll be a thing, but not for pre-orders.
Yeah, so
No,
sometimes
that's what I mean for launch day. Because like locally, I've camped out for all the Nintendo consoles since GameCube and PlayStation, and they've never once opened at midnight ever.
Oh, I thought you meant they'll do it online.
Oh,
Yeah.
and-
The Walmart that I
and
went to
guys,
for
like, if
Wii
you
U
don't,
opened at
so I'll
midnight.
give you guys like an example. I never had a pre-ordering for Wii U, and it was sold out at a bunch of places with pre-orders. And so the Walmart we had happened to be 24 hours at the time. So literally, I just went to Walmart like 2 hours before midnight, and I was the only one standing in electronics waiting for a Wii U. I started the line and I got one. So like, also remember, guys, like if you don't get a pre-order in and they're like sold out and not taken anymore, there are going to be some retail stores that will still have some in person. Sometimes a little bit of overflow, but you're going to have to be there right away. Or
Most of them won't. They do it. They put those ones that they have in store. It's available on the website before the store opens.
sure.
And so they all get sold that way. So in theory, they want to have them there, but the website lets you buy them.
Does it? Yeah. And again, I don't even know if 24-hour Walmart's still a thing since COVID. 'Cause ours isn't 24 hours. anymore.
Not around
mine
where I
used to be
live.
in-
Yeah, not
anymore.
where I live either.
Yeah.
I think I remember I pre-ordered the Switch twice at 2 different GameStops, just in case one of those GameStops screwed up.
There are some retailers that don't take anything down though for the pre-orders,
Sure.
and those ones obviously sell out fast. They're all going to sell out.
But GameStop is one of the only locations that you can do store specific pre-order stock in person, right? Like, oh, don't they always still do that?
Correct.
Like, yeah, so you could go there the day of the direct or right after if you can make a trip there, like as soon as it ends and we confirm pre-orders go up and everything, you could like go straight to your local GameStop and do like an in-person pre-order if you don't have any luck online.
Yeah, I know
Right.
for when the pre-orders went up for at least at my GameStop for the Xbox Series X. The online pre-orders were the day before the GameStop in-person ones were. So like you didn't have to like watch and then go get the pre-order, but you would want to go anyways to stand in line to be one of the first people the next morning when they opened to get that pre-order. And I don't know if that's still the case today because that was like it was kind of a weird time because COVID was going on and
Well, this is why I think
it was all online.
they're gonna just do pre-orders right after the direct, right? Because PlayStation had their big presentation September of 2020 and announced the pre-order date a couple days later. And Walmart just released the pre-orders as soon as like the presentation was over, and then all the other retailers followed.
That's right.
So
Yeah.
Nintendo's just like, let's just plan on that. But like, you're not going to have a chance to go in the store and pre-order. I mean, GameStop opens like typically late, like 10 a.m., 11 a.m. your
Mine
local
opens
time.
at 12.
So I would say
mine
get
opens
up
at
at 9 a.m.
12,
Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. Try to get an online order, but like go to your GameStop and like be either like camped out there and just do it on your phone there, or just wait. There's probably going to be a massive line, even though it won't get announced. But like that kind of, I would hope it doesn't get announced if you're going that route, because then there's less people that are going to wait there.
Sure. Well, we'll have to see what happens. I mean, that's the thing. It's kind of chaos sometimes with these pre-orders. It's kind of a mess. That's why we need
Just go camp the New York store. Who's with me?
That's why we need channels like Jake Randall. He helps de-mess the mess. It's always still a mess, but hey, secure the bag.
Secure the bag, baby.
Secure the bag. So obviously some other things on this topic. The price point. Obviously we know about that $349 Best Buy one, which is probably just pulling an old listing. Obviously we heard about Nick from Xbox Era, whose source is kind of saying like, oh, it could be like $450, $500. The price is all over the place because I don't think anyone really knows. I think it. So if you look at Nintendo's history, they've never gone more than $50 higher than the highest price of the previous system. It's never happened. So that would be like $399 if you're going to go off the OLED. Which I feel like that's what a lot of people are sort of consensus at. Like, do a lot of you guys expect it to be like a $399?
Well, especially because it's an LCD screen. I think that makes it a lot more likely that $399 is the price.
Sure, absolutely. Does anyone else like agree or disagree?
I agree that $399 is the price. I don't think Nintendo wants it's so close to that PS5 base console or even a digital console $450 if they go there. I just think they want to be lower than that,
That's
I mean, you could argue Series S is still going to be the
I don't
cheapest.
think you're worried about Series S.
But I don't think so either because nobody's buying Xbox right now because everything's an Xbox apparently.
Yeah.
But they don't want people to be like, why should I get this when this is the same price?
You
and
can just
someone
buy a
says,
Roku.
Yeah, it needs to be, and I even don't think that Nintendo wants the clunkiness. I know they have it for the OLED at $349, but I think like for a brand new generational console, I think they want it to be a clean number, like $399. That $400 price point. I feel like that feels right. So I hope that's what it is. I think that'll do great numbers if that's what they launch it at.
I expect 400 and a price drop.
Huge difference, like mentally, between $399 and $449.
Yeah.
There
Because with taxes that's bumping you to 500.
I don't pay taxes in my state.
Oh, very nice. Well, that's fortunate.
Live free or die. That's my state's motto.
But I mean, literally, that will be, if I'm purchasing something $449, that's bumping me up to 500 with taxes. And Thunderstash, what you were just saying, I agree. I think they're gonna finally do a round of price drops whenever the Switch 2 comes out.
I think they have to widen that gap.
Yeah, because it would be weird to have an OLED sitting at $349 right next to a $399 Switch 2.
Very weird.
I mean, don't you think it should happen before, like with some, like a window of time? I don't think it happens the day Switch 2 comes out. I feel like it should be announced beforehand.
Maybe it's
Like in
announced
February?
I think
maybe that February Direct, Nintendo Selects comes
the
back.
pre-orders go up.
Yeah.
The February Direct could really be.
Well, actually, I don't know if that's the best idea because do they want to sell
Well, they
a
might
bunch of
also want
those
to try and hit that
takeaway
financial
sales,
target. Sorry.
Maybe they want to keep the price maybe lowered a little bit, but keep it kind of high, you know?
That's kind of what I think. And then Black Friday is when we're going to see Switch One have a good price cut.
Yeah, that
after
makes
the launch
sense.
is passed.
I mean, we saw it. I mean, last holiday, didn't they cut OLED by like 75?
They
at one
did.
point?
They did, but they
Best
didn't make
Buy and Target. I
They didn't
think.
keep it, obviously, but
Mm-mm.
Yeah, they didn't make like a huge announcement, like a huge PR statement about it. Because remember, the months leading up to that, I was showing you guys that you could pick up a Switch Lite for like $160.
Yeah.
And it was shipped and sold by Walmart.
Yeah.
But they weren't advertising that.
This price drop, though, this time around was not from Nintendo, because on Nintendo's Black Friday deals, they didn't discount their consoles. It was like retail specific. So maybe they made the margins better for the retailers or whatever to allow them to do it. But it was like Target and Best Buy that did it for like $279 for the OLED.
Yeah. I mean, like it's gonna happen to somebody. It happens every time. New system comes out, old system gets discounted.
I just think they're probably going to drop it relatively soon because it would give them a better chance of hitting their financial targets, which they're probably not going to hit regardless.
Yeah.
Try to
Yeah.
get one final push in sales. I could see them dropping in February.
And maybe to your point, it's not like a big drop. Maybe it's a $50 drop, because at that point, OLED only being $300 is a little bit more palatable.
That $100 gap when they announced the price.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all they need. I think if they get the OLED to $299 and the Switch 2 is $399, I think that's a perfect place for them to land.
I think Switch
like
Lite's
one-
going to be $99.
Oh, it's the,
That would be great. Yeah.
And
Well,
that's
that's
what's going to help
the,
it hit that
3DS
sales
is.
target.
I remember even like 2 years ago, they were selling them refurbished for $99. You could get a new 2DS.
Yeah, I
$100
could see,
for
like,
that.
They sold out, and people were selling them for twice that.
Yeah, of course they were.
Maybe they just start dropping them by $50 every year. So like maybe come February they drop it by 50, and then next year drop it by another 50 as they become less and less relevant.
That's how you beat the record, though.
170, 250,
Agreed.
300, 400.
Yeah, that's the big thing that they haven't done yet that we've always talked about, is that once they do the price drops, that's what's really going to get them to that 160 million and get them past that. Is when you can pick up a Switch Lite as a stocking stuffer, that's a game changer.
Oh, dude, that's so crazy. It would fit in the stocking. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's
Well,
wild.
and then if they do Signature Select or Nintendo Select, I'm sorry, and then you know something
gotta
along
bring it
those lines,
back.
like Player's Choice, whatever they end up calling it. Now you've got all those old Switch games that anybody that just picked up the Switch 2 that didn't have Switch 1 can get, games for $40 potentially.
That's how
Right,
you
and I've-
reinvent the evergreen label.
Yeah, and I've talked about it numerous times that if they did the voucher program where you could get 3 OG Switch titles for $100, that's
It's a
that,
steal.
I mean,
That's the modern Player's Choice equivalent. That's
Great
not a bad
value.
thing.
you're saving $20 still, but you're getting 3 games.
It's
Just
only
remember-
like 2.8 million or so away from 160. It'll do that before March 31st next year.
Hey, just saying. According to Bobby, secure the bag sold on Switch 2 being my first pre-ordered console.
Nice.
There it is.
Nice.
Heck
Do you
yes.
guys think that Super Bowl commercial is ruled out now that we know the system won't be coming out until decently after April 2nd? Because it worked for Nintendo Switch back in 2017, but that's because Nintendo Switch was coming out 2.5 weeks after the Super Bowl, so it was worth Nintendo's $5 million spot. Now, February, it is like, hey, there's a big new thing coming, but not until 4 months from now. Is it worth it or not? What do you think?
I think it's unlikely, but not because of the time. I think Switch is coming out in June. That seems like the most likely time. Feel free to disagree. But I think the real reason is just because where Nintendo's at with their marketing plan. I had an optimism that with the initial reveal, they would come out a little bit bigger, right, with a few more games, and they're not really doing that. And to your point, that like the big presentation's not until April 2nd. Like if that was maybe a little bit closer, I then would have been more into the idea. But at this stage, like they can't put together anything close to what they did for the Switch 1 Super Bowl trailer because they haven't shown anything yet. So I think it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
I think they're still doing it.
Okay.
And I think the big thing is because they already revealed Mario Kart. And they're just going to focus on, hey, Switch 2 is coming. Here's more footage of Mario Kart. Here's some fun stuff with Sabrina Carpenter, like the rumor. Here's a fun little thing with her playing Mario Kart on the new Switch. See you more news April 2nd. That's the way they hit the mass audience.
Hope you're right.
Yeah, huge 40
It wouldn't
second
be like a long
spot.
one. It'd be like a 30-second to a minute. It wouldn't be like a really long commercial,
A
but
30-second commercial now, I just looked it up, is a little over 7 million now.
yeah, it
And,
is.
Peanuts for Nintendo. If they want to, there's nothing financially that is the reason that they're not.
Financial wise, they
I
probably
know.
They want
$1
to.
billion company. Yeah.
I
They see
mean,
the benefit.
still
I
wild.
hope you're right. I mean, that would be cool.
I think
I don't think they show anything but Mario. Like if they do it, it's still just gonna be Mario Kart. I don't think they're
Yeah.
showing. anything else.
That's like the only thing they can do.
looking at their trailer on Nintendo of America YouTube right now at 13.7 million just here, and it's number 1 on trending. I don't think they're gonna do a Super Bowl commercial. I think their socials are so like pumped right now
Sure.
that
They're very
and
powerful.
yeah,
Dude, they
and
could pay for it just from the ad revenue from the trailer.
yeah, they seriously could.
The Super Bowl is up. I looked it up to, I think, a week ago, but numbers are up 7% year over year for viewership. I think it was 124 million people tuned in, which was obviously a new record. So
I think someone brings up a good point though. Like Nintendo can had the thing is, like, we go back to 2017, the beginning of 2017 when they did this. Nintendo wasn't at the same level as they are now, right? Like now they can do whatever they want. They can, I mean, kind of half-ass the reveal, and it's still going to become the best, most successful reveal of all time.
I'll also say this. So, like, there's a report out of Bloomberg, right? That Nintendo right now it basically has plans to have 20 million Switch 2s ready for the first 4 quarters of sales. They're planning to sell through that. Apparently, there might be plans for them to possibly ramp up past that, but that's the current plan for year 1. That if they sold through that, it would be a record. No consoles ever launched 20 mil in the first 4 quarters. PlayStation 5 came close.
I think they'll sell every single one they can make, and it's still going to be hard to get.
Yeah, like it's one of those.
PlayStation 5 sold 17.3 million in its first year, which
Yeah, it was
is not
every
that
unit
far
they
off,
could get.
and that was crazy hard to get.
Yeah,
for the
that was
first year.
every unit they could get. And the thing is like, well, there's not going to be a COVID reason that'll make it hard to get. I'm looking like you brought up, the Sumdro brought up the YouTube numbers. I mean, the numbers on Instagram and Twitter and everywhere they're making YouTube look like shit right now in comparison.
Well,
like they've got over 100 million people.
It could be harder to get than the PS5 because the PS5 had another competitor, which was Xbox, also release a brand new console. And a lot of people that couldn't get a PS5 settled for an Xbox.
Sure.
Nintendo doesn't have anyone releasing anything at the same time. It's just them. So you have to add the PS5 sales and the Xbox sales.
You'll be telling PC gamers that.
Yeah.
They'll be telling you about the new handheld dropping.
And they're going to have a much more compelling launch than either the PS5 or the Xbox. Like launch lineup. I don't know. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah. It's I think if Nintendo's plan is to have 20 million ready for the first 4 quarters, just based on the numbers I'm seeing on a trailer that barely showed anything game wise, and the reactions online, there's negative. There's also tons of hype, tons of positive out there. I think Nintendo's going to sell every unit they make for year 1. I think they're coming off their most successful generation ever, just overall, and possibly it's going to pass. It's going to pass DS in terms of sales. I'm not worried about that. It's already the game sales wise. It's already their most successful ever. I think people, for all the naysayers I always see out there that are mad, it's called Nintendo Switch 2. Just watch them sell 20 million in the first calendar year, and they're going to look like geniuses.
It's interesting because it's almost like because they become so successful, they can now easily become even more successful because since there's such a great amount of people that enjoyed Switch, they'll be like, all right, I'll get another one, right?
Yeah, the roadmap's there. Like it's almost too easy for them. Like they don't have to go try some crazy experimental stuff anymore.
And here's the other thing though, right? Like there is the whole the FOMO thing, right? Like like if you have like that core fan base that's gonna buy it the year 1, year 2, and then everyone's gonna see that momentum and be like, yo, everyone's getting this. We gotta get it too. And then
nuts.
It kind of,
they sell 20 million in 1 calendar year. That's like almost already beating GameCube. Like you're
that's
really
the
close.
power of Metroid Prime 4.
That's the power of Metroid Prime 4.
It's only Metroid Prime. That's not too far off from my own anticipated number. I mean, I said last fall that I could see them making as many as 22.5 million, which is a little bit more ambitious than their 20, but that's what I thought they could manufacture and sell was 22.5.
Sure.
And if they could make it, it would be an insane amount. But look at when they started too. They started potentially August, September. The thing's not coming out till after April. They're spending more time on ramping up to have a big launch and enough to sustain the next 11 and a half months. It was exciting.
Yeah, all right. Andrew, you got any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think just with the Switch 1 coming out 8 years ago, that's making it more possible. I think every year that the Switch 2 has been not coming out has just added to the pool of people who are ready to upgrade. Like even a year ago, I know it's hard for some of us hardcore Nintendo fans to believe, but there were just some people not ready to upgrade. And now those people are in a different boat this year. Although like a lot of us were probably ready to upgrade 2 years ago, but that number's just gotten bigger every year. So I think it's going to happen.
Okay.
My Switch has had surgery to stay alive.
Some people don't have a choice.
Yeah, like I literally had to change the battery because it died.
My fiance's Switch, the SD card reader doesn't work anymore. There's 27 lines going across your screen.
What are you guys doing to your consoles? What the hell?
I keep it inside nothing.
The side rails not only can like no Joy-Cons even clip on, even brand new ones anymore.
I did drop my OLED once and the Joy-Con cracked.
I hate it when that happens.
To be fair,
Seen that. Yep.
my fiance is rocking my original day one Switch, so it is old. It's been through a lot. Kid abuse, me abusing the hell out of it. I've taken it apart and put it back together like 7 times. But she's like, one of the things she said she's most excited about.
She's got an image of Nate like taking off his belt and like getting angry at his Switch.
No. She was excited to see like how the Joy-Con connect and how like deep they go in. Because she's like, I'm so tired of like I put my Joy-Con on and then I go to play Fortnite and then my tablet's on the ground. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that's why they got the magnets.
So they got the magnets, baby. Ain't gonna have to worry about that this time. We got to break something for that to happen.
Are you guys worried about the little protrusion? Like some people are arguing that it's gonna.
Yeah,
It protrudes less than 2 inches, so it should be okay.
It was hold on, where is it?
It's like
yeah, I think it was this one right here. Kind of concerned about the chip inside the controller port breaking off. I personally am not really concerned about it because the only way the Joy-Cons go on and off are like this. Like, how are you going to snap it off? I think that's why they made it so deep.
Find a way.
I think people were more concerned about it snapping off when the Joy-Cons were off of it. Like you had it in tabletop mode or you had it in the dock with no Joy-Cons on it, and then like it brushed up against something.
Well, like what?
They weren't worried about the Joy-Con snapping it, just about like it just looked flimsy is what I was reading. But I don't know.
Here's my argument as to why. Oh, look, they're advertising Switch 2 on Switch 1. That's neat.
Hey,
Hey.
Yeah, I didn't know they'd do that.
holy shit! Well, now
yeah.
there's 150 people.
So it's another way to get the news out.
Who needs a Super Bowl commercial when you have everyone?
You
just...
already have 150 mil.
But what I was going to bring up though, right, is that I think like when you hold it like this, right, you can apply pressure, you know, and that could conceivably maybe cause damage over time. We're not going to know how it's going to age.
What they're doing is better
ages.
than what they currently are doing.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's something that I think should be said. Because we have waited so long, this has been a historic wait, right? They better make sure that those consoles work day one. There are no issues. We don't have any red light of death scandals or anything. Like there should be none of that. Like this should be one of the advantages of having waited so long, that literally everything has been tested, quality assurance. Like they've made sure this works better than more so than ever before. And if that's not the case, Nintendo totally screwed up, which is possible, but I we'll see.
no paperclip hack.
Dude, I love that hack.
That was funny.
Yeah, they really need to control their piracy situation out of the gate because I'm pretty sure they're done with like their main line AAA Zelda that they've been working on for 6 years in development, leaking online entirely. Endgame spoilers being out there a week and a half, 2 weeks early. Like, they have to get that under control going into this generation. Yeah.
I think they'll have it under control for a couple of years. And then
Maybe.
Let's hope.
That's what they're hoping for.
Yeah, well, they're hoping it's going to take that long to hack the system to dump the games, basically, is what they're hoping.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see.
Do we have an idea of how much piracy can affect sales?
Well, Nintendo will tell you their company's going in ruins because of piracy.
Dude, piracy literally single-handedly destroyed the PSP.
It did, yeah. I think it ruined any chance of Vita's success.
It sold 80 million systems, and no one bought any software because it was so easy to just put it all on there.
Yeah, dude, it was one of the easiest. It was one of the easiest systems ever to just pirate on. It was bad.
So it was an amazing system.
My 9-year-old son could have. Yeah, it's not 80 million, but it's only because everyone's pirating.
That sucks.
It's no joke, guys. Go look at the software sales. How do you sell 80 million and have that shitty of software sales? It doesn't even make sense. It's because anyone can pirate on it. It was a joke. Didn't even have to try.
Maybe that's one of the reasons why Microsoft's so gung ho about Game Pass. Because if you're just on a subscription, maybe people are less likely to,
Well, if you don't release a game,
dude, Microsoft's imploding.
They want that streaming service to take off. Then they don't got to worry about it at all.
That's the thing. When you were talking earlier about how Nintendo can kind of do whatever, it's like they have the best path because PlayStation's putting all their stuff on PC now. Console, PC gaming is becoming way more and more popular. So it's what's the only thing is the only people that really have exclusives now is Nintendo, and their exclusives are amazing.
Yep.
They're incredible.
And they release a lot.
Yeah, and they're able to pump out one game per calendar month, which is crazy.
And Nintendo, this last generation during the PS5 and Xbox Series, has released more first-party games that have been more hype on old last-gen tech than either of those companies. Probably both of them combined, I'd say.
Yeah.
And so they've proven that they've got this, that they'll continue to show the quality.
So I think this time it's gonna be better. Actually,
we have an amazing final topic that's going to be about games.
Wait, what did you say, Andres? I didn't hear.
Oh, what I wanted to add is just that I agree with you. But you look at Switch 1, a lot of the games that they kind of use to sort of fill up, the months were a lot of remasters and Wii U enhancements. There is no Wii U situation this time around, so the gaps are gonna be filled with what? Probably something more interesting. Did someone say third party?
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree. I think there's going to be third parties for sure, but I think Nintendo's going to maintain consistent first party support. I think they're going to basically average at least one published Nintendo title per month.
So the next topic we deal with a lot of game stuff. So we can get into some of that there. But before we do, I know a couple of our people have to step out. One kind of already did. Their camera died. They can't get it back on.
Yeah.
Still there?
I feel so bad. My camera, the battery was dying, and I was like, "Oh, let me swap it out. I have an extra." Turn the camera off. It did not want to come back on. I've tried unplugging it, turning it off, turning it back on, whole shebang.
Oh
I'll
no!
have to fix it.
Die like mine.
I'll have to fix it tomorrow before my stream. I think cords got crossed, and it just got a little jumpy. But I do have to head out. Always great to come on and talk actually about Switch 2 for real. So hopefully more great stuff to come. I will give myself a brief plug here. I make anime videos on YouTube at Nick with no K. I stream video games sometimes. I think I'm actually going to move it all over to YouTube instead of Twitch. So we'll also be on Nick with no K. And then I'm on Twitter at Nerdiest Nick, tweeting about stuff and things. So that's all I've got. Thanks for having me on, and I will see you guys later.
Bye, Nick.
Good night. See you later, man.
See you later,
Nick.
And then, unfortunately, before we even get to the direct topic, Sombro Nation.
Yeah, I gotta bounce out. Got early start tomorrow, but it was great talking Switch 2 with you guys tonight. We got the official reveal. It's named Switch 2. Nintendo didn't do anything crazy.
Yes!
Let's go. We don't have too much longer to wait. We know no later.
A final topic. I've been waiting this whole stream.
Yeah, we know we don't got to wait any longer than April 2nd to get all the big games, and I'm sure we're getting a February Direct for Switch 1 before then. So we'll have plenty to talk about. I'll definitely be back on in the future. Thanks for the invite again, Nate. Sunburn Nation on everything on YouTube, mainly 6 videos a week, all Nintendo themed. We're going to have lots to talk about. So many different video ideas now that the Switch 2 era has begun. So yeah, good stuff to come. Come check out my content. And yeah, Nate, thanks for having me on again. And you guys have a great rest of your night.
See you,
How
man.
we going, son, bro?
Nice to you.
All right. So Stash.
Now the Brady bunch is going to end.
Stash called this topic at the very beginning.
Can I
Stash-
say one quick thing? One quick thing,
What's that?
right? Because I
You just said it.
I think I disagree. Josh, you're the one that suggested third party, right? And I I disagreed, and we just moved on.
Yeah.
It felt rude, so I just was like, "Yo,
Oh, no, you're
shade.
good.
No shade."
I don't disagree with you. I think Nintendo.
Yeah.
I think they're going to run into the problem where they're going to have to figure out where to put everybody and where to
We
put
gotta
it.
stop being so nice. Look, we
So-
all know when we get to the after show conversation, when we end the live stream, Josh is gonna be like, Andres, you're such a fucking dick.
Right?
Right? Yeah. I already have it tweeted out, or
Man,
it's in the draft.
Such you're an asshole. Can't
Yeah.
believe this guy. Actually, deleting it now because I apologized.
Yeah. No, but I really do think. I think they're going to be just kind of to piggyback on this whole thing. I think I want to see Nintendo just smash that gas pedal more than we've ever seen another company do before, because historically we've seen companies just kick so much ass and then just fumble. Right, from PS2 to PS3 was like, what happened here? From Xbox 360 to Xbox One was like, what are we doing? Like, they wanted to flex all those brand muscles, and then they just shot themselves in the foot. I think PS4 to PS5 was relatively successful for Sony and a good showing, but I want to see Nintendo knock that out of the park and just like.
I would argue that PS5 has not been as popular as PS4, though. Honestly,
I agree. I'm just saying, as far as the healthiest transition from like bringing their fan base instead of people flip-flopping back from like 360 to PS4, you know,
Wii to Wii U. Yeah.
Yeah, they kept it going. Even the Super Nintendo, the NES to the Super Nintendo. I mean, the sales were like, I think they were halved compared to what the NES did. And so Nintendo was like, literally, it was like their Rocky story. Their back was against the wall. They had to show up, and it feels like we're gonna see them show up again. And I really, really hope they do, and that they don't just kind of sit back on their laurels and just let it fizzle. Like, they got to step on that gas and
Pun intended,
really,
right?
really, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And I think we're gonna see that. I think the leadership is so much, not that, it's not that they've had moments where the leadership wasn't great. They've also had very great leadership and then terrible consoles, or at least terrible sales. I think that everything's kind of the perfect formula right now. And I think they watched the way Xbox and PlayStation did not give their customers PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X games. They continued giving them Xbox One and PS4 games, and just shot themselves in the foot. And I think they are really setting themselves up for success, saying that the Switch 2 has Switch 2 software right off. That's the part of that statement this morning, I think, was very important, saying if you buy this system, you're going to be playing exclusives. And that was really making a statement, I think, to anybody that got burned by last gen and making that upgrade early on.
Yeah, I agree.
Very good point.
I agree. I think they realized that was a big letdown for so many people, that it's like, okay, thanks for making it clear for us and showing us what we need to do, and that's come out with the exclusives, and that's one of their strengths already. So they're set up to really, I just keep it going.
All right, Stash. Let's get to our last topic, man.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen here.
Oh, sure.
And we're going to talk about some games, guys.
Oh,
The most exciting part.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the developer direct that is going to be taking place on January 23rd. And it's the Xbox Developer Direct. So why is this important? Well, first off, PH Brazil had noted that out of everything that he knows coming to Switch 2, Microsoft, and again, we've talked about this so many times on the podcast, but they have the sheer most amount of third-party titles coming to Switch 2. So this is really exciting for us because watching this Xbox Direct is really, it's going to give us a peek into what games are most likely coming to Switch 2. And so I bring up this webpage to kind of show you guys what the focus is going to be. And if you do see right here, I'll go ahead and kind of zoom in on this for you guys. But most interestingly is the question mark here. So 3 of the developers have already been revealed, but we don't know who the 4th is going to be. All we know is that it's like a legendary, was it Japanese development team? Is that correct, guys? Is that what you guys heard as well?
I remember hearing that. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah, I heard it's going to be a legendary developer from Japan, which, as you guys know, Xbox has been trying for decades to, win over that market. And I don't think this is going to change anything, but still, that's what we're expecting here. So it's on January 23rd, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. The games that are going to be shown is, the first one is South of Midnight, which this game does look very interesting. The other one is Claire Obscure Expedition 33. And again, that's another one that just looks really good. I had that on my video for the most anticipated games of 2025. It's one I'm looking forward to. Then we have Doom: The Dark Ages, which, again, this is a game that we've talked about many times on this channel that we think is really shoo-in to come to the Switch 2. What do you guys think? Are you going to be tuning in to this? Let me ask you that. Are you excited for the Xbox Direct?
This is a partner showcase.
Exactly. That's how I'm looking at it too, man.
Yeah.
Will they have a also on Nintendo Switch 2 logo? Is that where we're going to see it for the first? Well, I don't know.
To be honest, I
kind
feel
of.
like it's haven't they mentioned Nintendo or teased Nintendo in the past on the Xbox presentations? I feel like it's happened like once or twice. So I kind of think so. And Microsoft doesn't even view Nintendo as a threat, right? They're just like, hey,
no, they're a friend.
They're not afraid to do the Minecraft sharing is better with the red and the green color and all that kind of stuff. So
they might even think it might help them. Mentioning Switch 2 might cause a little bit more of a trend, right? So
it would be good. Especially they want to sell software, so that's going to help.
I also think this is by design that this is happening after the reveal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So do I. I'm very excited. What do you think about it, Andrew?
0 out of 10 interested.
0 out of 10?
0 out of 10. Well, I'm just not in these kind of games, and I feel like every developer direct I've seen, I mean, they got some cool stuff, but I'm like, they just don't.
What about that
cater
secret
to
game,
the
though?
About which game?
The secret game, though. What is there? What would it need to be to get you interested? The secret one.
What would it need to be?
Yeah.
Shoot, I got no idea. I mean, I feel like anytime they do a big reveal, it's like, oh, that's not coming on Switch for at least a few years, if it's even coming to Switch.
But what if they were like, hey, coming to Switch 2?
Well, what is it?
Well, we don't know. It's a secret.
What is
We don't know. I would speculate it's Square Enix.
that? I think that kind of falls more in the kind of audience that my people are like. So
Legendary Japanese developer.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you can sway some votes, so to speak.
What if it's Nintendo and they're co-developing Banjo-Kazooie or Banjo 3 or something?
That would be insane. I would love that.
That would. This is not going to happening. Just so we're clear, right? That's not what's happening. But if that happened, we'd all be on cloud 9.
Funded by Microsoft, developed by Nintendo, released on Xbox and Nintendo, split the even amount of sales profit regardless of what the system. Boom, be awesome.
Be a dream come true.
Not likely, but
I mean, I love being wrong too. I love when I'm got the low expectations and then they're blown out of the water. No better feeling than that.
That's true. Jake, what do you think?
I don't know, dude. Even when Microsoft has a really good presentation, the games just don't come out for years and years and years. So it's like maybe they're starting to learn with that because I don't think Doom: The Dark Ages will be too long before it comes out. But I don't. Am I curious of what the mystery game is? Yeah, but if they hadn't have said that, I probably wouldn't tune in at all.
All
Like,
3 of these
and if-
games are scheduled to come out this year.
Yeah, but like I don't know if the only way they can get me to watch is by saying, "Oh, we've got a mystery game," and like I wouldn't watch otherwise. I don't know. It's just kind of not for me. What's that?
It's clickbait.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just like, I'll just see the people post about it on Twitter later. Like,
Yeah, that's fair.
I get you.
Eric, are you excited for this? Are you gonna tune in?
Probably here and there. I mean, I don't know if I will or not, but I mean, I'm excited. I like some Xbox games, so it's always nice to see what could be possibly coming to Switch too. So,
Yeah, because again, like Andre said, I do view this as sort of a developer direct. I expect many games from Microsoft to come to Switch too.
A
Obviously,
partner
I think
direct,
their whole
right?
direction. Yeah, I think their whole
Yeah.
direction is going to change though. Microsoft's whole trajectory is going to be changing. So,
I do want to mention that there is a possibility that, I mean, obviously, there's a possibility that none of these games come to Switch too, right?
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be shocked if the only game that comes to Switch 2 is Doom.
I would be very shocked.
You'd be
That'd be
very
a good one,
shocked.
though.
All right, let's roll with
I
that.
like it.
if it was the only one,
wait, what's the RPG one?
Avowed.
Is that what it is? Vowed?
Avowed, yeah.
Coming out February 18th. Yeah.
Okay. Why would I mean? I feel like any RPG has a high chance of coming to Switch too.
So the reason I would be shocked is one, Microsoft's clearly all in on this third party stuff. All these games are playable in Xbox Series S. And Nintendo has a huge audience that Microsoft wants to coddle to. And obviously throw on top that PH Brazil literally went out there and said they're the company they know the most games are coming from to Nintendo Switch 2. Like out of every major third party, Microsoft has the most coming. For it to just be a game that everyone already expects to come because the prior two were on Switch feels so out of pocket for Microsoft's new direction as a company. Also, those things happened before Microsoft, like the Doom stuff happened before
Sure.
Microsoft owned id Software and owned Bethesda.
Put this into
So, counter
perspective.
argument,
Go ahead.
but it's quick. I'm willing to like predict that there's going to be more than one, based off everything you said.
Sure.
But it also wouldn't be the first time. We've had plenty of reason to think something's happening, and then we're like, oh well, that was bullshit. Actually,
Well, here's the
So-
thing. I think every game they show is going to be there. I think all Microsoft games are going to come
okay.
in the future to Switch
That's
2
awesome.
because there's no reason for it not to be. They're a full third-party company at this point. I'm not saying it's going to be day and date. I'm not promising that, especially during year one. Maybe 3 years down the road, maybe. So, like Avowed releasing on the 18th, like February 18th. Well, Switch 2 is not even out,
Right.
right? So, like,
Yeah.
if that comes, that's not going to be till later this year or next year, anyways. But anything that's releasing like post June, I feel like is going to be there, and even some of the stuff that releases before will be as well, even if it's at a slightly later date. Like Microsoft will try to space it out between other third-party games. I just feel like
I
ever
just got
since-
excited for Oblivion remake.
Yeah, that's the
But
thing.
like- But Nate, don't you think
Yes.
that the appeal of some PS5 and Xbox Series X games is that they cannot run like on the Switch? Like they're
What
too
about
much.
the-
Like
what-
it takes that much power.
but
And
this
if
is
they let every single game they make come to Switch 2,
Yeah.
they're basically saying we are not like exerting power past the Switch 2. Like I get that it's going to be not the same frame rate, not the same like fidelity, but they're still able to run a version of their game without an SSD, right? Like
well.
I
Here's
don't
the
know.
thing.
Well,
Here's
Series
where-
S they've already done that.
I'm
with
not
Series
talking
S.
about Sony. We're talking about Microsoft. They release their games on PC and have it run on really shitty laptops. They release their games on Xbox Series S.
Well,
Which-
Sony does the same thing with that, but
Sure. Well, yeah. Sony's. I'm trying to stay away from the Sony part because I don't think Sony's really bringing much of anything to Nintendo. I know we had the Lego Horizon thing. That's fine. That's a Lego game. I don't think we're going to see a Horizon game, like an actual one, come over. If it does, cool. But I just don't think Sony's ready to do that with what is the market leader. Like Sony, they know it's a big reason people buy a PlayStation. So I feel like Microsoft's different. They're kind of giving up on selling Xboxes. They don't really,
I agree with that. I'm about to say that.
but the point is, they make their games run on Series S, and Switch 2 is going to be within shouting distance of Series S. There's no reason not to bring it over. There's just no reason, unless you just don't like sales.
That's my point too.
But I think the
100%.
Series S is the same
Sales.
issue. Like, I think that's hurting Microsoft too, because they do have to make all their games play on
I
that.
think that, but they're still doing it anyways. That's my point. Like, they're still doing
Right.
it. There's no reason not to bring it to Switch 2. It's like,
Until it gets to a certain point. Like, I don't know.
well, it
Will
depends.
they
Microsoft
discontinue
might
one
be
day
going,
or stop supporting it?
like, I get what you're trying to say. I think that they care about selling games because Microsoft, after they spent $70 billion, now the reports came out in 2021, they were thinking of selling off Xbox.
Yep.
They were going to be done. And then
I personally think the This Is an Xbox campaign is horrible, but they feel like they have to do it because their plan is to make the Xbox Series S a cloud gaming device too, so they can start taking full advantage of the Series X.
Yeah, I think there's a cloud gaming push, but right now, that's not where the money's being made. The money's being made in game sales. Not even being made with Game Pass. It's being made with game sales. And the game sales are on PC, PS5, and Switch, and now eventually Switch 2.
Yep.
So they got to put their games where the game sales are happening. And I don't think Microsoft is going to. And obviously, PH Brazil, he has his own sources for his own stuff. But I just go that, look, we just talked about how Switch is going to sell every fucking unit they can get. Switch 2 is going to sell 20 million in year one, right? 20 million. Microsoft's going to want to be there with everything because they're going to want to make money.
They have
They're
to.
gonna make one.
They're bleeding out from Game Pass.
Yeah.
It's already been well documented.
Yeah. I mean, we're even seeing stores start yanking physical copies of Xbox games, just not even having sections for them because they're not even selling. So, like, yeah, PS5 is going to help. Like, Halo is going to probably sell pretty well on PS5, I think. I think it will. Master Chief Collection, it's rumored to come to both. I think that's going to sell very well on PS5. I think a lot of Xbox games will, like, especially with these third-party games. You know, like the next Elder Scrolls game, yeah, it's going to sell really well on PlayStation 5. Why wouldn't it? They've always had the Elder Scrolls games. But I just kind of think Microsoft, they've done this about face. They're a third-party studio. They are now a AAA third-party studio, and I think they're going to go where the sales are at, which is PlayStation and Nintendo.
They're not the biggest third-party software developer.
Well, yeah, you can argue they are the biggest, yeah.
They are. I mean,
Yeah.
they're hands down.
By
How many
sheer
companies they bought?
Yeah, it's like, oh, they're going to release a bunch of games this year. I'm like, well, yeah, because they bought all the studios that release games.
Yeah, there are so many companies now. Like, that's the thing. They're going
Yeah.
to make so much money releasing all of their games now
Yeah.
on every platform.
I think they want Switch 2 to come up maybe more than any other company because they don't getting their games to run on Switch is pretty difficult. But like Switch 2 is probably just so much more attainable for them since they already are making it for lower end hardware. So yeah, but Jake, I get what you're saying. Like down the road, like say 4 or 5 years, maybe they just cut that off. They start to go more cloud.
Well, I think the next gen is coming out in 3 years.
Sure, I think the next. Do you think they're going to drop a traditional Xbox? Or do you think it's going to be like a handheld?
I don't know what the hell they're doing next.
Phil Spencer
next gen.
mentioned that they were working on
Handheld.
handheld.
They're going
Yeah.
handheld.
I think
If they go
Switch 2
handheld
Pro is
PC,
coming out
I
next year.
I think Switch 2 will be just fine if they're going handheld.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, they're going handheld for sure.
Yeah. So if they're doing that, yeah, it'll be more powerful, obviously, today than the Switch 2. But I think Nintendo will be just fine. But who knows? It's also going to know the sales. Like if they release Master Chief Collection on Switch 2 and it sells like 5 million copies, they're like, well, fuck yeah, we're releasing the next Halo on Switch 2. What are we doing?
Well, what if that's a launch title?
Yeah, there's going to be some major third-party launch titles.
Well,
I
if
wonder-
Metroid Prime
Yeah.
4 is not day one, then it kind of makes sense to have
Yeah,
like a
it's a good
sci-fi
question.
first-person shooter there, and
Sure.
Halo would be pretty cool. I mean,
Yeah.
that we haven't seen Halo on a Nintendo console before. Like that would send a message.
Yeah, and it would also give Phil Spencer his wet dream of Master Chief maybe getting into Smash. Maybe.
Yeah. You know what? Put that at launch, and then you have a big enough window until Call of Duty comes out in November.
Dude.
You'll be hilarious.
Oh man, I
A
love
lot
it.
of people shit on Phil Spencer right now. He's just staying because like now there's a person above him on the gaming side at Xbox. Like he doesn't run the primary Xbox stuff anymore. What's funny is I wonder if he's just staying on just to achieve the wet dream of as soon as Master Chief's announced for Smash, we hear about Phil Spencer retiring.
That would be awesome.
he He wanted to buy Nintendo. He couldn't do it, so he's like, "Well, I just want to get our major IP into their game."
We'll see.
He walks off into the sunset like Reggie.
You know what I was going to mention about PH Brazil, stating that it's the most amount of third-party titles he's seen for any platform. Again, yesterday we were talking about 5 games coming from Square Enix, and then we know of at least a half a dozen coming from
Ubisoft.
So that means it's more than that.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, and
That's
by the way,
that's
it
a
could be
lot.
older games too, like Master Chief Collections of older. If they do like Rare Replay, which would make a ton of sense. Like that's also older.
It does, but they're on
Could be your
NSO.
bunker.
Some of them are, not all the games.
Most.
I mean,
the worthwhile ones.
like, but there are some games that were never on. Like, you know, there. What about like Star Fox Adventures, right?
But
Or
Thunderstash, I'm going to say this: don't underestimate how badly Nintendo fans want to own their games.
I don't. I am that. I
That's
embody
what I
it.
was going to say though. Like I think Rare Replay would actually still sell a couple million just for people that want to own it.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
You know,
Regarding
mean, doesn't
Phil
the-
Spencer, I'll just tell you this: at the Game Awards, I asked Phil Spencer about Xbox on Nintendo, and he said that basically, what did he say?
Oh baby, we get some inside knowledge. God damn it! Wow. He always does this.
is it on purpose?
He probably actually did talk to Phil Spencer, but he's not going to actually.
Someone clip this and then send it to like a lip reader.
that's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
you know what?
right?
Let's get some AI
100%.
reader and AI his voice in to see what's going on.
Paul, we can't hear you.
Yeah,
I
Tell
think
me
he's trying
no.
to say that this is an
And basically,
Xbox.
that's how they're going to strategize.
Yeah, that the Nintendo Switch 2 is an Xbox.
Yeah, he was talking about how they already worked in with Nintendo the Xbox controllers running on Switch 2.
I love it, Paul. Thank you.
That was beautiful. But
I'm just like,
I mean, I will say, Paul, on the subject of third party, quick. When's that trailer dropping? You said there's a trailer for a game. We don't know what game. Is
after Thursday.
So
So
Friday.
that made me totally like. I mean, Nate, you and I heard something probably similar a couple of weeks ago about the 16th,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
we didn't share the date.
No.
I didn't know with 100% certainty, but I was like, I'm pretty sure. And then once another third-party source said, we're going to be showing our game, it's done, edited together after Thursday, I was like,
Shit.
it's happening. I didn't know if it would be
Friday.
I don't know if it would be teased Wednesday night and shown Thursday morning, or just shadow drop Thursday morning. In
I
which
hope that
that's
trailer's
what
tomorrow.
happened.
Man. I want to see a third party game running on Switch 2 right now, baby.
But
I want to see it.
I don't know. I don't know what after Thursday means, but I was like, the reason why
Look,
they
even if
chose
it's just
to
you
say
can replay
Thursday
me,
night,
baby. I want to see it.
That's why.
I want to see. I don't care if it's the indie game. Hades 2, just show. Is it Silk Song? Is it Silk Song? That would tear the internet down.
Right.
It was Silk Song.
No, real quick though, talking.
Oh, it's Silk Song. Team Cherry. Okay. Anyways,
I know we need it. We need it. When's it gonna finally drop? I think there's a very big reason that Halo moved to Unreal 5, right? Because now they can put the next game.
Isn't it crazy to imagine that technically Unreal 5 runs on Switch with Fortnite?
Exactly.
That isn't like. I always say it runs well. Fortnite runs like
You
trash.
might almost say it's unreal.
Right.
Yeah.
So much better on
Right.
Switch 2. Unreal Engine is a very flexible engine. It's nice for scalability.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think like almost everything from Xbox is going to end up coming over. Probably not day and date until 2026, maybe. Like I think certain games down the line, like the next Elder Scrolls, I think that one will be day and date on all platforms. But there's other things like that they might keep temporarily exclusive for.
That's a really bad decision. I would stop including stuff with Game Pass, and even if you just let that be on Xbox only for a month, that would get you so much money before you announced it for the other consoles.
Well, the thing is, I thought Call
People
of Duty
would be willing to pay that to just not wait a month.
Like I feel like the writing's on the wall for Game Pass. I don't really think they're all in on it anymore.
That's exactly why they should drop that.
Well,
and make these games exclusive even for a few weeks.
Does the
And I
leadership
feel
believe it though?
Elder Scrolls?
Yeah, I think the people like in corporate at Microsoft don't believe in any of this. They
Like
just
Phil
believe-
Spencer has said that games don't sell consoles. And
Yeah,
think
I
most of us
feel like
disagree with that.
corporate has gotten to like to get that 70 billion acquisition in. I think they told Phil Spencer, "Hey, no, we do this. It's full third party. We want sales day one. We're not worrying about Game Pass anymore. Like you can put it on Game Pass because we have it, but our systems don't sell anyways.
Yeah.
You make
we're
way
not
more
worried about
money
sales from that.
as a software developer. You make the money on the software. You lose money on hardware unless
Yeah,
you're
'cause, like,
Nintendo.
it's like you're gonna buy Activision Blizzard King, but then kill their software sales by putting it all on Game Pass and like not anywhere else. Like, no, you're gonna keep it on everything else. You're not gonna take away the money that Activision Blizzard King makes. So like I think that was probably like an ultimatum being like, now we're changing strategies. You might have had this 10-year, 100 million user plan for Game Pass. Well, it hasn't really been working the way we thought it would. And you know what? We're pulling the rug. Like, yeah, you can keep Game Pass on Xbox and PC, but it's just because it's not growing. They just accept that that's just a lost sale.
They're stuck at 34 million
We'll make it back on the other systems.
with consumer sentiment going the opposite direction when it comes to subscription services.
And on top of that, a lot of Xbox fans are pissed at Microsoft for going third party too.
Yeah,
So-
they took it like really personal. It's very
Yeah.
odd.
Well, because it's like a bunch of broken promises, but it's like, well, yeah, because people aren't buying. What do you?
That's life, bro.
At some point, they gotta like change. Like, if people ain't buying your shit, like if nobody, put it this way, if Switch crashed the same way Wii U did, Nintendo's strategy would be totally different today. Like at some point, you got to accept that it ain't working. And I think Microsoft hit that point, or at least their corporate did. Their corporate hit that point where they're like, hey, if we're gonna start spending all this money to buy shit, like we got to make money. Like we can't just be showing up red sheets every quarter. Like we gotta get that paper coming in.
Well, and it's had an effect on the industry because now look at everything that Sony has canceled because they really aren't competing with anything. I mean, they've been canceling live
Service
live service games over and over and over again, like nothing's sticking. And they don't have, it's not like they're scrambling to try to compete with Microsoft.
Yeah.
They're just waiting for their games over there now. And Nintendo is doing Nintendo, and they're gonna, I think Nintendo's gonna eat their lunch come this next generation. And it's gonna be a good thing because I think it's gonna put the fire back to Sony and get them putting out the stuff that we know they're capable of.
Yeah, I agree. Nintendo's on top right now, and they've got all the momentum going into Switch 2. Sony did what they always do, got comfortable, and Microsoft is just falling to pieces.
Yeah,
That's where we're at right now.
it happens every time, right, Jake?
It is what it is.
Yep.
And the
Every
thing
other
is,
generation.
We'll know if Nintendo got comfortable if they go away from their one game every month strategy. That'll let me know Nintendo thinks that we just got ace in the hole. We're good. But I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to hit the ground running with Switch 2. I think they've been sitting on games waiting.
They have.
The only thing that has me a little nervous is that this reveal wasn't, hey, let's blow everyone away. This was
but think about this. They did like the absolute bare minimum.
Yeah.
And they took over the internet. What do you think's happening on 4.2?
That's gonna be nuts.
I pray they come
It might be
ready
the
to
biggest
blow our
Nintendo
minds.
event of all time.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Literally might be the biggest thing they've ever done.
I mean,
The
they're
other thing is like
definitely-
they even shadow dropped it. They didn't even announce it ahead of time. That's
I know.
Furukawa, baby. He
Yeah.
doesn't do it. He didn't do it with Switch Lite. Didn't pre-announce OLED.
Switch
New
Lite.
regime.
Switch
Yeah,
Lite.
I know. You talk about those. Those are those are just refreshes. That's fine. But those are the only hardware before that now he's had a chance to announce.
Dude, I think that they're pissed about the leaks and stuff, but only because they've been planning for this moment for years. Like, as soon as the Switch was successful, they knew they didn't want another Wii U situation.
Do you
So
think
they have been curating this and crafting this, which is part of why they're so mad at the leaks, also just because they're Nintendo. But like, I think they're gonna crush this. I think they really have like thought about this and overthought it and put in so much more preparation than maybe like any companies put into a video game console release before. I have full faith.
Or Furukawa just sitting up in his office like, fuck these fucking leaks, man. 100 million views, dude. I thought we'd get 250
Bro,
today.
they even obscured the C button.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
They're like,
Oh, they
we
didn't want us to see it.
Yo,
Oh,
there it is. There it is.
That was fun.
Fuck you.
You got to step out, buddy.
they didn't
Yeah.
want us chatting about it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or campusing around or engaging in a community
look at
or connecting
or casting any nets.
I don't know. When they did that, it was really pushing my buttons.
Oh,
Oh.
he's
All
fun.
right. Well, you guys are punting me away.
Yeah.
All right. I am gonna head out. Thanks for having me. It's
No
a little
problem,
late.
man.
I got
It's always in my dream to make a pun
Just
so
hit me
bad
up
that
when I
Andres
get
just
there. You,
leaves.
that's it. Yeah, I wasn't gonna leave 5 minutes beforehand. It was
But,
that
you know,
was
you
it. Yeah.
he's too bricked up. He needs to get off camera.
Yeah, I can't contain what's going on. But thanks for having me, guys. I'll be back on soon.
All right, man. Later.
All right, man. Have a good night.
So beyond Microsoft,
Good
man,
night.
what are we talking about, Stash?
All right. So I'll go ahead and jump into the next thing here. Go ahead and throw that up to share the screen.
Gotcha.
And this is from Jason Schreier. He is from Bloomberg. And I'm going to go ahead and let me give you guys a heavy zoom here so you can see.
You haven't been blocked by him yet? That's crazy.
Well, it's Blue
Well,
Sky.
Yeah.
I'm also not signed up on Blue Sky. So
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right.
I just
blocked
Googled this. But he said, if you're wondering, one reason to randomly drop a Switch 2 teaser 2.5 months ahead of the proper reveal would be to allow third-party companies to start officially announcing their games for the system. Which, again, we talked about this yesterday. We talked about it last week. And we talked about it some today before the podcast. And that I expect, I think we all do, right? Third parties, the door's open now.
Monster Hunter.
The floodgates can open. We're going to start seeing trailers. Because, again, like the sentiment today was like, man, I just wish we would have saw some games. I'm sure everyone saw that today on social media. Like, I'm really excited, but I wish there was games. Well, they're coming. They're coming. It's coming by way of third party.
Yeah, dude. I shared this exact tweet, this Blue Sky thing over on my Twitter, and it blew up because everyone's like, "Oh shit, we're gonna see third party, aren't we?" Before April. Like, yeah, and I already knew because like I've heard about a game that's going to be shown relatively soon. Paul Gale literally said after Thursday, trailers dropping for something. They don't know if it's going to be, obviously over the weekend or if it's going to be next week, but still, something's coming. Obviously, the Xbox stuff we just talked about. I don't know if they're going to dare to put Switch 2 logos on the Xbox thing. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But yeah, like we're gonna. I don't know if everyone's gonna blow their load. I think there are some that know their game will be featured in April, the April 2nd. I think there might be there'll be some that'll hold back and not say anything until then. But not every third party game is going to be in that trailer.
No, certainly not.
And they're going to want to do it strategically too. Like a couple of smaller companies tweeted today, but they're going to want to wait for like all the attention to come down off Nintendo and then have people start wondering what's coming out and then start putting stuff out. And like Ubisoft tweeted out like their little tease, like we love this with the quote tweeting the Switch.
Yeah.
So they're like starting to build up the hype cycle themselves, and now they can actually interact a little bit and tease things officially. And then I think it will be soon that the floodgates will really open, and then we'll start, when they want to announce their games, just in general, they can say, "Hey, Switch 2."
Yeah, I think
dedicated marketing for that.
Big AAA studio drops a trailer, and if it blows up, if people get like really excited, I think that's just going to start the snowball for like weeks to come.
Yeah,
like everyone's
I'm wondering if like that was a partial factor in Ubisoft delaying the Assassin's Creed game.
The extra month.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not at launch, or at least rumored not to be at launch. But of Switch 2, obviously, it's launching before Switch 2 comes out. It looks like, but
it is, yeah.
Yes, but I do think it's maybe one of those. Hey, we want to delay this because we want to make sure that we let people know before it comes out. If you want to wait for Switch 2, it's going to be there before the end of the year. And that might be. I mean, look, that's the thing. Like the next
Or
time,
you know what makes more sense, honestly, is they did need the time, but they wanted to release it before Switch 2 so they could sell as many copies as possible before it gets announced in the direct.
Yeah. Plus, their sales usually drop off after like a month. Anyway.
Yeah. By the time it comes out on Switch 2, it'll be like $20 on other stuff.
Yeah, I just assumed the extra month was to plan their sales.
But yeah, I think Ubisoft's gonna have a ton of games. They've always been kind of a consistent supporter of Nintendo, even Wii U, Zombie U, and stuff. Like they've been kind of a consistent supporter of Nintendo. So I the 6 titles, I think that's just the beginning. There'll be more, obviously, unless they're not selling well. But Ubisoft,
I think most of those companies will have more titles than how many were leaked.
Oh, absolutely. I think most of those titles are like the next 18 months sort of thing, rather than the long-term output. The only thing with Ubisoft is like Ubisoft's hurting in general. Like their sales have been just bad for all their games.
Bad. That stock's doing horrible.
So they're obviously talking to Tencent and doing some other stuff, but I'm thinking that
too much is riding on Shadows.
Yeah, and I think that's too much pressure on a game that's got a lot of controversy around it.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go well. But I wish them the best because I do enjoy their games, and I don't wish bad on any developer.
Do you think they have a new Nintendo collaboration like the way they did with Mario Rabbids and then Sparks of Hope?
It's possible. I thought about that. I think Sparks of Hope's going to get like a double pack re-release, and it's going to have better specs.
I think that's dead. I don't.
That's dead.
I sold too poorly.
I do think
Also
they'll do
Starlink,
the
right?
double pack release. I do think they will do that double pack release for sure. Maybe upscale it and stuff. But I think that franchise is probably done. I mean, the guy who
I think it's done.
It's gone. I do
Really?
think so. Yeah, David Soliani.
Oh man, that's sad to hear.
Yeah,
Such
dude.
a good franchise.
He's so passionate, and But I will say this. I had wondered for a while because we've seen these crossovers, right? We even had like some Star Fox in that Starlink game that they made. It's actually one of the best parts of the game is the Star Fox. It's actually a pretty fun game. I'm curious if, because the companies have worked together with a couple franchises now, if Ubisoft was able to talk to Nintendo to revive a different IP exclusively for Switch 2, and they wonder if that combined with Nintendo's promotions could give them a sales success game. Because they've been struggling so hard even with their big IPs that maybe they're like, hey, we got to pull, maybe we convince Nintendo to let us make Star Fox, and like we produce a really good Star Fox with all of Nintendo's heavy promotion. It sells 10 million copies. Hey, that's a big success for us. So I'm kind of curious if maybe Ubisoft's trying to go that route because they haven't really done that. It's just been crossovers. And yeah, Mario plus Rabbids was a big success for them. That's why we got the second one. But then they're kicking themselves because they didn't listen to Nintendo, who said, hey, this is the kind of game you should do once per gen. They didn't listen. And now
It's funny you mentioned Star Fox with that just because of Starlink.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. They have some experience with it. And that IP is just sitting there right now, not doing anything. But as far as we're aware, obviously maybe something's in the works.
Just reskin Star Wars Outlaws with Star Fox and call it good. Right?
Well, I mean, by the time I kind of feel like Outlaws is probably going to come over, and by the time it does, they've kind of patched a lot of the problems out. But again, Switch 2 might get the good version of the game at that point. But it's kind of like this has been the issue with Ubisoft is like you keep releasing broken games, man.
Yep.
Even when they are good, they're broken.
And people are paying more money to play them early, and then they're getting penalized. They're paying to buy the gold version at $130 to play it early, and then your save file becomes broken on the day the game comes out. That's terrible, man. This is happening way too often. That your biggest fans are getting screwed, essentially.
Is the Switch tax going to also screw them though? Because if you can go and pick up Outlaws for $30 on your PC or your PS5 or your Xbox, and then you got to buy it for 70.
40. I hope they do 40 if they want to actually see some sales success. It's so hard. I mean, I know they're going to do that $70 thing, but they really shouldn't.
I think with Star Wars, there's a chance it will be okay though, because it just reaches so many families, and a lot of families only buy stuff on Switch, nothing else, and they pay that Switch tax. So I think other brands would be hurt, but I think Star Wars would have a chance.
Plus, just wait 3 months. You'll get the price drop 2-3 months at the most.
That's true
At the most. Always with Ubisoft. You can always count on that.
Yeah, it'd be 50% off in like 45 days.
Right.
And at the very least, half off at Black Friday.
We could go 75 off at Black Friday.
Yeah.
A lot of incentive buying.
Now there's
Okay,
not. There's
okay.
not. I
So,
remember
like,
I bought Prince of Persia and it was on sale literally 3 or 4 weeks after. It was like 25% off already.
Dude, it's such a good game too.
And with the Mario Rabbids games.
I feel like I said, Ubisoft aside here, Jason Schreier's tweet, actually, like, so people were like, hey, what are you going to cover, until April? I'm like, well, it'll be a direct next month and we'll talk about that stuff. But I sat there, I'm like, dude, Jason Schreier just kind of assured me third-party games.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be third-party game announcements over the next few months. That's probably what I'm going to be covering and getting really excited about. Like, because the third-party game that's going to take over isn't just the announcement. It's going to be that little text in the corner that says running on Switch 2 hardware. That's what's going to get people. Because then finally we got to look at a game in full resolution, full whatever, not, backed off on a superimposed image on a digital version. Because I don't know if people in the audience know this. They didn't actually show us technically a real Switch 2 today. They showed us renders of a Switch 2. So, yeah, the real thing is going to look like that, obviously. But that's I'm just saying that technically we looked at the superimposed image on a fake version of Switch 2 today. So the first game that comes out that announces for Switch 2 and has that little running on actual hardware, that game's it's gonna be analyzed to hell. Digital Foundry will do a whole episode on it. Like, it'll be a real big deal.
That Joy-Con part though,
Yeah, that was
now,
legit.
I can now say I was a part of the Nintendo Switch 2 advertisement. I was wearing a green screen hand and I moved that Joy-Con around.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was saying. That was the only part that was real in that whole thing.
I have to say, just kidding. But
A little mouse with the tail, that was legit.
that's just me.
That was fucking real. But yeah, that's what I'm excited about over the next few months. Is I think third parties are going to kind of dominate the Switch 2 headlines, and I think Nintendo's cool with that. I think they mind because they know that their own game announcements kind of overshadow a lot of things. So let the third parties have their time in the sun for a few months, and then we'll have that one big third party that no one thinks they're going to get. That'll be in there. I wouldn't be shocked if, Call of Duty will be probably saved for it. And then Nintendo's going to have their own big shit. Like, we're going to see 3D Mario and shit. We're going to see some big shit. And we're going to go back and be like, God, Nintendo just knows how to make beautiful fucking games no matter the fucking hardware. What is going on?
Yo, if they do something similar to Mario 35th anniversary, like they pulled out all the stops. When you go back and look at how much stuff they released,
That was a lot.
it's insane. It was insane. And I mean,
This
I
is the
don't
40th this year.
it's the 40th. Like they better keep that going. I think we're going to be eating really well when it comes to Mario games.
Watch them announce Mario movie launches 1 month after theaters on Switch 2.
Yes.
Yeah. For
The
NSO
Steam
members.
controllers for
NSO members
cinema.
only. You don't even have to
Well,
buy
that would make Mario or Donkey Kong's like new model make a lot more sense for Mario Kart.
Sure. I think that model. I mean, I know we haven't got to the direct speculation yet, but I think that new model's in a new DK game. I think it's being used in a DK game.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or in a Mario movie game.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. Could be.
obviously that's on a Mario game, but yeah.
That is our next topic, though. So we'll go ahead and segue into that. And that is about the direct. Okay. So we know what's going to happen as we lead into the direct. We're going to have a steady flow, I think, of third-party announcements, games, trailers. This time's going to go by, I think, pretty quickly. I know a lot of people are like, oh, man, it's not till April, but time's going to go by quick because of that.
I can quit pumping.
But, man, what are we going to see? Like, what are some of your guys' early expectations, your realistic wants, the things you realistically think will be there, and what are some maybe hopes and dreams that you have? And who would like to kick us off? Paul, you seem like you might have some ideas ready there.
I'm afraid that I'll talk too long. First of all, great job, Nintendo Prime, on busting out those push-ups.
Dude, I'm pumped, man. I gotta get a good
See
pump
that.
into my excitement, man. The adrenaline flowing. It's my favorite topic of the night.
You know, it's so hard to be anything other than totally unpredictable and overly wild in it because it's a brand new console launch, and it's coming off of the heels of 8 years of stellar releases and a really consistent release schedule. That there's some way that you could temper your expectations with normal Nintendo Directs and say, oh man, I really hope this one's the one that has Metroid Prime 4. Ah, no. And eventually, you know, you hear little things and you're like, this next one's the one. You know what I mean? But like this time, it's a whole new gen that I think you got to throw all caution out the window and be like, dude, we're going to see a full deep dive in that Mario Kart. We're going to get that Xenoblade Chronicles next, or whatever that art is of that woman holding the sword that looks a little medieval times-ish coming from the Monolith Soft team. Like, that could be this brand new, grand, awesome action RPG or RPG thing that maybe it is Xenoblade or Xeno something, or maybe it's just something else. But like, I think that gets shown. 3D Mario gets shown. You know, I was talking recently about Zelda likelihood at launch, or Zelda likelihood within the launch window. Like, let's call it 10 months. You know, if it's something that they need to put as a filler, I think we get like something safe, like a basic Wind Waker or a basic Twilight Princess port within those first several months, right? If the Nintendo Switch 2 launch is looking solid with new games, then I think they take a little bit longer, and maybe the November title is The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess Remake, not HD port. Because as of this July, more time will have passed between the Wii U HD version and now than the GameCube Wii original release and the Wii U version, you know, 9 years and 4 months later. So like, is it that significant anymore to just release this 1080p or 4K upscaled Wii U version, or do you put some more effort into it and make it a remake? Like,
I agree with you, Paul. I think you go the remake route.
That's something that I could see being shown off, because it would take, you know, less assets than a brand new Zelda game from the scratch, ground up, and it'd be a really hot November title, because technically not new, but like, let's face it, a remake Resident Evil 2 style for Twilight Princess would be new. That would be cool, but I would personally like just drool all over Ocarina of Time remake, because that was my favorite game of all time for 20 years.
too.
ago.
Same.
We could drool together.
Yeah.
But you can't do too much. So here's where I'm trying to be a little bit realistic. I don't think you get like a Twilight Princess remake and an Ocarina of Time remake in 2026 for the franchise's 40th anniversary. That's too much. So maybe you get like Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, slightly improved ports, but they save Ocarina for the 30th anniversary in 2028. But then again, maybe that's like, no, that's not what they're doing. They're like ready to move on, and they're just working behind the scenes on a brand new grand Zelda game, which that we know of. But what's going to be the in between? That's hard to predict. So I think Zelda is so hot and so strong now that some type of Zelda pops up at this Nintendo Direct, because so much of the Zelda franchise, so much of the Zelda fan base was created in the last 8 years, more than ever before. It's thanks to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom that like a third of the franchise's entire sales were those two games in an 8-year span, which is wild. Like, those two games are powerful. So I think you really wow people over with Zelda. And I'm kind of leaning towards like this Twilight Princess remake idea more than like a Wind Waker or Twilight Princess port. So Zelda something, new 3D Mario something. I think Metroid Prime 4 shows up, and we still don't know how exactly Nintendo is going to handle Nintendo Switch software on Nintendo Switch 2. Yeah, it's going to be backwards compatible, but is it automatically running smoother? Is it a paid patch? Is it per game basis where like, hey, this game obviously took more time behind the scenes, we had to get Hogwarts Legacy running up to this standard, so it's going to be $10 for y'all. Mortal Kombat 1, it's a whole new game basically. It's not just improving things. Or for most of these games, like if it had an uncapped frame rate before or an uncapped resolution before, it's just going to be at its max on Nintendo Switch 2 because now it's easier to do it. Or DLSS. Does DLSS hit everything? Does developer like too many unknowns? But I think Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is something that Retro Studios in particular are such masters behind the, the visual and optimization game that I think that game stands a really good chance, in my opinion, of not just being hypothetically a little bit better looking, a little bit more refined, taking advantage of NS2. That one is one that I could see maybe having a second SKU, or maybe having, like, if you buy it digitally, you get it $70 and you could share between your Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2. If you buy the Nintendo Switch 2 cartridge, it's only for that. If you buy the Nintendo Switch cartridge, it's known that $10 upgrade fee to unlock that. But they want to simplify it too. They can't have too many things to complex the user. Like, what is this, $70 plus a $10? Or do I do this? And they got to keep it non-convoluted. But that's why I'm bringing these things up, because there is no one clear path yet. But I think Metroid Prime 4 shows up. That Xenoblade 1. I'm going over. I'm re-repeating myself now, but I'm like, what are those? And then like one ambitious one that I just want so bad that I think every time I'm on Nate's podcast, I'm always saying it, is a brand new grand Star Fox game. I think Star Fox has the opportunity to become another major pillar for Nintendo, right up there with freaking Mario, Zelda, and Donkey Kong and Kirby. But Nintendo's got to do it right. They got to take a little bit of a page out of the Ratchet and Clank book, because that's a sci-fi animal robot talking kind of game. And like, Nintendo via Rare had a Star Fox Adventures back in the day, but I'm talking a little bit more cinematic, a little bit more story. You have Fox, you embellish on the fact that he's a fast Ninja Gaiden-esque character running around, blaster shooters on land, and have this whole R-Wing thing, have this online co-op through the story mode, be able to go on land throughout the terrain, fly off into space in between planets. You pair that thing with a Netflix 12-episode animated series, and you've got Guardians of the Galaxy magic like that with a Star Fox brand, and you've got toys and a whole bunch of junk. Like, that's my unrealistic, most wished for game to be at this Nintendo Direct. Everything else, I think, has a better chance. Oh, and 3D Donkey Kong. Man, like, if you let me keep talking, I'm not going to stop, because I am so hyped through the roof that I think third parties are going to show up. Maybe some will show up ahead of time on their own, but some third parties will be at this Nintendo Direct, whether it's sizzle reel or the Switch version of blank. I'm like, wow, that looks good. That's not on PS4 or Xbox One. That's on Xbox Series and PS5 and Nintendo Switch 2. That's the power difference, That's this is a next gen console. Oh man, I'm hot. I'm beaten. Like,
let me ask you this real quick. Then, do you think we get the price, launch date, and pre-orders?
Yeah, I think this April 2nd one, they do the price and the release date, especially if it's going to come out potentially by June 27th. Pokemon ZA. Unless a Pokemon ZA Legends shows up at the February Nintendo Direct and has very little to no chance of like, no, this is just not their plan on going Nintendo Switch 2 dual release between them. But I think it's another one that will. I think Game Freak will optimize. We'll see whether it's two SKUs or just optimized. I think that one could be there too. Oh, finally, something NSO related. Whether it is, hey, only on Nintendo Switch 2 can you play GameCube.
Right. Yeah.
In a new tier too. Dreamcast also, like, but then again, they also don't have to do too much. Part of what made Nintendo Switch great was all gen long was like, boom, here's a Tetris 99. Oh, here was a Sega Genesis. Whoa, with a controller too. Here was an N64 expansion pack. oh, here was a Labo, like here was a Ring Fit, like all gen long was hit, 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 hit. They didn't have to do too much at once. They spread it because they nailed it. They nailed it. So maybe I'm overly ambitious with my Nintendo Direct, but honestly, give it a 45-minute presentation. I don't think it could do anything less than be amazing. Because even you realize like it's been so long since we've had the 3D Mario, even Bowser's Fury. So even just that's still a several year gap. So everything we see is going to be brand new visuals, bigger scope. Expect glory. So,
All right, I like that, man.
I don't know how long that was, but if everyone takes as long as that, we're gonna be
I don't
here.
know. I wasn't looking at the clock. But I enjoyed
I
it.
actually have to go. I just wanted before anyone talks.
Sorry.
At some point I needed to go, but I like watching you go in that rant because you're clearly so excited, Paul. So I love seeing that for you. But Josh, we're gonna get you out of the corner right there in the bottom. You're gonna join the rest of the cast.
Yay!
Thank you guys for having me. It was a blast. It was a blast of the past being on the last couple days in a row. Prime, thank you for the raid earlier today when you ended your stream. Appreciate that, brother.
I do, buddy.
Yeah, you can check me out, YouTube, Twitter, X, whatever, Jake Randall. Everyone have a great night, and thank you for having me.
Have a good night, Jake.
Have a good night, Jake.
Good night.
See ya.
There it is.
Josh, let's hear your thoughts.
Oh boy. I that's a tough act to follow. I mean, obviously my dream game for the Switch 2 was announced today. Like they already showcased it, right? Like
That
Mario
is your
Kart.
dream game.
You know, I've got the Mario Kart tattoo. I'm like usually wearing a Mario Kart t-shirt, like playing Mario Kart daily with my community. I wonder, I think realistically we see a lot of Mario. We see 3D Mario. I don't know if Mario Maker 3 makes an appearance. It really feels like these Joy-Con are kind of designed for that game. And being able to create levels with a mouse is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know if we see something Animal Crossing. And if there's, you know, if we look at their most successful games on the Switch, if they're going to want to get those out early and then continue, like almost make them a platform that they continue drip feeding content through, through
evergreen.
the life, through the life of Switch 2. I just, you know, they can't do it all at this first direct, but they want to move that 20 million, right? And there are a lot of different little pockets of Switch communities. Like there are people that just they're all cozy, you know, and Splatoon's got a pretty decent sized following. You got Smash would obviously move the needle. And so, you know, Zelda, like there's so many different games that they can pull from right off the bat to really hit that 20 million mark. That and then at the same time seeing third party, like, you know, we're going to see stuff like Elden Ring and Jedi Survivor and some of the stuff from EA and Madden, and, you know, we can only assume Call of Duty and the Master Chief Collection, like we've talked about. And then we haven't even really talked on like any kind of indies, which again, indies are typically going to be a indie direct. They're not going to always show up at a main line, but if there's something of note, they might end up sprinkling that in as well. So I am just over the moon at the fact that we're already seeing Mario Kart, you know, getting to understand more about that game, like, and what the shtick is this time around. And if it's just 24 players and it's more like carts on the ground, and, you know, the fact that we were kind of all talking about, like, if 24 players, how does that work on the old tracks? Even they have to redesign old tracks to even make that work, I would think, in some cases, because what's going to happen when you get hit with a blue shell in first and you drop to 24th? Like that's going to be
classic Mario Kart.
Yeah, that's going to be a job though, getting back in those 3 laps on some of those smaller tracks. So it's just going to be such an exciting time to see what they end up showing us. And and I think more than anything, I cannot wait to see how these games look and to see what the system is going to be capable of at launch, and how we're going to see games that look like they're running on a PS4 Pro or a Series S or whatever the case may be, and just kind of be in awe. Like this is Nintendo's opportunity to no longer be the tag along system, but to be the system. And so I think that's going to make this direct incredibly fun, and I can't wait.
Excellent. Now, let me ask you: Are we gonna get the price, the release date, and pre-orders on that day?
1,000%, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, granted, they're doing things a lot different. We've known about Switch 2 for how long, right? And then they just out of the blue dropped it today, and then no warning. But I think they're primed and ready for us to start picking this thing up, and that was loud, and
He's too primed over there.
I think so, a little too primed, I think, and I think we get the price. I think we get pre-orders day of, and I think it's going to be. I also think that we're probably going to be going hands-on at like PAX East, and there's going to be events like that taking place.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that next too, and
yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up. But I'm gonna talk about it next because I am interested to hear you guys' thoughts on PAX East because I've never been. I'm totally aware of it, but I do want to pick you guys' brains a little bit on PAX East because maybe I'll go. I don't know. But yeah, okay. So great predictions, and yeah, again, Josh, when I saw Mario Kart today, obviously I'm like, oh, dude, he's gotta be so happy right now.
Oh, I was just beyond excited.
Yeah, and when I saw it too, I'm like, yeah, it's in the bag. That's the launch title without a doubt. So it was already in that direction, but super cool, exciting stuff. Andrew, what do you got, man?
I'm going to talk about a more peculiar part of the direct.
Okay.
And every direct has their anime section, and it's all up to perceptions, people's opinions, but they're kind of on the lower end what we've got in the Nintendo Switch 1 directs. I think the more AAA, the higher end anime games have been waiting for an upgrade. Actually, 5 years ago this month, Genshin Impact announced they were coming to Switch 1. And we haven't heard a word since. I think this is finally the time. And it's still like Genshin Impact's usually either 1, 2, or 3. It varies month to month on gacha games that have the biggest revenue. So even though it seems like old news, it's still relevant. It's kind of like with Pokemon Go. People think that game's dead, but it's still rolling with its core base. And I think some people are waiting to play Genshin Impact on Switch. And I think another Hoyoverse is going to be in that camp, and it's going to be Honkai Star Rail. I don't think Zenless Zone Zero is going to come yet. But yeah, it's going to keep going. I think Infinity Nikki's going to show,
Yeah,
especially with
about that.
Yeah, because I believe the Breath of the Wild's ex-director is a producer for that game, so he's got connections.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, just AAA anime free gacha game, waiting for the right hardware. And then one that's not as exciting because I think we all think it's coming. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake will be in that anime section too. But to get to one more spicier one, I mean, it's not super spicy, but I don't feel like people are talking about it. Mario Baseball, the only Mario sports game that has not come out on Switch. It's about time. I don't know where this thing has been. My gosh. But my excitement has gone down a little. I'll be a little honest, because the Switch sports games have let me down. Just being totally honest. But I'm not a fan of baseball, but I'm a big fan of Mario Baseball, and there's still a chance. I mean, I guess it depends on who develops it. It's a Next Level Games. It's a Camelot. I don't know. But yeah, going on with more predictions that some are more obvious than others that some other people have said. Yeah, I think they're going to introduce GameCube to the NSO. I think the Mario 40th anniversary is going to be talked about. I think 3D Mario is going to be a holiday title this year, and then earlier in the year we'll probably get some kind of anniversary pack. And I think it's going to be limited time. It's not going to be available forever.
So like the 3D All Stars collection.
Yeah, because we were talking a bit how is Nintendo comfortable or not, and I know they're not. I wouldn't say they're super comfortable, but they're on top of their game and they can still make decisions that aren't the best for the consumer and what are best for them. Especially with something they got, like that no one else comes close to most of the time. That is, and that's with platformers in the AAA space. And then I think we will get I think we're gonna get a game every month once Switch is out, and I think one of those is gonna be either a Zelda port or a remake of a top-down old classic Zelda. And then I think we're gonna see Splatoon, not get it this year. We're gonna get some reminders like Kirby Robobot.
Yeah.
If it's not out yet. Same with Pokemon Legends EA. That one we won't get a lot of info, but they like to say, hey, remember this is coming.
Yeah.
It depends. Like, is that gonna come out April, May? And if not, then I think it will just get, that reminder section. And then I don't think, unfortunately, we're going to see the niche ones. I think Star Fox and F-Zero, as much as I love them, I just don't think their first year Switch 2. I think if it comes out June, I think big first party hitters, that's 7 titles. And I just don't see it. I want it so bad, but I think maybe they want to wait for the install base to grow up a little, because it's kind of sad that they didn't come on Switch 1 where, the crappiest version of a game can come out, like Paper Mario, the Origami King, and it's the best-selling Paper Mario ever, when it's not the best Paper Mario ever, but it's because it came out on a system. I mean, people like it. I'm trashing it because I don't like it, but it's not. I don't think it's the best-selling one because
it's the best
one.
game. Yeah.
Right. I think it's a combination of enough people liked it and the install base. And so I think they want to do the same with, like Metroid Dread is the same, except I think a lot of people think that is arguably one of the best, if not the best in the franchise. But it's the best-selling one, and it helped with a huge install base on the Switch. So I think they just want to let the Switch 2 cook a little, then do those. But yeah, that's why I think is going to just some ideas of what we're going to see in the Direct.
Okay. I like it. And are you on the same page as far as the...
Oh, yeah. Yes to all those questions. Yeah.
All right. Eric, can you give me some more?
Ooh, I'm actually going to probably give you less. I don't know if we actually do see a lot in this Direct. What I'm thinking is they're going to go over the UI, right? Their revamped eShop, the game that's going to show off the gimmick of the console. That game's probably going to be what's played at the hands-on, events.
Yeah.
We'll probably see a little bit more of Mario Kart and whatever else they have for their actual release game. And then what they'll probably end up doing is I think after the hands-on event, they'll have another Direct they'll just go full on with games. So I think they focus mostly on the Switch 2 hardware, what this does, really focus on that part of it. And then right after the hands-on experiences, that's when they go full bore with their massive blowout Direct for games.
Okay.
And yes, because of the Switch 2 focus part of that, yes, we get the release date, we get the pre-orders, price point, things like that.
Good. Okay. Good to hear. Nate, what do you got?
Look, this is going to be the greatest fucking Direct of all time. Now, I could go into all the reasons for it because I'm so fucking hyped. I've been holding back energy all night. And I was going to do it big here, but we've had a long show. So I'm going to keep this short. We got 32 super chats we got to get to. This is crazy. So
I'll keep mine short too. If you keep yours short, I'll go short.
I'm going to go wish list style. It's pretty simple.
Like
fucking 3D Zelda. I don't care if it's not coming out for 3 or 4 years. You tease that shit, you're bringing the fucking house down. You're bringing the motherfucking house down.
That's true. It could be very small tease too. I think that's very believable.
Like 15 seconds.
Like Space World 2001 style.
I love that one.
Literally, just a tease. Just show off like the new graphical style. blow people's fucking minds, and then just that's it.
Yeah, and then everyone talks about it until we see it again.
That's
it
the way
could
it
be
works with
years.
Zelda. And they tease Zelda for years. Now, do I think it's realistic that they do it? No. But could they? It's fucking Nintendo. They do what the fuck they want. They've been working on it already for 2 fucking years. So of course they could do it if they want to. So we'll see. But like that's like the wish list because I don't expect it, but it's fringe possible. It's obviously more likely they show off like a remake of a Zelda game or Breath of the Wild Tears in 4K or something like that. Yeah, that's more realistic. It's a wish list. This is wish list. I want to see my 2028 Zelda today. That being said, the rest of the direct's going to kick ass. And they're going to have the mic drop of GTA 6.
Oh, dang.
Oh, shit.
That's right.
Okay. That's a good mic drop. I don't know if you can get
It's
better than
hilarious
that.
if we don't even see GTA 6 again until. Because think about that. If GTA 6 isn't shown again until that direct,
Wow.
So they get the
they
exclusive.
get the extra hype of being the next showcase for GTA 6.
When
That's
you
a-
say mic drop, is that the one more thing at the end?
Oh,
I don't even know. I
Because
mean,
usually they save that first party.
yeah, they do, but this could be like one of those special
Right.
cases because it's such a uniquely hyped game.
wow.
Yeah. The hype's aligning perfectly with the
Leave it
Switch
that
2 and GTA.
We'll leave it at that.
All right. I'll kind of go rapid fire here since we have so many super chats, which is great. Metroid Prime 4, yes, I expect it there. And again, I expect Metroid Prime 2 and 3 to already be, we already know what's going on with them. We're probably already playing at least one of them. I presume 3 is going to come out a little bit before I would say Switch 2 launch, but it just depends on when 4 is coming out. I think we do see the next tease for Xenoblade.
Mhm.
I do believe that Mario is going to be the holiday title, 3D Mario. I feel very, very, very strongly about that. Zelda, I would not be surprised if we do see a tease. It's been a while since Tears of the Kingdom, and obviously they do have other development teams at Nintendo, but you never know. They could be working on a remake of a Zelda game. They could be working on it for a while. So we'll see about that. Star Fox, yeah, I don't know. Would love to see it. Paul's idea of the Twilight Princess port, but actually having it a remake instead. Love that. Love that. It could use some quality of life stuff that wasn't in the HD game. F-Zero, yeah, don't think we'll see it at launch. New IP. No one mentioned a new IP. I think there's a good chance we had a new IP.
Duh. It's a given.
Legs.
Yeah, it's possible.
What if it's Monolith Sauce new IP?
Oh.
That's been cooking for years. I'm just saying.
Could be.
They're a team that wants power.
Kid Icarus. Do we see Kid Icarus in any form? Or is Kid Icarus reserved for Switch 1 as one of the 3DS ports? That's for you guys to decide. I don't know. Donkey Kong. I do think a 3D Donkey Kong's in development. I think there is more to the story with that model in Mario Kart. And we've already said this numerous times. I think we all think that a 3D Donkey Kong's coming, and I think a lot of this is tied into the movie as well. Do we see Pilot Wings ever again? I don't know. Would I like to? Yes. Do we see Kirby? What's he up to? Yes, Kirby Robobot, Planet Robobot. That's rumored for Switch 1, but do we see anything for Switch 2? We'll see. How about Luigi's Mansion?
Ooh.
Okay, again, I'm going rapid fire. Pikmin. I don't know. Pikmin 4 came out, what? Is it 2 years ago now? Or a year ago? I don't know. Time's flying.
Like 2023, right?
Yeah. Animal Crossing. I do think you want to show something for Animal Crossing because there is a whole cozy genre now, just like a Metroidvania genre. It's a real thing. There's big communities behind it, and that game sold like crazy. So you want to at least show a sneak peek of that. Pokemon Legends ZA. I don't know. I think we hear something about it either in February or at that Pokemon presentation. Earthbound. I mean, only in my dreams. NSO related. Yes. GameCube, Dreamcast. Why not? I think we should totally see that. I think Sega would be all over it, even though they're not a retro company anymore, apparently. Mario Maker 3, I don't know if we'd see that at launch, but I know without a doubt that's coming and that mouse is going to be used. Wave Race, again, only in my dreams. Fire Emblem. Do we see anything, or is that reserved for Switch 1 with that rumored remake? We'll see. Dragon Quest 12. Dragon Quest 12. They need to show something there. It's been a while, and everyone's been wondering. The JRPG community has been wondering what the hell's going on with that. Final Fantasy VII Remake, without a doubt, we see it. Elden Ring, without a doubt, we see it. I do think they talk about the UI. I do think they maybe talk about the eShop. I know it's going to be improved, but I don't know if they'll talk about it in a presentation. And my hope, I would love to see them, really love to see them go down the route of achievements, trophies, all that stuff. I think it would be very fun for Nintendo games. I could just imagine having, achievements, trophies, whatever they want to do. But even on the NSO games, that would be really fun to revisit the old games. I've talked about this before. It'd be cool to get like a platinum trophy, but Nintendo's version of it for beating Mike Tyson, aka would have to be Mr. Dream, unfortunately. But you know what I'm saying? I think that would be a lot of fun and would increase the replay value. So we'll see what happens there. That is my rapid fire. And one last thing I want to talk about real quick, since we have all these chats, the Switch 2 experience. Everyone was looking at the dates, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody's looking at the dates and saying, well, it looks like South Korea, the last date is June 1st. That's the last date that's being shown for the Switch 2 experience, right? So everyone's like, that means that the earliest it could come out is in June. And I do just want to mention for everybody that I went back and I looked at the Nintendo Switch 1 release date for all these territories. And in that market where the Switch 2 is being shown May 31st to June 1st, the Switch actually didn't come out till December 2017. So 9 months later. I'm not expecting Switch 2 to release in that territory the same time as it releases in the US, UK, Australia, and Japan, which was all March 3rd. So I think that we can't really take that date, that far off date, as a locked in reason as to why it wouldn't come out that early. Another one was, where was it? It was Tokyo. No, Hong Kong. Okay, Hong Kong market. The Switch didn't come out there until December 10th, 2019, guys. Like over 2.5 years later. So again, these are all the Nintendo Switch 2 experience dates that are at the end of the tour. Those are the last ones. So it could release hypothetically in those markets, the US, the UK, Australia, and Japan, and it would have really no effect because they're not those markets. I don't believe are going to be getting it the same day as we get it. And even if you look at PlayStation, they're not doing worldwide launches everywhere. It's a steady rollout, and it always starts with the US, UK, Australia, and Japan first. So we just want to throw that out there for everyone to chew on. Maybe think about, maybe some of you guys in chat didn't know this, that there's at least hope that June could still totally be a release date and not later than that. And it could even possibly be a little bit earlier in the US markets because these consoles, the Switch 2 won't be hitting those markets for probably months later after it hits ours. And there you go.
My only comments on this is a lot of those dates. There's a lot of dates in Europe, I believe, during May as well. And I do think it's going to come to Europe the same time as the US. Mm-hmm. So I kind of think June probably is the launch time, although May could be. I know there's other rumors and reports, obviously, about a June possibility. Now that we know for sure it's at least April or beyond, I do think a May or June is probably the most likely time frame, and I think June just, I think just because it clears out from all of their marketing in June, and it'll be like early June.
School's out.
Yeah, I think it can be like week 1 of June.
Yeah, it's right after school's out. That's when they launched GBA.
Yeah. Like I think it's a good time. You're hitting right when school gets out. You're hitting, right before summer begins. And you're gonna get that double sellout. Then you sell at the beginning of summer, you sell out for the holidays. And they might be sold out the whole damn time. But I kind of feel like that makes sense. It also still gets it out in the first half of the year, which I think is a goal for Nintendo to get it out. Obviously I think, there's some merit to say they want it out earlier. That does exist. I think things like the fact that first fiscal quarter, right? Like they'd like it out in that first fiscal quarter, because then they have a whole fiscal quarter of Switch 2 sales to count in. But I think the way they're setting it up, it kind of feels like they want to do all these in-person marketing events and kind of just get that hype to maximum overload for that launch and have it be all this word of mouth. All this word of mouth and people going hands-on. And the thing is, we're just talking about like the Nintendo Switch 2 experience. PAX East is in May. Conveniently, that is after all the Switch 2 experiences are done in the US. All 3 have already happened.
Wasn't PAX, didn't that used to be in March?
Yeah. It's the first time it's ever been in May.
First time ever it's in May. I saw it's May 8th. My 40th is May 7th. And I was like, that would be maybe interesting to go to PAX. Like I've never been there.
Nintendo's there every year.
Mm-hmm.
Last couple of years have been a little disappointing with what they've brought to the East show.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a little different when there might be a little console launching the very next month. They're definitely going to want to market it. Will they let us go hands-on with it there? I don't know. But they're going to want to market it. There's also the possibility, there's third-party companies there. What if they're demoing games on Switch 2?
Yeah.
So, there's actually multiple opportunities, not just Nintendo, that you might get to touch a Switch 2 at a thing like PAX East. So, I mean, I'm probably going. I just told my MCN today. They just sent me the form for Eric and I to get filled out here to go to PAX East. So we're probably going to go. Obviously, I'm trying to go to the Switch experiences. I mean, I really want to go. It's random selection. So, we'll get signed up, but we have no control over it. I mean, unless Paul's got to connect and can slip me into the LA one or something.
I was actually wondering, Paul, if you
VIP pass,
right.
Then I'll just plan to go to that one and call it a day, and then I'll finally go to your Zelda pool.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that. If you had any connections, we can talk about it off stream. But
that'll be off stream.
I was going to ask all you guys if you're going to try and go to this event. Like, are you going to sign up to try and? It's New York, LA, and Dallas. New York's first.
Obviously, I'm trying to sign up for the New York one because it's first, right? Your first hands on with it. People as content creator, we're the first people that make it footage out and stuff. But whatever, I want to sign up for all of them. See if I get selected for any of it. If they let me still sign up for all of them, maybe you can. Maybe it's one sign up and it's you just pick whatever one.
I was wondering too, and I didn't see it in the FAQ answer.
But there was that kind of bonus that if I signed up for the LA one, I could have a nice little trip with Paul.
Mm-hmm.
That would be kind of cool.
And it's next door for me. I would prefer to go to LA.
Yeah. Look at that. We just all have a little gathering there. That'd be great.
Plus, we might have some work to do there.
Big LA party.
Anyways.
Come out. Next thing you know, we have an in-person podcast, baby.
In poolside.
Poolside.
Yes.
Poolside podcast.
With your wife walking out the Mai Tais and
I'll have to make some smash burgers because we didn't mention Smash Bros.
Smash burgers.
Yeah.
Smash. All right, there we go.
We'd have to go to
Smash Brothers.
We'd have to go to Islands though, since I was there for 10 years. We'd have to go to Islands. It's
sure
California tradition.
You can go to Islands. Yeah.
Fat tomato pizza.
Oh yeah, the fat tomato pizza. Yeah. Well, now we just got like 3 dinners planned out. At least a 3-day trip.
Super Nintendo World, you gotta hit that up.
Oh yeah,
it's on my list.
There we go.
I could check a lot of things off.
A week and a half.
All right, Nintendo. it's on. Give me those LA tickets.
You're
please.
right.
Please. That'd be kind of cool too, because then I'd be going to LA, and then like the next month we going to the opposite coast of Boston. So
I also thought like, hey, you know, I did help them out with the beta testing.
Mhm.
Like they have my info. Like,
yeah.
would that increase my odds? I did do some free work for you.
You're one of Nintendo's favorite sons.
Yeah, you never know.
You are the chosen one. All right. Let's get to the super chats.
Oh,
There's
boy.
so damn many.
Oh boy.
We're gonna attempt to rapid
Here we
fire,
go.
and you guys can submit more questions if you want. Just don't expect us to spend 20 minutes on a question because there are so many super chats. So here we go. Cool. Number one from Don Lewis. So Switch 2 offers mouse functionality. I wondered, will we see some
Points and click games?
I think is what he meant. Yeah, point and click games, or maybe Mario Paint 2, or maybe Mario Spreadsheet.
Dude, that's been on my wish list for years.
Yoshi tax return.
Yeah, dude, I want to do.
Yoshi's
I want to
tax
file
return.
my taxes through Switch 2.
Yoshi's tax return.
Point and click games, absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, I want I want a Mario / Claris Works collaboration.
Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. I want Photoshop on Switch 2.
Andrew, do you know what Claris Works is?
No.
I do. I totally aged myself with that one.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
on the old Apple Macs, like
Yup.
the old gray ones when we were in school. That was like your basically like your Microsoft Paint, Word.
Yeah, it's like your basic.
Oh.
It's
all
like
in
your
one.
basic. Yeah,
Holy crap.
your basic
Yeah.
stuff. God, that takes me way back.
Yeah,
I was
classic,
in
dude.
second grade with that shit. All right.
Kirby's PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, baby. Dude, I like that. That was a great first one to hit here. Where are you haters at now? It's funny. The crickets always come out when things don't go the way they thought it was going to go.
Mhm.
It's just life.
I was a doubter, not a hater, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that's
yes,
fine.
yes.
Yeah, a healthy skeptic is good.
Mhm.
Healthy skeptic. I'm glad we need a healthy skeptic because, like, I drive the hype, and then Thunderstash is like, "Yeah, that sounds good," and Eric's like, "I don't fucking know.
I just want it.
I just want it." And then Andrew's like, you know, that'd be nice, but probably not happening.
And it was nice.
It was nice, yeah. No one's gonna complain. Oh no, we saw Switch 2. Oh damn.
Right.
Jay Sayan comes in with a member chat saying Baldur's Gate 3, Diablo 4, and PoE for Switch 2.
Yes.
I think yes to all three.
Why
I
not?
think I guess all
Yes.
three.
Yeah.
I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 runs really good on Steam Deck.
It does.
Yeah,
So.
that's the thing. It runs good on Steam Deck, and Switch 2 is technically a bit more performant. So
Mhm.
Diablo did very well on Switch 1.
Yeah, that's true too.
yeah, I think it's a given. Next up here, it's so quiet in the chat. Oh, that's right. The haters are coping.
All right then. Woohoo.
I love it all. You gotta understand, like for the chat that's still here, the 500 plus we still have watching
Yeah, right.
live. Like these people were all here yesterday when we had 2,000 people live, and like 1,000 of those people were just trolls and haters, like just
Mhm.
attacking, and they had to live through that. And now they're like, where did they all go?
Right.
What happened? So this is fun for them to see them not show up now that it happened. It's Ninja. Are you guys ready for Switch 2 third-party game announcements? Floodgates incoming.
Mhm.
Heck yeah.
I'm very excited for it because it's going to really help get us to April 2nd. I'm counting on them.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be nice. It's gonna be great. I just can't wait. I like literally we could have one tomorrow. Like I'm so excited. Prime ASMR Switch 2 revealed and I lost your V card today.
All right.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Congratulations,
Yeah, it
man.
took- Proud moment.
It's a great moment. Now I hope that's not gonna lead to unexpected consequences.
And 9 months later, they could buy the system.
Yeah.
Oh, Paul Gale coming in there. Demonic Brawler, $10 says, so excited. It's official Switch 2, baby. Anybody know where I can get a high quality Switch 2 Pro controller, personally custom designed when available?
You know what? Etsy. There's a couple Etsy sellers that
Yeah.
make some crazy PlayStation mod controllers and Switch Pro. I would Google that. I don't know their names off the top of the head, but Google the custom like PS5 DualSense controller, and you'll see who's making them on Etsy. And some of them are insane. They're very cool.
Yep.
And if they're making pro controllers, they're going to be making Switch 2 controllers, no doubt.
And I'll say if you swing by PAX East, you'll also find a couple companies there that do a lot of custom controllers and stuff. Just get their business cards, do your price comparison, see what you want. Yeah, there's a lot of good options out there. I can't remember their names on the top of my head because I didn't go to PAX East with any money. But I might actually buy some stuff. Like one thing that's cool about PAX East, there's a ton of gamer gear there. It's like gamer fucking heaven. Now that I know that, I will be bringing some spending money because I'm gonna be loading up. I need an extra suitcase, and you know what? I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I need to restock on my gamer shirt. I get jealous of all the shirts that Stash keeps walking on every show with. You got, Paul showing off in a commercial.
Just wait, man. I just put in a real big order with my guy. I got a company working on it.
Oh, geez. So see, I'm behind. I'm behind on everything right now. So like I gotta come with a fat stack, not for Switch 2, but for gaming merch. It's time to restock. All right. Free Metroid hat. Friday said he's getting bricked up for Switch 2. Thank you, Nintendo. And yes, Furukawa, 2 inches is enough.
Hell yeah.
Why are you saying that to Furukawa? You got something personal going on there. I don't need to be in that board meeting. Karkun with 1,000 yen. Comes and people who say the mouse feature will be for 11 games don't get it. Out of the box mouse support means more games from PC, RTSs, FPSs can be ported, and you can plug a real mouse in. Yeah, that's the thing. Like the mouse support being native means it's clearly just going to support basic mice as well.
Yep.
Which is awesome. And then that probably means there'll be basic keyboard support. So now you can really do those RTSs on your Switch 2 on the go. Like some people don't want to bring their laptops and stuff, and there has been like some games on Switch and PC that have cross saves.
Cardken knows what's up.
Yeah.
That's very true. That's a statement. That's not even a question.
Yeah.
That's going to happen.
Yeah. Like it's going to be way more used than the IR camera. I'll tell you that right now. Way more used. Chris Howell, $5. Maybe a random thought, but chances of Nintendo using the extra USB-C port for an external GPU. And crickets.
I don't think so.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Here's the thing. Someone is going to hack and mod their Switch 2 and try to do it.
Yes.
Yep.
That will happen.
We'll try it.
And that'll be fun.
I don't know why you're going to be really CPU limited, but you go ahead and try to run a 5090 off that sumbitch. I want to see it. I want to see the video. I want to see it. Someone's going to attempt it. And it's not even like full Thunderbolt, I don't believe. So good luck with that. It's going to be very low bandwidth. But hey, I'm all for people giving it the college try. Joy CJ, panel takes a drink of haters' tears. Here's the thing. Yeah. I already polished the bottle off earlier in the stream.
He did.
So
he did.
I don't have any more. And I don't.
The haters forgot to show up, so we lost their tears.
I mean, there was a couple, but like they were very short-lived.
Yeah,
very short-lived. Then we had Demonic Brawler coming in. Now I'm excited again for potential Switch 1 ports like Metroid Prime 2, 3, and Wind Waker. That's the thing. Like we don't know if Switch 2 is going to do anything to the Switch 1 games, but maybe
the hope is there.
Yeah,
I've not been a believer in 2 Zelda ports in 1 year. I feel like that they would just eat each other.
Well, that's why it'll just be Wind Waker and then a tease for 3D Zelda for 3-4 years from now.
And then when does Twilight? I guess that's a few years down the road.
TP for next year. They see Ocarina of Time for 2027.
Yeah, and I think Wind Waker is a great HD port. Like it's great. The art style holds up extremely well, but as Paul said, like Twilight Princess could really benefit more so.
Don't tempt me
for a remake.
Yeah, that's if they remade Twilight Princess and it's anything like Wii U tech demo or better, I don't even know who I am anymore. And like we're talking Wii U tech demo, like that thing still looks good. That still is good today. Like that'd be 2 gens old at this point, and like we're still gushing over it because we never got a Zelda made with it. Again, Space World, same thing. Never had a Zelda made with it. Bobby was anyone else super scared that the mouse feature needed to be plugged in? Damn safety straps confused me. Oh yeah. No, I never got confused about it, but I get it. Because that's the way they chose to show off the Joy-Con straps, that they're usually, you put in your hands so you don't throw it at your TV. And they said, nope, we're going to show it off with the mouse function. Okay. I don't think I'm going to get the straps out to use the mouse function. I'll just use the mouse function. But I mean, sure. You better strap up, baby. You might drop that mouse on the floor or something. Oh, that's great. I love it. You guys come up with some good super chat comments. IR camera on Joy-Con can be why some games are not compatible. Yeah. That's basically it, I think.
Yep. Well, couldn't you just use the old Joy-Cons?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I think I brought that up earlier. I think you can use the old ones, but I think they have to say not compatible, because if you only own a Switch 2 and then you buy 1-2 Switch,
Exactly.
you have to buy
I guess that's true.
Yeah. But technically, I think unless for some reason Nintendo just doesn't let the old Joy-Con be compatible, like they just don't let you even Bluetooth them in, I don't see them doing that. But
yeah, I'd be very surprised. You could use Wiimote on Wii U. But
yeah, and you'll have games where you have extra Joy-Con laying around, like a Mario Party, that's like, hey, let's just use the extra Joy-Con laying around. But things happen. Next up, do you think this is happening? Super Mario Maker 3.
D.
100.
Super Mario Maker 3.
Put the D on. Paul Gale can always be relied to add the D. Super Mario Maker 3D would be sick. That would be great. We've seen some fans make like Mario 64 makers.
I've played them.
Yeah, it would be really cool if Nintendo
Some
did.
of them are amazing.
Yeah, Nintendo did an official one. It'd be pretty cool.
Very cool.
I think that's the next step for Mario Maker if they're going to keep going.
I think so. I think it has to be.
But I don't know if they're going to keep going. That's the thing.
If they add Wonder, that's a whole nother.
Wonder is cool.
Yeah.
You add Wonder Seeds and you can make your own Wonder Seed evolutions.
Yeah.
And that would be kind of sick. But anyways, we'll see what happens. I know Mario Maker 2 I don't think did as well as they thought it would, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. Sometimes they got to make us miss it for a bit.
Yeah, sure.
Free Metroid hat. This is the big one tonight. This was the Fitty. He really wanted us to get this one. Investors at the next meeting be like, Switch 2 news is fire. We got to get out here and prepare for the launch of this. Furukawa will stand up and say, there is no escape, no exit strategy. Stop focusing on Switch 2 and focus on our new... And then it just trails off.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that new penis?
I mean, obviously.
We were just talking about the D.
I mean, obviously.
I can't think of anything Nintendo related that begins with P. I'm trying to think of anything.
Pikmin.
Powerful
Wings.
mouse.
Pilot Wings?
It's Pilot Wings, yep.
That's what it is. It's
Pilot Wings.
Yeah, stop focusing on Switch 2. Focus on Pilot Wings. A new peripheral, yeah. Fuck Switch 2. We got Alarmo 2.0 coming out. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that 50 spot. I appreciate it. I don't know what the hell's going on with these super chats. It's getting worse the deeper we get. Member chat came in and said they should release translucent dock like with the N64.
Yes, please.
Yeah, been wanting it forever. We all love translucent technology. Our age group especially absolutely loves it.
Backplate on Switch 2 would be so sick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'm gonna make it happen one way or another.
Well, yeah, there's going to be mods for it. Easy.
Yeah.
But damn, yeah. My only concern with that would be like the kickstand, because it's going to become plastic, I feel, and that's not going to be as good.
Yeah, it's true. I'm more interested in modding the Joy-Cons.
Oh yeah, Joy-Con.
And the Pro Controller.
Sure. Well, Pro Controller definitely, and the dock mods are easy. It's all just plastic, anyways, in the dock.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. That's like totally retro vibes, basically, these days. Diddles for $5 says, gotta also call attention to all the sounds they used in the trailer. Am I the only one who is hoping that some might be part of the Switch 2 OS? Yeah, especially the one. I don't know if the sound effects are going to come through, but the one that sounded like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. They gotta bring that one along.
That's when the Switch is misbehaving. That's when I
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta put it back in its place. Yeah, like
It's when a Switch is more than a Switch.
the most recognizable one is, on Switch, like when you clicked in your Joy-Con, you'd hear the physical click, but if your Switch was on, it would also have like that digital sound too. I feel like they might still do something like that. Like when you put your Joy-Con on the side, you'll hear the physical click or slap or clap or whatever it is, but then there'll be the digital sound too. It'd be cool if they had more like unique sound effects like that for different parts of the operating system. Kind of goes back to the old days. Yeah. It'd be nice. But they just gotta put the slap in. No, I'll be good. Let's see here. $2 super chats. Be sure to pay attention for Super Bowl ads. Well, definitely looking. Is there going to be any? We don't know. But I mean, yeah. If there is, it'll be on the internet right quick.
You don't even have to watch the Super Bowl. They come out before the Super Bowl now.
Yeah. Well, Nintendo might wait. They might surprise.
Maybe.
They might keep it under wraps because this involves game footage or something, But we'll see. That's the thing. Like, we'll see what happens with that. I hope so. Because it would be nice to have that little nice surprise before April. Like, hey, one more quick look. Does it really tell us anything new? No, but hey, maybe get a few more different seconds of Mario Kart or something, Let's see here. It's Emmo's head. I remember what this was a reference to. Did anyone remember what this was a reference to? No? Okay. We'll move on. We're not going to stay.
Yeah. All with the Emio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was a typo for Emio, but
yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. They're my fiance. Thank you so much for the support and giving YouTube $3. Michael Lorenzo second. How many games might be in the launch window?
Launch window.
Launch window.
A lot.
Nintendo's launch window is 9 months.
Day one. Like launch window, it's like 6 to 9 months for Nintendo. Like it's going to be a lot. Hundreds.
What about for launch, though? That's a more manageable number in question, right?
Day one? Yeah, day one. I'm going to say 22.
Okay, I'm going to say 25.
There'll be a mix of
Are we talking
indies
first party or are we talking
just in general?
Total.
Because there's always like technically I always have the ability day one to actually own the entire library.
I was going to say.
But that's the only day I have that chance.
Well,
it's expensive if it's like 23 or something.
I mean, technically, there's going to be hundreds of games available on day one because it's backwards compatible.
But we're not talking about the backwards compatible.
I know. I'm joking. That's
I'm just low 20s for sure.
Something you need Switch 2 for, damn it.
I know. I'm having fun with it.
So no number for you? Hundreds? Got it. I mean, here's the thing. There could theoretically be a ton, but usually they limit it. How many was it for Switch? Wasn't it only like 8?
I thought it was like 10 or 7.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot because I owned them all. I remember.
Like most of them came out the day of, but then like some came out 2 or 3 days after, and it was like only 3 of them.
Yeah, because there was at one point I owned every Switch game, and I was like, this is sweet.
It was like Bomberman, Zelda. I think Snipper Clips was one that came out 2 or 3 days later.
Snipper Clips, yeah.
1-2 Switch.
Shovel Knight.
Oh, 1-2 Switch, that's right.
Shovel Knight was there.
Yeah, that's right. Shovel Knight was there.
Skylanders Imagination. And hey, what's a launch without Just Dance?
Oh, I have Just Dance. I had it.
We laugh, but it's probably coming.
It probably is.
Probably coming.
The Troll and I.
Oh, there we go. Bringing that one up.
I have every North American retail release for the first year of the Switch.
Wow.
Nice.
I had to stop. I had to stop after that. I was like, no way.
Not quite dead. Just $20. Thanks for the great content.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for the support. Let's see here. We had a super chat for $2 here. So, when's Switch 3 coming out?
Oh, God.
Well, if you want to reel
2023.
Yeah, right, Joe.
If you want a realistic prediction, I'm going to go with. You know what? I want to say this gen is so successful, and they have a mid-gen refresh that we're going to go 2034.
That's what I was having.
I was going to say 32, but yeah.
And that's just because that Pro model. By the way, people today are already talking about the Pro. Well, I don't know what the hell's going on. I think it was because there was a joke tweet by somebody saying, "Oh, this is what the Pro's going to look like," and then they just made it slightly bigger.
Good question. I think if we do get a Pro model and the Pro model opens it up to a better DLSS, whatever the latest is, I think we could go 20. I think we could maybe go 10 years.
Yeah,
maybe go.
Really,
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of depends on what the bump is.
Yeah, because that technology is insane.
And if we keep getting banger games and Nintendo wants to put in that support and the third parties keep coming, I mean, it's one of those things that, that's contingent. If they just do what they did this gen with the Lite and OLED and there's no real upgrade, then yeah, I don't see it going past 8 years. But we'll see.
Yeah, if there's no mid-gen refresh, I don't see it going longer than this.
Yeah, it'll be like the same as Switch maximum.
Yeah, I'm thinking like 7 years.
And it could even be a little less because there's not going to be like a COVID bump, So
2032 maybe.
Sure.
Just crazy to think about.
We're going to contingent on something we don't even know about. Demona Brawler. Will Switch 2 have Amiibo support and we get a new one? That's interesting because we don't know. That's not even been rumored or talked about.
It's so backwards compatible. I don't think they would want to nerf their games and not have Amiibo support in so many titles, even if it's just little bit in Yoshi, little bit in Mario Kart, little bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're going to be pretty minimal. Kind of what they're already doing now.
Well,
they'll probably keep it.
Yeah, they will.
I think they keep it because you make money on it.
I also feel like, hey, there's a new Smash coming. They'll probably do Amiibo for them all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they make a lot of money on it.
One game carrying Amiibo.
Mario Kart Amiibo.
I was going to say Mario Kart Amiibo.
I mean, I don't know why they slowed down on making Amiibo because people are buying them just to collect them, just because like they're really cool to have Nintendo figures. Like it was like a cheap Nintendo figure that's not hundreds of dollars.
I think I have like 6 boxes of them.
Yeah,
dang.
Yeah,
like, I don't know. They just, I think they'll keep it, and we'll still get new Amiibo. It's just. They've already been slowing down on it, and I think it's just gonna be really special cases like Smash Bros. Will get them. New 3D Zelda game will probably get some. New 3D Mario game probably will, but it's gonna be like their biggest of the big games that actually get them because they know enough people will buy them.
It is interesting that Echoes didn't get one though.
Yeah,
so sad.
Yeah,
that's my only thing. Is like,
I thought they do a Zelda one for that, and they just didn't.
Yeah, like, are we still doing this? Because that should have got one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would have been perfect too. Could have put like a costume in the game with it or something. Bobby says secure. Yeah, we read this one earlier. Secure the bag. Yeah, it's kind of cool that like mentioning secure the bag made someone want to pre-order. That's pretty cool. That's Jake Randall's thing. Wing to Vandal 7. There's a rumored Sony State of Play in February. Maybe we'll find out if GTA 6 is on Switch 2. I don't think you'd find that out in the State of Play. I think Sony would be very particular that it's only PlayStation at the end of that trailer if it's in that State of Play.
They could mean because sometimes they do a trailer and then the one in the State of Play just says Sony PlayStation.
On the public one,
yeah,
on their channel.
on their YouTube channel, it has all the platforms.
That is true. That is true. That is possible. And we know what's coming to Series S. That's why I said if it's on Series S, yeah, of course it could be on Switch 2. It's going to be a matter if they want to do it.
Yep.
So. Yeah, maybe. I mean, a lot of people assume GTA 6 is going to be in that next State of Play. I know I was like, oh, it'd be funny if it wasn't until April. Well, hey, if it ain't in that State of Play, then I'm betting it's in April. But it's probably in that State of Play. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's see here. Next up, Chris Gonzalez. Kind of concerned about the chip inside the controller port breaking. Oh, yeah, we brought that up before. I'm not really concerned about it. I think it's been considered. Will there be damage? Sure. Some people,
anything's possible.
Kids will damage it. I mean,
they always find a way.
Yeah, anything can be damaged. But like, I keep thinking, like, that's how cartridges used to work back in the day. Like, it was exposed PCB that you plugged your cartridge into. And NESs and Game Boys, they still work today. Could you intentionally break them? Well, of course, you can put your hand in there and fucking break it, but I don't think it's going to be like one of those things like it was brought up before, like, oh, you accidentally bump it. I'm like, but it's recessed in. Like you got to insert in to do something to it. So I don't really think.
Little Timmy's gonna shove a Switch cart right in there and snap.
Of course,
that
we're bringing up
thing
little
right
Timmy.
Yeah.
Little Timmy. It's always Timmy.
Do you think they put the bad tasting stuff on it so kids don't lick the damn thing?
Maybe. Might be a good idea.
It's on the PCB. Well, you know what, guys? My chat's gonna make me day one in the live.
Lick the damn things. So
I'm gonna be like, all right, cool. Let me get a little voltage to my tongue quick. Here we go.
It could be worse than licking a 9
you know what? Maybe there won't be any voltage to the tongue just for the scenario that a baby puts it in their mouth. Maybe they thought about that. So like, it's such a low voltage you can't even feel it.
Or they shut off the charging part when it's
disconnected. Yeah, no power run to it or something. I know my chat's gonna make me find out. So might be breaking one of my Joy-Con rails day one by licking it. This is gonna be fun.
So you're buying 6.
God damn it. No, I might try to warranty claim it, and I'll just pretend.
There you go.
Well, I don't have to pretend I'm an idiot. If I'm warrantying it because I licked it, I am an idiot. Majora Jeff, the Nintendo Switch 2 leak is real. I'm so hyped for this console. My friend apologized to me for calling me stupid and saying the leaks are real.
Huh?
There we go. See, now we have like a real life story of a friend having to apologize for giving you shit. It's a good day. It's a good day for all of us. Can't complain about haters having to walk it back. All right. Chris Gonzalez. Unfortunately, I was underwhelmed by the reveal. I'm really hoping nothing else leaks before the direct. Well, fun thing about directs. Lots of leaks happen for them. All the time. Just to warn you. Lots of things leak all the time. Maybe don't pay attention to PRO or my channel for that matter, because I'll probably be covering it if there's leaks. I'm just saying that, like, I can't remember a direct that literally had nothing leaked for it, like, in a long time. Now, will there be surprises that don't get leaked? Absolutely, of course. But like, there are going to be. It's a direct. There's going to be leaks. There always is. It is what it is. Welcome to the game industry. You're not getting to any major announcement usually without leaks. So, if you're underwhelmed. My real question is, like, are you underwhelmed because it was what the leak said it was? Because then
that's how I felt at first. So it's probably how they're feeling too.
Yeah, but then I'm like, well, then were you excited when you initially saw the leaks? And that's why you weren't excited now, because you already had your excitement. You know, like was there any? Because if you weren't even excited when you saw the leaks, then maybe you might not have been excited when you saw the reveal, anyways.
I mean, it's not sexy when you see a leak. Instead of the cool cinematic, this isn't as much of a cinematic. I get where they're coming from. I get it.
Yeah, no, I understand. Obviously, I'm not underwhelmed. I'm hyped. I'm hyped to fucking hell and back, man. Some people were mad at me in my videos. They're like, "Oh, why your energy so low, dude? Did you watch my live stream of the reveal? Did you not see the amount of energy I put into 1 hour? It was nonstop hype and energy for a whole hour, coming off a podcast that I put in a bunch of energy for 4 hours, and then I only slept for 2, and then I had to get my kids to school, and then I thought I was going to be live streaming for like 8 hours today, waiting for the reveal. Nope, they just drop it right after I drop my kids off. I'm like, oh, let's get all the hype right now. Get all the hype out right now. And then I'm like, oh, now I got to make a video. All right, let's get the video. I'm excited about the video, some additional information. I'm like, what do you want me to do, man? I just gave everything I had to the live stream. Then I'm like, I got a podcast tonight. Woo! We're hitting that overtired stage. But no, yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Here, no matter what leaks for the direct, unless the entire direct leaks, there's going to be stuff in there that you're going to get hyped about. Happens every direct. No matter what leaks, there's still things to get excited about that you don't know about. Because it never all leaks. Michael Lorenz, second, if a new Animal Crossing comes to Switch 2, which of course it will, they got 40 million reasons to bring another one. What would they need to do to keep it fresh and ongoing throughout the Switch 2 life cycle? I think the biggest thing for me is a long-term plan of consistent updates. That was the issue with the last one. They had like that one DLC for like a year out, and then that was it. I want to see them have years and years and years of DLC and support, because Animal Crossing is a life sim.
Yep.
It's the perfect. Just look at Sims 4. It's the perfect game to just never end. So give us a reason to keep playing by constantly adding new content. I think what they did with New Horizons was great, but it wasn't. They gave so much more support to New Leaf. So I want to see that come back. Again, I try to give them a little bit of a break, because obviously COVID, it came most of the development was done before COVID, but any extra content was going to be developed during COVID. So I try to give them a little break why maybe things didn't go, for years and years and years. But yeah, that's what I think. Any of you guys got thoughts on what they could do to make it fresh?
More community, just more community. Like, let me set high scores with friends at a pinball machine within the game, or let's do, I always thought they should have done a third DLC that was a cruise ship and it was all multiplayer, and the rest of the shops that we didn't see in the game. I thought that would be a great way to get the gangs all there. And so anything like that, that's just more community. And then they just need more stuff that's, New Leaf had so much Nintendo, like it was almost like having a Nintendo museum within that game, like seeing things like the Ultra Hand and the Ultra Machine and all that kind of stuff. Like that kind of stuff made it special, and it made going and getting a fortune cookie every day worth signing in, even if it was only for 5 minutes.
Let me get
a lot of that. What's that?
Let me get all the Nintendo Lego sets, because I'll never have them in real life.
It'd be cool. The Smash Brothers trophies, if you could import those, put them in your crib.
Maybe, am I misremembering? Didn't one of the Animal Crossings have the ability to play like certain arcade games in it too?
The GameCube Animal Crossing.
Yeah,
New Leaf did as well.
Had NES games.
Yeah, have arcade units, man.
That was awesome.
Yeah, it had NES. You could just go and dig them up, or you could use the eShop card reader, I believe.
Yeah, bring that stuff back.
I think everyone likes that feature. Anytime in a game, you can go to an arcade and actually play an arcade game, right?
Inception.
Dude, you know what would be really cool too? If it's like they have a Donkey Kong arcade machine you can get in the game, and then your friends can come visit your island or whatever, and then the high scores record. And your friends
That'd be so cool.
That'd be sick, man. They'll give you all the reason to want to visit the island and try to get the high score on all their arcade machines.
Yeah, that way your name's always on their arcade. They have to see it every day.
Dude, that'd be sick.
That'd be cool.
You literally like, I took a week off. I come back. Well, I'm not even in the top 5. What happened?
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
for like people could come by and like sabotage your yard or something.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
People
would be so mad, but it's like, you can just not have friends. It's okay. Turn it off. Don't let them on your island.
You like go TP their house.
TP their house.
Yes.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yes.
And I'd be like, dude, what did you do? You took my door. You fuck. I'm in your house.
It could be a battle mode or something.
Battle mode.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great.
Well, and that actually kind of leads me to what I was thinking. They could MMO like battle mode it. Just you could build stuff online with like a couple of different factions and things like that, and then you can go into raid another factions territory or whatnot.
Here we go.
You could do home raids.
Yeah.
This is just now we're getting wild, guys.
Yeah.
We're getting wild.
It's the end of the night.
That's DLC, baby. DLC.
Yeah, right.
That super chat we have coming in here comes from AMO. You can see in the Mario Kart 9 shots that Mario and the gang squash and stretch. Maybe Donkey Kong Wonder, but 3D. That's not the only thing that squashes and stretches around here.
Oh boy.
Expand the dong.
Yahoo! Yeah, expand the dong. All right.
I think he was talking about Kong.
Yeah, I know. Jorge, I hope to see KOF, COTW, SF6, and Tekken 8 come to Switch 2. This is basically speaking to Paul Gale right now.
King of Fighters,
Yep.
the new Fatal Fury, Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8.
I mean, this is just Paul Gale's alley right here.
I got the acronyms right, Paul.
Yeah. How far do I have to go? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, giant statue of Ryu over there.
It's just for him. It's
Paul,
just for him to look at.
did you grow up playing King of Fighters and Fatal Fury on like Neo Geo and stuff?
I didn't have
the
a Neo
arcade?
Geo, but I played them at the arcade.
I did too. Loved them. And always rent it, the Neo Geo console. And we always rent it Fatal Fury.
Yeah.
And King of Fighters are like Samurai Showdown. That was really good on Neo Geo.
That was really cool.
Nice.
No, like
Yeah.
As a huge Street Fighter guy, and fighting game guy, sign me up.
So 4 of our last 6 here are from Majora Jeff. I hope Link moves on to the next Mario Kart. If not, I'm going to be very sad. So one thing I was going to say about the Mario Kart is I kind of have this, I don't know what it's like, a gut feeling that the release of Mario Kart 9 won't have any crossover. I know people go, Donkey Kong. Mario came from Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong was in the original Mario Kart.
Yeah, and he was in the OG. So like, I don't even
Kong
think that
Jr.
a crossover. Like, the different franchise. No,
They go to
literally,
parties together.
Mario spun off from Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Just really get this clear. Anyways, so like I feel like I don't know. It's just a gut feeling that it's going to be nothing but Mario in the game. So all Mario tracks, all Mario characters. There'll be a lot more Mario characters, even new ones we've never had before, which would be great. But then all the DLC is where they bring in all the other IPs and the hype that would drive.
Yep. It'll be right there with Smash Brothers invitation hype.
And you can start guessing, like, dude, is it Zelda this next time? Is it Animal Crossing? Is it, in which they've done before?
Yeah.
But is it? But this time it's not just one track, right? Like it's several tracks based on these IPs.
Yeah.
Xenoblade comes in, dude. Imagine the sick things they could do, especially with Xenoblade X, and you have the flying mechs flying all around you as you. Oh, dude!
I want to see cups for each game, like for each franchise. I like these.
There better be a cup for each franchise.
It's just 4 tracks, right? F-Zero had 2 tracks.
Yeah,
it's just 2 more.
Let's see here. George F. then said, "You think the mouse function will be perfect for Splatoon?" Sure. Yeah, third-person shooters also work pretty well with mouse. Not everyone likes it. But there's plenty that do. All the top Fortnite players in the world, it's third person, and they're using a mouse, keyboard. Wow. But there are some people who are really, really good with controllers as well in that game. But that it's just the click headshots are just like impossible to be faster at with sticks. So yeah, probably. I mean, they have motion controls. Why not throw in mouse controls? Majora Jeff says Zelda Dungeon Maker when? I don't know if they're gonna do it. They had that one in Link's Awakening.
You don't like Dante's Dungeon Maker?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't see it happening because I think we're gonna continue to get 2D top-down Zelda games, which is a good thing.
Yeah, that is a good thing. And now that we're kind of back to getting side-scrolling Mario, that's why I'm like, I don't know if we're gonna get Mario Maker anytime soon. They might give that a break this gen, and then they come back a gen later, like Switch 3 with the 3D Mario Maker.
It could hurt sales.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm all for it if they decide to do it. But like, and I know the one in Link's Awakening is like probably not the best way to judge what a Dungeon Maker could be because it was very limited.
Yeah.
But I've always wanted one. But after the Link's Awakening one, and I was a little underwhelmed by it, I'm like, if this is what Nintendo thinks is like the direction for it, I just don't know. I
think they just want to figure out how to build the hype again with 3 whenever that happens. So that's kind of their priority. Then they're like, okay, maybe we'll do something else.
Sure. Next up, we have the funny man for $2 CAD saying, "Are you concerned for pricing with the new tariffs?"
No.
I've said this before. Last time this person was president, they gave an exemption to consumer electronics because a lot of the things that companies that support him are consumer electronic companies. That's still true right now. So, like, if he did it last time, he's not going to suddenly take his buddies that are giving him money and apply those tariffs to them. So I kind of feel like an exemption will be done. Also have to remember a lot of things that guy says, not always full follow through. So I'm not going to worry about it until I have to worry about it when it comes to the Switch 2 specifically. But Nintendo's already got contingencies, by the way, to work around some of this. They don't assemble all the units in China, as an example. They do it in some other countries where the tariffs are less. Or the tariffs are already at a certain amount where this is actually a very, very minor increase. So it won't actually change the price of the products coming out too much. Nintendo already prepared for this last time around, and those contingencies are still in place now.
Yeah.
They ended up not needing those contingencies last time, but they didn't get rid of them just in case. So
I would place your concerns in other areas of life,
Yeah.
not in
other
politics.
areas of life are going to be massively impacted probably, but I don't think this is going to be one of them.
Yeah.
And again, we have precedent for this because he did the same shit last time. So, AMO. Anyone remember what happened to the playtest? I'm sure staff remembers. I didn't get to play it, so
Yeah, I played it. I made sure to record footage, but I recorded it through OBS, sitting on my computer, really just for, I don't know, archival purpose. Because what happens if 10 years from now nothing ever comes of this, and I can be like, yeah, well, at least I have footage of it, because what if we don't remember it anymore?
Yeah, hopefully Nintendo's not taking out videos that decide to upload it 10 years from now.
Yeah, exactly. So I just
Now-
kind of have it for myself, to be
I had a friend
honest.
who tried to upload an hour of it the other day, and his video got copyright struck still. I'm like,
Yeah.
geez,
Too
Nintendo.
soon.
Yeah, I ain't trying to play
Really?
those games, but
Yeah, Nintendo ain't messing around with it still. Which means maybe they have some real plans for it or something. But it's look, we've all seen it already. What do we? If you want to find it, you can find other websites that have videos of it. But things happen. Majora Jeff then comes in and says, since the anniversary is coming for Zelda, do you think they're doing anything special for the Zelda franchise? That's what, next year, right?
yeah, next
40
year.
is-
40.
I think massive Zelda trailer for the Zelda movie at some point in that year. I do think that whatever Zelda game they have coming out, whatever remake or remaster is coming out, they'll make a bigger deal out of it. But it's going to come regardless of it. Unless I'll say this: if it's Ocarina of Time, that would be kind of neat. Like a Twilight Princess
kind of.
remake, or I'm just saying, an actual remake of Ocarina of Time, or
Kind of neat.
Well,
Dude, you
Kinda.
shit your pants and you know it. So would I.
I think the Zelda movie comes out December 25th, 2026.
there you
Yeah.
go. So that could be a thing.
I like that.
That's sooner than I thought.
New Zelda Lego sets, probably. They'll probably have that going on. They'll do more than they did last time. Last time we just got the Game & Watch.
I'm
Game
expecting a lot,
That's
and
all
I'm
they-
expecting them to team up with a brewery for a 40-ounce Zelda beer for 40 years. 40 ounces of freedom with Zelda.
There's no way, but I'd take it. They call it Lon Lon Milk.
Yeah,
Lon Lon Milk, baby. I'll take it.
That'd be cool.
Nintendo, team up with Rum Chata. Come on. It's right there. It's already ready to go. Just have them make a new version for you. It's totally not going to happen, but
yeah.
I'll do
It'd be cool.
If they do it, I'll be like, God damn, they watch Nintendo Prime live streams.
Like, yeah.
It's
Which,
great.
by the way, if you're watching right now and haven't already, consider dropping that like button. Does that help out?
Look at that. He's trying to
Look
get
at
me to 500 likes. I appreciate it.
Thank
And the last super chat that just came in. Anyone remember what happened to the place? Wait, no, we read that one. I think that's all of them. Then.
One more
Hold on.
after.
Wait, no, hold on. There was one that I missed.
It's a comment.
It was this one. Since the anniversary. Wait, no, I did that one. No, Boo Mini. What is happening? I can't keep up. My brain is fried. Venata 712. Did I do this one? Oh, I think that's in reference to the playtest leak. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's the one I was thinking of that I didn't get. And then Boo Mini came in. How soon can we expect Pikmin 5? Pikmin 4 was what? That was just in 2023.
July. Yeah.
Sold very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually,
Obviously.
the best selling in the series. They already confirmed they were making another one, which is good.
So you want to keep that momentum going and not wait an eternity.
I
May
it-
27.
I think it's 26 or 27.
I do too.
Like they're going to spread out games. So like I'd be like, oh, for sure 2026. But I think they already got kind of a really big slate for the next 18 months. So I can see it being a 2027. Like, not late gen this time, more like mid gen, beginning to mid gen, and we'll have different games because we already know like Zelda's going to be mid to late gen. Might be more mid gen because maybe they're hoping they can go right off of this new 3D Zelda, start working on the next one. That the next system doesn't come out for 5 years, like 2033, then they can have Zelda ready for the launch of that system. Because they definitely don't. Let's just put it this way: when Nintendo launches a system with a Zelda game, it seems to go their way. So I think we'll get that 3D Zelda, and then the next 3D Zelda will end up being a launch game. That's what I think will happen. We'll see. I know it's hard to think. Now we're thinking about the whole next generation, the next generation. All right. And that's going to do it. We caught up on everything. Thank you guys so much for all that support during the show. I do appreciate it. Obviously, extra long show today, extra special show because it was the Switch 2 reveal. Don't get used to it, guys. Shows are going to be getting cut down after this week. This is just a very special week, and the shows were already getting too long in the lead up to this. It'll get cut down. The next super, super long one that might even come close to this will probably be like the direct day.
Direct, yeah.
Direct day, for sure. Maybe the Switch 1 direct day. Well, we don't know yet, but the Switch 2 direct day is on a Wednesday. Literally, it's on a Wednesday. So the podcast on April 2nd is going to be that's probably going to be a pretty beefy one, and we're gonna have even more to go over than we do today. There might even be so much to go over. Like we might have to find some different way to do the podcast because there's no way we're going to get through it all.
They didn't announce a time.
No, they didn't.
No. And you remember when they did the big presentation, wasn't it in the evening? The big January Switch presentation.
Yeah.
So it might be going on while we're.
Yeah, there might be a potential that's a live reaction podcast.
I think it actually might be.
Like, awesome. Like if they schedule it and it's like a 2-hour direct, which should just be it's a 2-hour fucking direct. And schedule it at like 7. I'm just gonna talk to everyone and be like, dude, I think we just got to go live early.
Yeah. I agree. That'd be very fun.
But we'll see. We have no idea what their plans are for that yet. So, and imagine a 2-hour direct just sounds insane to me. But then I got to remember now this is the blowout though. So who knows? Yeah. All right, well, let's go around the room. Let people know what we got going on, where they can find you. N64 Josh, what's up, buddy?
Yo, I am N64 Josh everywhere, including TikTok for a few more days, and then we'll see what happens there. But I do a lot of live streaming over there, play a lot of Mario Kart with my community. My YouTube channel is 46 subs away from 5K, so hitting that milestone right there.
Nice.
So yeah, so excited about that. Been working really hard on the channel lately. So, and then I host the Nintendo Powercast, which is available on YouTube and Spotify.
There you go. Paul Gale Network.
On YouTube, I am at Paul Gale Network, and on X, I am at Paul Gale Network as well. On the YouTube side of things, you could expect some video game news, discussion, unboxing videos, that kind of thing. And on the X side of things, I'm getting a little bit tired. On the X side of things, I put up video game sales data quite frequently. I cover the Famitsu Japanese charts every Thursday pretty much, and then also other Nintendo Switch and other console speculation, thoughts, sales analysis, breakdown. Something that I'm working on the side. It's slow because it's not anytime soon, but a couple of you already know this. It's just I'll say it because it's already known about. But working on a content creator calendar, which would be either a 12 or 18-month calendar. That would be like a content creator, 12 or 18 of us, have a video game centric photo per month. And it would be either you dressing up as your favorite video game character or even you in your streaming zone of that nature. And it would be like something put up digitally online, a calendar that covers the main big holidays and that kind of stuff, but also dates throughout the year on this cool calendar for gamers that is like, this is the 40th anniversary of this, the 35th anniversary of that. 10 years ago today on this, if a game comes out and it's known about, that could be, this is the date that's dropping. A digital version could have updates here and there on the calendar. But like this would be something that would be, for charity, or half for charity, half for the content creators. And if anybody wants to take their share out and contribute, it would go that. But anyways, just kind of a fun, like, I love Street Fighter, I love Ryu. I would put on a gi, and that would be the picture for July, would be me as Ryu, Street Fighter. And like, anyways, that's sort of a thing that I'm thinking of, but I'm dropping that now publicly, because otherwise I don't think I shared it publicly before. Maybe very little bit, but yeah. Anyways, that's all I have going on you.
All right. Andrew.
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube at the Andrew Collette Show. I generally do 100% games, and then I can squish them down to about half an hour to hour videos with memes and stuff. Good time. And then on other platforms, _Andrew Show, where I just post whatever.
What's the next game you're doing?
Oh yeah, Donkey Kong, Country Returns HD.
There we go. Heck yeah. Eric.
I'm here. And that's it.
I almost said Eric the Horror. I don't know why that popped into my head.
Whatever. I'm here. That's it.
It's getting late. Thunderstash.
Yep. Find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming and also on Twitter. Thunderstash_YT, short for YouTube. What I'm working on, Indiana Jones. Gonna wrap that up, get the review out the door. Moving on to Dragon Quest III HD next. I'm doing what I think everyone should probably try and do right now, and that's get your affairs in order before Switch 2. And I'm talking about that backlog. Get it trimmed down as much as you can.
Yep.
Finish up those games that you haven't yet. That way your body is fully ready for Switch 2. But that's what I'm doing. Indiana Jones is next, and then I got the Retroid Pocket 5 to review. And I will say that I played Xbox on it. I played Indiana Jones last night in bed on my Retroid Pocket 5. Yeah. But it's going to be very interesting when I tell you about if it works good or not. That'll be a real interesting part that I think would interest people in possibly buying one of these devices.
Okay. Look at that. You guys know what's up. I'm Nintendo Prime, making Switch 2 videos all the time. Obviously, I don't actually know if that's going to be true anymore because Switch 2 has now been revealed. So I don't know what the news is I'm covering now. I assume more Switch 2 news, but I don't know if there's more Switch 2 news. Is there more Switch 2 rumors and leaks? I have no idea. So I tell you this. It's been a very long week, a very long last 48 hours. I may not work tomorrow, which would be my first day off since I went full time. We'll see. I'm saying that tepidly because I'll still be checking the news wire, which is technically work. And I shouldn't be doing that if I'm taking a day off.
How long have you been full time?
2.5 years.
Nice.
So even on vacation, I was still working every day. So we'll see. I feel like I want to do it for my fiance because she's been really understanding, especially this week, of how much I've had to work. But we'll see. If a video gets snuck out, it gets snuck out. But I don't anticipate right now. Here's the thing: what if that trailer Paul talked about is tomorrow? I'm making a fucking video, aren't I? So yeah, but you guys know what I do at this point. That's what I do. If I give myself a day off, I give myself a day off. But yeah, we're gonna keep hitting the Switch 2 grindstone, going all the way to launch and beyond. This is a whole new generation. Super stoked, really excited. And this is a fun journey, man. I got friends to go on this journey with me now. I've got all the audience to go on the journey with me. I've never had this before. It was a very special moment. It was very special today, doing one of my biggest live streams ever, watching the reveal of the system, having that audience just freaking out with me. Also getting a little annoyed at times after I watched it through once and then I started pausing it, going through it. People are like, just hit play and let it go. I'm like, dude, I've already done that like 4 times.
Right.
Like at some point I want to analyze what I'm looking at here. But I get it because for them, they just woke up because it was like such an early drop that like people were just waking up to it. So I totally understand the sentiment. I get it. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for making this journey amazing so far. Thank you so much for making these last 2 podcasts our 2 biggest podcasts we've ever had. I do appreciate it. Hopefully this growth continues. We see you guys back here next week, Wednesday, and every Wednesday moving forward as we hope to continue setting new records and hitting new heights for this show. So thank you guys for all that support. We'll catch you guys. I want to say same time next week because it's a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Wednesday next week, 8 p.m. Later, everyone.